เรื่องของการกล้าเล่นกันไปหาพื้นที่การที่เล่นต่อ
The most thing is about the confidence and about the position.
Yes, confidence is the key, everyone. And let's talk a little bit more about the game. We know that in the game sometimes your team like not performing really well, and I want to know how does your teams do to manage the moods, the morale, and team spirits in that such moment.
ก็ทีมเรามีวิธีการรับมือยังไงบ้างครับเวลาทีมเราทำผลงานได้ไม่ค่อยดีหรือว่าทำผลงานได้ไม่เป็นตามที่คาดหวัง
ก็ช่วยกันให้กำลังใจคนในทีมกำลังใจซึ่งกันและกัน
We cheer up every one of us and not blaming everyone.
And I want to know, is there any specific person that lightening the mood on your team?
อยากรู้ว่ามีใครคนที่เป็นคอยเรียกเสียงหัวเราะหรือว่าคอยเชียร์อัพเพื่อนๆในทีมเราครับ
ก็จะมีทีทัศน์ครับตัวโดน
Three touch he is the
Three
one.
touch. Ooh, and I want to know, are you the type of the person that can quickly change the mood, or you need someone like three touch?
ก็เราเป็นคนที่สามารถเปลี่ยนมูดตัวเองได้ง่ายๆไหมครับหรือว่าเราต้องมีคนมาเชียร์อัพเรา
เปลี่ยนได้ครับปกติเลย
I can easily change my mood.
Oh, great. And last thing, let's talk about your goals in this season. Despite your current result, maybe it's not being ideal for you now. And I want to know, what is your goal in this PMSL? And do you believe you can still achieve your goals in this PMSL?
ก็เป้าหมายของ PMSL รอบนี้ในของทีมเราคืออะไรครับแล้วเราคิดว่าเรายังสามารถบรรลุเป้าหมายนั้นได้ไหมครับ
ก็เป้าหมายของผมก็คือไปของทีมเราก็คือไปแข่ง PMGC ครับคิดว่ามันยังเป็นไปได้ก็ต้องรอดูวีคนี้กับวีคหน้าด้วยครับ
Our main target is to get to the PMGC and let's see what this week and next week going to be like.
And on a scale 1 to 10, how confident are you, Gatani, to win this PMSL and go to PMGC?
1 ถึง 10เราให้ความมั่นใจตัวเองเท่าไหร่ครับ
7แล้วกันครับ
7
7. I think it could be higher for you guys because I know what you guys can do. So good luck for your today matches, Gatani. And thank you so much for this amazing interview. And everyone, we've seen that this team last week, they delivered an outstanding performance. And from this week, we're gonna see how they will maintain their performance. And now, I think let's head over to our casters to see what they think about these matches.
Well, it's a lucky number 7, they say. This is week number 2 of the PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia Fall 2024. My name is XERXIA, together with the wonderful Juju and also our amazing producer behind the scenes who's also having his very own fun as well.
Yep, he's having a great time definitely behind the scene, and we're having a great time here as well. He's gonna be back today. We're done with week 1 yesterday. It's now head into the new week. Just now got Tony. He's still kind of contemplating whether they can go to PMGC. Now, don't forget about the PMGC points. It's actually now the last season for the entire year. They have to push everything for infinity for week number 2.
Yeah, PMGC points, and then you have the top 5 in the grand finals that will also go to PMGC. So there's plenty of slots, but still somebody might miss out on it. So the Infinity definitely do not want to miss out on that one. But the journey still continues because we are only in week number 2, and we are going to start off week number 2 here with a new set of groups. So whatever that we thought of, like, oh, group B, group of death and all that, okay, that can put aside altogether. We're going to revisit again how the grouping is going to be like in a bit. But first, we're going to check out some of the best moments by RRQ and Vampire Esports.
You have to give it when it comes to the Super Sunday week number 1 for RRQ and Vampire. Vampire, they have the rise after losing clutch so much in the previous map in Overangle before. And then RRQ just happened to be coming back when it comes to map control. You have to give it to both teams here, especially RRQ when it comes to the circle control. They know exactly where to stand and how to play. And when it comes to even Mirama, they also know how to play along with those high grounds.
Yeah, so if we check out these highlights, right? So we are at news here right now. This is the moment, that map, that game that he became so outstanding. It brought them the chicken dinner. It saved Schweppes at the same time, and Nuzi is just a whole different player. It is just that amazing that we had to see some of the scenes like twice. That is how great this game was for him.
Yep, and it's just incredible plays, man. I mean, like Vampires, now we have the rise of Newsy back into the game, not just about Tony K anymore, but just to review our weekly rankings to keep everybody afresh when it comes to yesterday's performance. They're number one, RRQ taking away first spot, second place, Vampires. But these Xaviers seems like they're pushing the numbers up as well. So it's all about week number 2 here now, starting off today.
Oh yeah, so week number 2 is going to be a fresh restart here. So some of the top teams that we can see there might or might not perform again. And also we want to keep an eye on the teams that did not make it into the first Super Sunday. So looking at TODAK all the way down to Crit VIP, we have a good amount of teams here, and they definitely cannot miss out on this week's Super Sunday.
Wake up call for TODAK, XERXIA, Alliance, PANDUM, PA, Infinity, Flash, and Crit VIP. A lot of Malaysian teams down there and a couple of Thai region teams. The only Indonesian team didn't make it through for our first week Super Sunday, PANDUM. We do remember that bitter moment of that 1 point difference till the very end. But we do have the redistribution of the group of week 2.
Yes, and we're going to put focus onto Group A versus Group C. As we are in day number 1 of week number 2, Boom, Esports, PA, TALON, NKT, Alliance, D Xavier, Sem9, and Team Flash in Group A. Group C, RRQ, Crit VIP, Team PANDUM, Vampire Esports, MORPH, The Infinity, GEEK Fam, and as well as Roy will be duking out with each other. While Group B will be watching at the sidelines, they will be playing tomorrow instead.
Yep, it's going to be A versus C first. But so far, we're loving how the distribution of the groups right now seems to be a bit more balanced. The only Group B that remains in Group B before is going to be Alta Egan and O2 Esports. But we're going to head over to the schedule here today. We're down back to our week number 2 league stage. 24 teams with 3 groups, A, B, C. You guys saw it just now after we done group stage on Friday. We are now heading over to last chance on our Saturday and Super Sunday on our Sunday.
And this will be the groups A, C. Tomorrow will be B and C, and day after will be A and B. The top 8 will move directly to Super Sunday, and the bottom 16 will play the last chance qualifiers, last 6 matches to determine the next top 8 to be in the Super Sunday together with the first top 8.
Now, in case you guys are new to us, our format has been changed for quite some time now. For the league stage, we have 3 weeks of total. For the top 16, we'll head over to the Super Sunday, and only the top 16 will get into the finals. As the accumulated points across the entirety of 3 weeks, we will have 30 points for the hit point start. So that's going to be a lot of difference when it comes to the grand finals later.
And they will be all eyeing the moolah, a total prize pool of $200,000 on the line, together with this prestigious PMSL trophy that has been held by Boom Esports twice this year. Looking for the third one next.
Now we have a head-to-head, one of the best player here, first week Super Sunday, Rosemary MVP and versus Tony K. I have to say Tony K did a lot of work during the middle stage or the group stage at first, but when it comes to the Super Sunday, not so much of Tony K. We can actually have a glimpse, but Rosemary, he did so much work. When it comes to average damage, 500 every single map. This guy just know what to do. Every single time we will pull it off.
Yeah, and Tony K, as compared to Rosemary, came up with a little bit more average assists, which is 0.9. But again, not too far away from Rosemary. That's why he is week number 1's MVP. But when it comes to the top right Grenadiers, we have Vampire Esports. Look at the gap here. They really love their nades. 9.8 as compared to NKT 7.2. And we have RRQ 7 and GEEK Fam 6.7. But we do remember some of the amazing nade plays in week number 1.
And don't forget about the God. He's still living up to his name, Master of Nades, right now at 7.2. That's going to be half of the 7.2, probably coming up from the God's contribution. But for today's rotation of the schedule itself, we're starting off as per usual. So, we have our first map in Sunhawk, Triple A Wrangle. Then we're heading over to Marama. Again, we have to remind you guys, it's GMT +7, so adjust your time zone accordingly.
Yes, and in between match 3 and match 4, we will have a break. So that is where you guys can catch your snacks and be back here for the second half of the day. So we're going to start off in Sanhok as always. And Sanhok, that one map that will be played. No mistakes can be done because there's no other Sandhawk today. And when we play the next Sandhawk, it will be an absolutely different grouping. So they have to adapt real quick in game 1.
Yeah, but Sunhawk is always going to be sort of a wild card map here. We do know there's going to be different teams usually going to take over on Sunhawk. It's also very heavily dependent on the dependent on towards the circle as well. So circle wise, so far we had some Painan, we have some of bootcamp circles. We have always comprised of 3 island circle, not so much when it comes to tuck onto one corner like Hartin. We haven't seen Hartin circle at all when it comes to Sunhawk.
No, not yet. So it has not gone all the way there. But if it goes, then it's going to be one of the toughest circles for the teams to play. Especially, well, generally any circle that's stuck in the corner, right? Even if it goes to Kampong, it's going to be the same case. Bantai is going to be the same case. But the common circle that we have gotten so far is the Camp Alpha Island circle. And today Alter Ego isn't played. They do love the Camp Alpha circle. So let's see which team will be taking that spot instead. And then where will the circle go, of course.
And also don't forget about the grouping that we have, the scattered and reshuffle of groupings. So there are probably going to be some clashes when it comes to week number 2, since they have different teams playing this time within the different groups. So we're going to have to see if there's any early collision or not when it comes to those hot drops early on. But I think it's time for us to see our predictions. But well, I think our predictions, for me probably when it comes to week 2 prediction, right? I would go for the teams that not having any week 1 Super Sunday yet. So I'm looking forward for a bit of a change when it comes to teams to the second page in last week.
Yeah, so for us, this is our prediction. So I've got TALON, VIP, and Team Flash, and Choo-Choo's with PEA, Team PANDUM, as well as the Infinity. So mind walking us through your thought process behind your 3 picks?
It is what it is. I mean, like, PANDUM definitely have a shot, right? Because of last minute they're being pushed down. I think they definitely deserve this week to Super Sunday based on how they perform in the very last minute, going crazy with those 18 eliminations, 17 eliminations. It was one of the highest still, but the record holder is still going to be morphed so far. So for PANDUM, all they need to do is just push slightly early this time than having it and saving it for last minute.
Right, so Team PANDUM seems to be one of the highlights for Choo-Choo, and I cannot disagree with that. I think they are definitely a team that has a lot of potential. I mean, even when they were using the org name Pygmy before this as well, they did fairly well. And with the experience that they've gained over the years, or at least over the seasons, that is, they definitely would have learned a thing or two and would improve from there. As for my pick, well, I would say out of 3 picks, if I were to pick one, it would be TALON Esports. I'm a fan of Yoru, and I noticed that he's playing, so I'm excited to see what he can bring to the table.
I like your pick on TALON because I personally do love a lot of Red Face, but unfortunately we didn't get to see him play so often here. So I don't know what's the case on the side of TALON. Probably is saving it for later for the coaching staff to let Red Face play. But BA, I'm looking forward here. One of my picks is going to be BA as well. I want to see if things change for PA because we do know they have a version 2.0, which they'd be more aggressive and play a bit of a center of the circle, slightly in the middle stage of the game around circle, probably stage 4, 5, and 6. And things change when they actually do that. So I want to see, can they implement that once more in week number 2?
Yeah, and they definitely could use a major shift of play style. So they got a break yesterday because they did not make it into the Super Sunday. So hopefully that break will bring them a positive change for today. Same goes for Alliance as well. A rare occasion, the fact that they did not join the Super Sunday. And I believe that a lot of fans were surprised by that result as well. So again, looking forward to see what sort of changes they'll be able to put on the table now that we have a restart and they had a break during yesterday.
Speaking of the break, the holiday that nobody wants was yesterday, but everybody won an off day when it comes to Saturday. So you get to see if the same team is going to have a break when it comes to this Saturday, where they have go on another trip of Bali just to have a bit of healing time for the teams, and also when it comes to the bonding time within themselves as well. Now, RQ definitely have a great start here. We don't see too much of a difference, probably even the lineup. So I can assume RQ, they pretty much found out their secret formula to win every single Super Sunday, or maybe even be consistent in every Super Sunday. It's also the question of Can they still? Will any of the teams in week number 1 Super Sunday will not make it in week number 2?
Yeah, consistency will always be the big question, right? Especially for teams who did not perform in yesterday's Super Sunday. So hopefully they will not bring that bad juju onto today, because normally we will have like a 2-day break before we resume, right? So that will give them time to recuperate themselves. But this time, at least for between week 1 and week 2, it's going to be slightly different. No extra breaks for them. So whoever played the Super Sunday yesterday, if they're not from Group B, then they have to be playing again today. So looking at teams that didn't do too well, but actually if I were to look at, okay, Group A, Sem9 did okay. Group C, maybe looking at teams like the Infinity, who did not really do well in the Super Sunday. So it's their chance to show that they're able to pick up themselves quickly after not so bright performance in yesterday.
Yeah, I agree. When it comes to teams that did made it through to the Super Sunday in week number 1, especially the teams at the very bottom, they have to make it through every single week here, because if not, they might get pushed down and not being able to be in the grand finals later. So for the teams actually that place themselves at the very bottom during the Super Sundays, they cannot afford to even miss one single Super Sunday. For RRQ and Vampires, it's still going to be some room for them to drop one Super Sunday, but it's going to be a tough climb later on. So nobody wants to drop from Super Sunday. We're going to have to wait and see, will they make it again?
Yeah, and of course, even though if they did well like in the first Super Sunday, they need to continue on to be able to maintain a good amount of head start points in the grand finals later. Anyway, we're going to restart week number 2 in Sand Hall.
Here we go. We have a very northern circle this time coming up from Sundog. Is it a sign? Is it a sign? It's going to be Heartin Circle. We did have a glimpse of Heartin just now. It's going to be the Cam Alpha Island. A lot of teams will drop here early on, including a bootcamp. But will there be any new clashes? It's going to be a shuffle of groups coming into week number 2. We have a bit of reset between the teams. Let's see who will get the first blood here.
Yes, looking over at the Camp Alpha Island. So Boom Esports is filling the absence of Alter Ego in the Camp Alpha itself, and also the Camp Alpha Mountain. Sem9 dropping in the area of Hatin. Based on historical wise, it is not a spot that is foreign to them. But I'm also looking over on the right side of the map. We got Roy overlapping with another team. It could be Crit VIP. Yeah, Roy and Crit VIP is overlapping inside the campo, so we might see the first clash there.
Well, definitely will. Seems like they're dropping right on top of each other. We might actually have some Painan actions too. RRQ seems to be splitted next across Talon, but like how you mentioned, Roy versus Creep VIP. Let's have it a go. And they have first contact made. One of them managed to get some eliminations. Creep VIP lost one man early on. Creep VIP versus Roy. Roy is back on the rise, perhaps when it comes to week number 2.
And also just a quick point out on the circle, it encompasses 3 islands. So this is not the best of circles for the teams. But we're going to continue on the fight. Putra trades back onto Roy by knocking down Car.
There's a nice net coming out from the side of Putra across the other side of a window and the building. Here comes Putra trying to clear up the corners. Unfortunately, he didn't get to say hello and straight on the ground. Juke as per usual. Juke will always be the clutcher for the team Roy. Now Juke cooking up the nade, hoping to drop on maybe a boy because Helton seems to be playing at the back line. He will try to reset himself, and Crave VIP, they resort to retreat because right now if they commit to it, they will just be digging their own grave.
Yeah, so with 2 players pushed to the corner, the only potential exit point is on the south side, but even so they'll be exposed. So I don't know, they have to find a way to win this fight, but the odds are against them at this point. So Roy, they even have the chance to like go around and loot. They'll be well stocked up by the time they're ready to push on the final 2 members of Crit VIP.
It's all down to Shunos if you want to close in the gap and just slowly creeping from behind the backside of Crit VIP. That's one way to do it because they have no clue about any information at the backside for GEEK. If they want to go for the push, they have to wait for the call from Shunos first to see if anything's clear from the back in case there's going to be third party crossing by. But GEEK already ready himself with a DBS, trying to find a way in. I don't think they have any much more grenades because if they do, especially when it comes to the mollies, this will be the perfect time for them to drop it.
Well, Porsche might think this is the perfect time to push. Now that he will move in. Okay, he has the information now. Goes up to the second floor. Tries to find the other member of Crit VIP. Helton went down to the ground floor. But he's pretty low. He'll be knocked down by Car with TBS. Now only our boy left and Crit VIP becomes the first team to be eliminated. 4 points clean to Roy.
Roy definitely showed their dominance that they are the alpha on top of Kampong right now. Great VIP have to go back to the drawing board if they are actually fighting for another Sunhawk against Roy for the next one. But we're not done for our actions here. We talked about PANDUM early on. Will they start taking actions and matter into their own hands? And speaking of Roy and Great VIP, they are in the same Group C, so we're definitely going to see them fighting over some compounds in the next few days.
Yeah, so that will be interesting to see if Crit VIP would still want to challenge them or will they move away. But that will be for another day, ladies and gentlemen. For now, in the other areas of Sunhawk, so it looks like everyone has found their peaceful area for now. But with the circle, because it's 3 islands, I would expect all these teams to kind of hold on to their current island. At most, they will move on to the center where the area bootcamp is at. So at least when the circle shifts, they'll be able to get across first. They will have first advantage if the circle is scammy enough.
Speaking of scammy, I remember how Roy actually played a bit of a scammer in a couple of few days ago. They just play it safe. And they play it well right. That was the last chance stage before they heading into the Super Sunday. That's how they actually do it. I hope that we can actually see that kind of sneaky plays from Roy again. That was super cheeky, but it works out for them. But Alliance, now that's going to be a rare sight. We didn't see them in week 1 Super Sunday. So I do question what happened to Alliance, that one of the most consistent team coming up from Malaysia region. What has changed this season? It seems like they're dropping a bit their performance.
Well, definitely not their lineup. Their lineup is 100% same from last season. So I'm not too sure about that now. This is where it gets interesting if we get the chance to like interview the teams that didn't really perform. Because I'm pretty sure the fans would want to know as well, like what's up with these teams that are expected to do well and what has changed internally. Because externally, at least from our view and from the fans, there's no changes. Even the jersey is still the same from the last season. So it's kind of hard to tell unless they get the chance to like explain themselves to the fans in an interview, perhaps.
I agree. I do hope we get that interview later here, at least within today, because we do know when it comes to week number 2, it's so crucial for Alliance to make a comeback. And I agree with you. Nothing seems to be changing, but what happened behind the scene, if you compare with 7-9, they definitely have big changes, but the changes were actually a very good change. Such an improvement this season compared to the last one. So maybe that's what they needed for Lions, the addition of new players perhaps. It seems like they're hitting themselves at a wall, probably just hit the stagnant of this new season.
Yeah, on the surface, I guess that's the best way to explain it since everything else happens behind the scenes. So, at least for 7-9, the best part about 7-9 is that they knew that they did not qualify onto PMWC the last time, and they didn't do really well in general in the last PMSL. And with these changes that they have made, I can see significant improvement. And they are, although they're not like up there, right? But they have been fairly consistent throughout week 1. So I believe that fans and even myself as well, I would expect 7-9 to continue on to be consistent with the performance that they have shown in week 1.
Speaking of consistency, but the circle never consistent, but it will hover around boot camp. So we've seen this sort of circle before. Will ended up on top of Painan or boot camp. We're gonna have to wait and see because PA this time they are changing it, and I guess we we expect them to do this in week number 2, and they're dropping it big for the first day, week number 2 here, even in the first map. Now, BA, they're trying to play the center. Can things be different? They are right on top of the circle. But for the latecomers, we have Roy, Alliance, MORPH, and Infinity from the north. Assume Roy and Alliance might bump into each other due to how they might rotate in the same direction.
Yeah, it's a different play style. So with the absence of FaZe Clan, they took over boot camp, and it's a straightforward rotation to take the high ground south of boot camp from there. So interesting. Because normally, whatever it is, they like to play at the edge of the map, whichever corner of the map it is. But this is one of the rare occasions that they play from the middle. So far, we'll see whether it works out for them. But the rush is knocked. But the good news is that at least he's on that high ground. So it's not easy for RRQ to end his life.
Play around the rock structure here for PA, taking covers. We'll try to peek for information. But Sam9 and Infinity trading blows. Around the bridge area, seems like they have some bridge campers. I don't know whether it's Infinity try to bridge camp them or it's the other way around, but we do know for 100% that these two teams will bump either way due to how they will rotate the same direction. And Sam9, they definitely were trying to cross over that bridge when they caught off guard by Infinity. They thought they would be the latest one coming into towards this bridge, but unfortunately, well, they have to greet their friends now.
Yeah, and Boboho unfortunately is knocked, and he's in a position that is difficult to save. Yeah, being held hostage now by Tiger X. But okay, actually managed to make it into the water, so Fearon will be there to pick him up. But the bad news is that the blue will be onto them, so they still need to find an exit plan. This is where their healing utilities will play a crucial role, and Yuhai only has one first aid.
Yeah. Seems like they're taking their own sweet time in the blue zone for Sam9, unsure about the position of Infinity. Who try to find any sort of information, but Infinity, they already flee the crime scene after they're giving such a tough time to a side of Sam9, rotate the other way around, playing around the lake instead. But we have another contender on the other side if they go towards this rotation, and KT waiting at the other end. And speaking of the interview early on with God Sunny, Infinity feels like they definitely are up to par players. They are very high caliber players. It feels like their synergy is still not quite right yet for this season.
Yeah, it's been a good amount of seasons by now. They have made changes along the way, but nothing really sticks. Even this season, they had a couple of changes too. So, but gotta give them the credit for it, right? Like, they're trying to identify what their issues are, and they've been making significant changes. But whether the changes actually work out for them, that's going to be the second question. But I applaud them for having the courage to actually make those changes. And now it's about like trying to find that right missing piece for the Infinity.
Speaking of the missing piece, it feels like a lot of things missing the circle here, including the ones in the blue, which are going to be quite a far-fetched rotation. I don't even see Sam9 in here because just quite fine, and they are on the north. Infinity managed to creep into boot camp, and KT will grip them all in from there. D Xavier's just already left way before to his from Paradise Resort. Now they're coming up to his side of boot camp as well. Painan might be the next circle. We do know Painan is going to be difficult for them to got over 360 degrees due to the river in between, plus there's some couple of bridges, so I assume a lot of teams already taken on the north and the south of this compound of Painan right now.
Yeah, it's starting to get crowded here, and it doesn't help that this circle still has that river in between, so that minuses off some of the playable areas. And in a small map like this, every land counts. Alliance crash into D Xavier, and they'll take this frontal fight. D Xavier had to be prepared to defend their ground, and D Xavier will lose Lamborghini.
Oh, next, Leon managed to pull it off. Alliance seems like they're holding the compound quite right. These Xaviers, despite they have some minor victory problem with the Lions. Jimmy down to only 1 HP left, and Lamborghini pick at the right time with that DBS. Unfortunately for Alliance, only Jimmy can actually do the work and clean up the rest of the Xavier's crew. But it's 3v1. The odds against on the side of the Lions right now. Jimmy, this is going to be a tough start again for Alliance for week number 2.
Oh man, at first it looked like Alliance had it in the bag. I mean, they crashed into that building with only 2 players from D Xavier, but they're losing the plot right now. Oh my goodness. And Jimmy OP is out of first aid. He only has that one nade. And he'll try to get a knock with the nade. Not able to. Nate T will retreat to heal up himself. But all information is in Jimmy OP as the only man standing inside this building. And he's not able to heal up.
Waiting for a third party passing by here. These Xaviers. For Nate, he can actually save it. Lamborghini still, but for Jimmy, how to get out? We can see PANDUM approaching on the other side. Infinity, on the other hand, they navigate themselves away from Sam9 just now, taking another fight against NKT. They will actually collide, like it or not, by the end of the day. They are fighting for the inevitable, and at the same time, they have to force this through if they want to cut across to the center of the circle. Mr. G will be playing for the first map here by the side of NKT. We don't see any Triple F nearby, so NKT are probably going to shift over Mr. Joe with a Triple F for the next round, but Lions, Jimmy didn't made it through. Still going to be NKT versus Infinity, while Infinity playing indoors.
So Alliance still not able to come back from their downfall of last week, starting the week with only 1 point inside of Sandhawk. Well, there's still a bigger map to play after this inside of Irango. But Circle, oh my goodness, this is such a hard circle. Painan Circle with still the river in between. Oh, it's going to be bloody next.
At least TALON and MORPH is going to be good news for them. So MORPH will be guarding over towards his team coming up from south. But for TALON, that's going to be a tougher situation. But RQ is love around the bridge area, so they're going to stick to the compounds nearby the bridge. With PA coming up from north, Sam9 coming in from the back. So I want to see, can Sam9 bulldoze all the teams while they get themselves into the center? Or will they get bulldozed instead? A Team Flash engaging towards PANDUM and GEEK Fan possibly at the same time, yeah? Gosu and Team Flash have to rotate into the side inside of a circle without being harmed, but Roy came out from the side of GEEK Fam too, so I guess Team Flash probably gonna be saved here by Roy.
Oh, but on the outside of blue, Ka is tanking it. Now Juke in the building alone. Audrey is waiting on high ground. Mika's bleeding out together with Aizen, and Ka will try to finish off Aizen. He wants to make sure that point goes into the pocket of Roy, and Juke takes out Mika. Aizen is out thanks to Juke as well. So at least 2 points out of GEEK Fam secured by Roy now.
Roy need a bit of reset. Car bleeding out. It's going to be okay. Got tapped from afar. Sam9 slowly approaching PA from the back. PA, they're coming in a bit earlier than the usual rotations. And Rush spotted out Yuhai. Yuhai's bleeding out. There's going to be 1 point secured in the hands of PA. They do have those elevations and they put up to work. Team Flash next is going to be NKT. It was GEEK Fam before, but NKT, after they're done with Infinity, now going against Team Flash. Infinity, they would just let it pass by, but for Zeus, DBS with 1 rock, he actually did the work for the side of Team Flash. Well done.
Well done indeed, and high ground did give them the advantage. But no advantage for GEEK Fam. Audrey did not make it, and they're out at number 13 without any points. Same goes for the Infinity at number 12. RRQ needs to reset quickly. This is the time when teams will start to crash in onto each other. And Roy out, but at least they got 8 eliminations.
Sam9 out next, despite we thought they're going to bulldoze people from behind, but unfortunately PA stopped them from their rotation. These Avis crashing into RQ. Assam managed to hold their grounds. Parajin will cry for help, but who will save him? I don't think Lamborghini will try to go for the save. He will neglect and abandon entirely, knowing the fact there's no way for him to go and jeopardize for the entire crew survival placement points later on. RQ, they definitely hurt Lamborghini transition himself, but the problem is Lamborghini walking straight into Vampires. But Zeus, can he clutch this again?
To the right, Zeus! The answer from Zeus is yes! He can pull off a big one here. And Zeus, 6 eliminations already by himself. Now all he needs to worry is to get into the circle as he shifts towards the left.
2 teams in a row with a DBS and rifle plays. What a play by Zeus. This is going to be our spotlight play of the day when it comes to Sunhawk map. I have to say, he carried the hack for Team Flash here by himself.
Man, the God of Thunder. Or more like the God of DBS. Either one of that. But PA played in the middle of the circle, went out at number 8 with 3 elimination points. So that's 4 points secured by PA this time. Okay start. I mean, it's a Sandhawk map. So gotta give them the benefit of the doubt. And the best part is that they did try something different. Will be interesting to see if they would do something like that again in the following round. But now putting focus onto the circle. So we still have a few players on the outside of it, including Team Flash now. Zeus and Batman is the duo that has to do it, and potentially against RRQ.
You mentioned about TALON before when we start the game. TALON seems to be a bit passive here. Conservative, not really passive. They know for the fact they're playing inside of circles, so they can just pick and try to get some getaway points by being at a third party. But RRQ, on the other hand, they probably going to have to leave in 2 seconds to go. Stage number 6 will ahead. They definitely got a lot of information on Team Flash. If they go for CQC and just force their way into Team Flash and make it a DBS play, I don't know if they can actually pull that off. Zeus right now is pretty much aggressive with those DBS.
Yeah, he's definitely on fire now. Somebody got to remove the DBS from his hands, but unless he drops it himself, there's no way for anyone to slap the DBS off his hand. But maybe the circle will force him to drop the DBS. Nah, whatever it is, they got the circle. Circle shifted towards the right side, and they're pretty comfy on all the way on the right side of the circle, clear away from all the other teams.
Speaking of clearing, Team Flash, Batman try to clear their path just to cut across, but RRQ not making it easy. Fnatic definitely will gatekeep Team Flash. RRQ have their tight eyes and tight leash towards Team Flash just now, but they have another problem to deal with. I think it's Boom coming up from the other side, but we're probably gonna have another bridge fight between these Xavier's Lamborghini, who ran away against the other team, just now facing the rest of Vampires. And Vampires, they have 2 players left, so it's doable. And they didn't actually spot out Lambo. Never mind, now they know. Stone jumped down, and that's gonna be MORPH stealing from across the other side of a shoreline.
And Vampire out with only 1 point this time. MORPH, they're the ones dominating with 5 eliminations. Now next is going to be Boom Esports. No circle, stage 6. And looking over at their utilities, Yummy has 1 first aid, Razy no first aid. So for them to take out the blue, it's not going to be an option. They have to move forward.
Razy definitely moving forward here. Boom playing a bit of a tag team, trying to find information, slowly creeping into the safe zone. But the thing is, it's quite an open space if they want to cross that street. And Ark is watching every team's movement here. Flyboy coming up from the back with Yummy May, try to make sure they can have a bit of a safety net in case their front line will be shot down, which can be in the case of Jaws. He's playing here right now for MORPH. Talent spotted out Boom player. Team Flash against Archie, they are fighting back. While Jaws just keep tapping it on to a side of Boom. Blue Zone arrive. MORPH and Boom, they're both not winning here.
Yeah, and Yummy is down, and there goes that first aid together with him. And a Misery looking for the next Boom target. But oh, Flash, 10 eliminations already, unstoppable. Wow, okay, something's cooking here with Team Flash.
Down to only 4 teams. MORPH playing a third party. Same case for Talon. They are taking away all the points, being knocked down by their team on the other side of the hill. Now, Boom, bomb it either to give away and deny the points towards the blue, or just give it to a side of Talon. But I think Blazer finish off the rest of Boom. We're down to only 3 teams. MORPH as a 3, or maybe even 4. Pretty low HP. Talon been waiting all this while. Well, they have been very patient. Patience a virtue, and it plays fruitfuls as well when it comes to their numbers. There are 4 players as well and alive, now waiting for the circle to just play alongside with them.
Well, the circle definitely putting pressure onto MORPH, and they're forced to move forward. But they'll be happy to pick up a couple of points in the process against Talon. While Team Flash, on the other side, playing as a duo, Batman as well as Zeus, monitoring the situation, opening up the high ground, and also Zeus with the off angle. But he has to move a little bit forward, doesn't have the circle. Now we're at stage 8. But the bigger focus right now is going to be MORPH and Talon, and Lynx will be knocked.
Talon, the moment they left the compound and left those buildings, they have some problems to deal with the firepower of MORPH. Jaw still bleeding out in the center. Misery got hit by the nade. Here comes another projector coming in. Misery in trouble, down to only 20% of HP, going for the spray. Zero trying to cross the street by his open space. Misery alongside with the rest of Talon managed to take him down, and Axel did the job alongside with Yoru. And Playzone chip in as well. We're down to only 2 teams, Team Flash and Team Talon, who actually scores this chicken dinner.
2v3, and Team Flash, they choose to take the frontal approach. And here we have Batman here with SFK. He'll be knocked down, only left with Zeus. This is the time for the pull off a clutch. One more down, but no clutch this time by the God of Thunder Zeus. Instead, the first chicken dinner of week number 2 will be given to TALON.
TALON, no rough face, no problem. They show what they're made of, and TALON, they've been playing it safe and sound, as has been conservative, and it was well worth it as well. Patience is the key here. And on the side of MORPH, as well as just now, I have to say the teams that perform at the top 4, they pretty much almost had it, but unfortunately it's the Blues that make it so difficult for them. Oh, that was a close one, but unfortunately it's an open space the moment they try to cross the street. But nonetheless, Misery putting people into misery with 635 damage, 6 eliminations by himself.
Oh yeah, with a total team elimination of 10, so that's 20 points collected by TALON in this round. So no doubt, all the yellows are towards Misery. I would say we definitely know who's the MVP this time. And of course, officially, we have to congratulate Misery as the MVP with the 6 eliminations, 635 damage, 190 damage received, 40% team contribution, and a survival time of 21 minutes 40 seconds. Misery comes in as the MVP.
20% of headshot is still quite a high number there compared to the others. But for Team Flash, more Van D Xavier Flash, just now what a performance, especially when it comes to those DBS CQC plays. You have to give it to Zeus. He just outperformed all of his teammates here just now.
Yeah, I know, right? Zeus definitely carried the team there. And here we will be checking out the highlights, not from Zeus, but from the Chicken Dinner team, TALON.
Ten, 10, and a 20. That's going to be a lot of 10s here, by the way, when it comes to the eliminations. Team Flash and TALON both scored themselves quite a number of eliminations, but MORPH will have a double 11 as well from MORPH and Xavier.
Yeah, it was a tense moment in the standout match earlier on that Roy was not able to get placement points, but they got 8 elimination points to cover that up. So they are the only team in page 1 without placement points here, a total of 8 points. Other than that, PEA, who played in the middle of the circle, a little bit different than what we used to seeing them, managed to score 4 points, and they are in page 1 too.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much straightforward for PEA. They should know by now. You know what? This is way better than we actually play later. So I hope they stick with their guns here when it comes to the center of the circle. But unfortunately for Crit VIP, seems like they're hitting the wall again this week. I don't know what happened to the week one first few days of group stage. It was definitely a different team, but now they seems to be diminishing that performance. But we have to give it to our top fraggers, TALON, with 10 eliminations. Alongside with Flash with 10 as well, and these Avis and Roy seems to be having a lot of eliminations too.
Oh yeah, 8 and 8 respectively, which is, well, 8 for the both of them. And for Team Flash, they gotta thank Zeus for that previous round, for them to be up here with those 10 eliminations. And here we have it. Thank you, graphics. Zeus, 7 knocks. Now these are knocks. When it comes to eliminations, it's probably about 7 or 8 that he got at the end.
Yep, this is going to be a top 4 fight as the set award, of course. 7 knocks. But he did so well just now for the side of Zeus. That DPS play was something else. But Misery, as per usual, always going to be present when it comes to time that's critical for the side of TALON. They showed up and he showed up as well. But for our first chicken dinner of the day, taken away by the Indonesian region team, TALON starting off the day super strong. Who will follow pursuit their steps here when it comes to the Wrangle map?
Yeah, so we have 3 Erangel maps to be played, but after the second Erangel, we'll be taking a break. So that will be later, meaning that right now, there's no extended break. We will be heading straight on to the following game with this new group. So I'll be interested to see. Okay, one key thing, right, that I would love to see is where will PEA play? Will they try to play somewhere in the middle now? Not to the extent of challenging Pachinki from the hands of Xavier or even School from RRQ, but at least playing a little bit more in the middle rather than their usual starboard chemistry, just to switch things up on week 1.
I wish they will do that, of course. I think probably the first drop they're going to drop where they used to do, which are going to be Severny or Starboard or even Kameshki at this point. Because it's always going to be their comfort zone for loot, and they know exactly where to find those loots. I just hope they get earlier rotations. You leave Starboard early on, you just drop and loot yourself, go find vehicles, straight go into the circle. That's what they needed instead of playing it super late how they used to. Because right now we're looking at PEA playing a bit earlier, actually do so well and so much more advantage compared to playing it late. We do see Semnan coming in later for the first Sunhawk map. I don't know if they're going to stick to that or just going to play the center as well.
Yeah, because 7-9 is quite a nomad as well across the map. So they also depend on like potentially which teams are not playing, and that's where the spots they will take. So if I were to like look back at the Group B now, some of the teams that are not playing here. Interesting spot. FaZe Clan and XERXIA both are in Group Bs and both of them are not playing. So theoretically, the entire Jogo pool is open, so that will be up for grabs for some of those teams. And Jogo pool is a pretty nice spot because you have a lot of loot and it will be more than enough for the 4 players.
I think there will be some teams trying to get themselves Jogo pool early on. We're going to have to wait and see who will that team be. Also, when it comes to the circle, we had only one northern circuit, but that was super north, by the way, compared to all the other circles that we had in Erangel. We have a couple of SMB. Most of them quite in the center too, so not too shabby. I say it's still going to be okay for now for the teams to assume that circle will be generous enough to be in the center. A lot of around the area of Rosshog Ruins, mentioned and present for the past few days. So we can assume probably the circle going to keep around that same pattern around in the center. So I think it's no problem for the teams to play in the center of the circle early on.
Yeah, and of course it also depends what sort of a circle we're gonna get, right? If we get a military-based circle, they wish they can play in the center. But then it's not about just playing the center if it's a military-based circle. It's a process of getting there, and that is that's why military-based circles are fun for us, but not fun for them. But speaking about fun, let's check out their faces here and whether teams are making sauce, because we have seen before that after round number 1, teams tend to change their players, or some teams at least. Notably Flyboy, who has had this history of like he played Sunhawk, but after that match, he gets swapped out.
Same goes for NKT Mr. Joe. We can assume Triple F probably will be playing here. if it's towards the Wrangle map, but so far we don't see any swaps of a player across our screen yet, so gonna have to wait and see. Cree VIP, I don't know, man, it's just so different here. I don't know what changed when it comes to week 1. Did they actually try to experiment on certain plays? But they actually do have the same lineup, so I don't know what happened to Helton, because it was a different Helton in week number 1. But we do see the lineup of Sen9 here right now, and we don't see anybody like Kenny or Loyu, so I assume this is going to be their fixed starter lineup for Sen9 too.
Yeah, even though when they had a comfortable entry into the Super Sunday, yet they did not feel Kenny or Loyu, which is pretty interesting, because by that time we see even like BTR starts to feel their academy players just to give them a run out, and also try to save up energy from their main roster. But yeah, who knows? Maybe they're taking this as a serious training as well when they have the gap because of their new players. But let's get into Erangel now.
First wrangle of week number 2 will mark so much for the next few wrangles there, because it will be some early clash for the teams that trying to grab the vacant places for the teams that's not playing here today. Mind you, if you guys waiting for Alter Ego, BIGETRON, O2 Esports, TODAK, FAZE Clan, XERXIA and Team Secret Void Donkey, they'll be playing tomorrow instead, okay guys, because it's A versus C right now. And the flight path favors on the southern side, so it's going to be from the side of South Milta up to the south of Hospital. Question is the circle and who will take around Jogopol right now.
Yeah, so it's very it's still very reachable, I must say. You just need to like wait to the end, and then you drop by that time, and then you hover around to Jogopol, so it's still doable. Sem9 looks like they're gonna go to Novo this time. With the absence of a Team Secret, and they're going to share the bigger island with Team PANDUM. So those are the two teams there. This is where Sem9 would wish they get the military base island instead. Other than that, we're going to see a couple of regular drops as well for GEEK Fam into Ferry Pier, and Primos, it is Vampire Esports.
Well, I assume that vampires, they always gonna play like quite fast when it comes to rotation with the circle pops. But we definitely want to see if there's any new contenders. There no first blood just yet. Might be some first contact meet later on. But on the side of SMB, like you mentioned, it seems like only 2 teams right now. It depends on the next few stages of the circle as well. But the circle is up north all the way, and it's still gonna be comprised a lot of water ratio in it.
And Saverny-centered circle, at least for now. So this will be interesting since the flight path is down south. So naturally, even though some teams would change their drop spot, they would probably prioritize like the southern area. So traveling up is going to take quite a bit for them, and that will be that will put themselves in a tougher position. So with this kind of circle, I would say keep your eye on some of the choke points, the bridges, just to see if any team were to gatekeep each other.
Now, O2 Esports, they're definitely watching this right now, and they are a bit grumpy, not knowing the fact that they're not playing when the circles is theirs. They're definitely going to be happy if this sort of circle going to be shown again for tomorrow when they actually do play tomorrow. But yeah, I agree. When it comes to the northern side, everybody, it's going to be also one direction. So we assume on the southern side there'll be a lot of thinning of crowd, depending. If we talked about gatekeepers, I'm looking for RRQ to actually do the job, because RRQ love bridge camping, they love those gatekeeping. So you're gonna see RRQ trying to hunt for anybody if they want to play aggressive and fun for eliminations early on.
Yeah, RRQ is an interesting one, and the fact that they'd like to start in school, so it gives them quicker access, depending on timing, of course, to the northern side, and they'll be capable of doing that. Other than that, potentially even a boom, light gatekeeping. Normally, they like to drop in Rozok, and when they're done, they move up north across the river, and they'll take some of the high grounds there, where they will have a good view of the bridges on the left and on the right of Rozok there to try to stop teams from coming in.
I do love you mentioned about Rozhok. Rozhok is also one of the great places for them to actually gatekeep, but it's still stage number 1. We don't know how much of Rozhok will be in the stage number 2 though. So I assume maybe Boom will try to move up north the moment they're done with their looting. Probably a lot of teams that actually do have their drops on the northern side, they won't overstay themselves too long. We can assume some of them will just rotate after 5 minutes of looting and 10 minutes of looting and then go straight into their second checkpoint to make sure they have a better compound and better view just in case for any eliminations. But we have Zero. When it comes to Zero, from zero to hero, he did so well last time we seen MORPH going for that 22 eliminations.
Yeah, and that's still the golden number here. 22 eliminations in a single round. It's a number that we will be looking forward to see if it will be broken in week number 2. We already got such a high bar in week number 1, so it will probably take a while, or potentially even that record might stick throughout the entire season. But what's not sticking here is going to be some of the rotations. I noticed that the bridge camping or the gatekeeping is happening at another bridge. Not this one, but probably one of those in the middle in the Rozhok area.
Yeah, we can assume that's going to happen. But for how many teams? That's also something that we should look forward about. Alright, here we talk about them being gatekeepers, but I assume No Mercy is just doing some scouting work, marking their perimeters to know how many teams will be nearby. And so far, it's quite vacant, still safe for RRQ to lurk about. They found themselves this Verne warehouse. We know this warehouse, some teams will try to resort here, but the problem with this warehouse is that the moment they step out, it's quite an open space, so they definitely don't want to cluster it up together for RRQ players. Yeah, they're scattering on the north, but they might bump into some teams. Yeah, I assume there's going to be Team Flash rotating as well. That's high value information for RRQ, whether to commit to the fight or not.
Oh, and here we go. Team Flash is the one that caught out the Fnatic, but not able to land a single bullet. So Fnatic, at least he's aware that, okay, somebody's at that direction, so he goes to the opposite side since he's alone. Information relayed back, and that is where they will either pay a little bit more attention or they just won't go there at all.
It depends whether they want to go for unnecessary early conflicts and unnecessary fight, but it's also opportunity, like how you see the glass, right? Half full or half empty. If they really want to go for eliminations, some teams love to go just for eliminations. We saw how Semnan pulled it off yesterday. A lot of teams, couple of them, maybe around 4 or 5 teams aiming for those eliminations instead of placement points, because it's better to go down with something rather than ended up with nothing by the end of the day. But over aggression shown by last week PANDUM plays last minute kind of punished them till the very end when they're being pushed down in the last minute with the 1 point difference. So over aggression, it's all about balance here, right, Cloud? Balancing both is always going to be the best case scenario.
Yeah, just like the famous words of Thanos, balance in all things. Wait, that is not Thanos. That sounds like something else. Okay, but yeah, but it's related to Thanos as well. He has a slightly different line, but almost the same. But you get the gist.
Yeah, Thanos, a light version, maybe.
Yeah, I'll find it out later.
But we have sprays. M9, they're going for bridge camping a lot here today. Last Sunhawk map was also about bridge fight. Seems like they're trying to work around bridge plays here when it comes to this week, possibly. PANDUM just gonna pass over the other side. They managed to break through. Unfortunately for Sem9, they couldn't actually gain any sort of elimination. Sem9, they swapped, they changed their playstyle here. We saw week number 1, they're going into the center, going for eliminations. This time they're playing it super, super late. Many times they take in the blue zone.
Yeah, because they drop in Novo. So naturally, their timing would be a little bit later with this sort of circle. If the circle was like somewhere in the middle, then it would still be kind of okay. But yeah. And Team PANDUM, they try to stop them, but interesting that Team PANDUM is like, okay, we try to stop them, we take that one moment, if there's nothing, we're gonna leave. We don't want to spend too much time, which is great for Team PANDUM. And I'm sure Sem9, they noticed the shift of Team PANDUM, so now they are plotting their way across. And it does look potential that Sem9 might go to the left because they are heading that direction. Yeah, so they're going to take that lesser risk route by the left bridge instead.
I don't know about Boo Boo. Is still going to as a right bridge though. I've seen Sam9, they want to go for early rotation before they did. I mean, like, yes, the circle is far, and that's one of the many reasons why they're playing it late. But we've seen also where they go straight towards the circle, despite have no looting phase whatsoever at the moment they got themselves those vehicles. So it is definitely deliberate on the side of Sam9. Boo Boo, who he jumps down for his vehicle. But I don't know how long Sam9 will try to fight in the blue, because the next few stage they might still end it. These Xaviers already start busy themselves against Boom, and Flyboy got missed out early, and Levi finished it off. Boom lost one man early on. I don't know where are the rest of them.
Probably they caught the scouter. So the other members, not too sure. Hopefully we get them on screen. At least we get a good visual on where exactly they are. But at least these Xavier, okay, a decent start for them with 1 elimination, not losing anyone in the process. As for the Infinity, looks like they're going to come in from the north. Okay, so Vernie in. Expect better access from the north, since majority of teams come from the south, right? So up north, you might have some teams like RRQ, but not majority of it at least. So the Infinity can put focus onto one team at a time.
We saw RRQ just scouting over this area before they're being greeted by Team Flash early on. Now Infinity passing by as well. So assume there's going to be around 4 teams on top of Savannah by now. And Infinity, do they resort to this warehouse? We talked about this warehouse before. It's an open space the moment they jump out, but it's still going to be A-okay because it's quite in the circle still. But the rest of RIQ just now, they will rejoin their teammate and move as a unit. Now back towards how Lamborghini and the rest of these Xaviers caught Boom by surprise. Unfortunate for Flyboy, he actually didn't drive towards the higher elevations just like the rest of the team. It was trying to open up perimeters but just caught in the action.
Yeah, and caught by the Xavier, so that happened to be the case. Unfortunately, in PUBG Mobile, there's no revive in that sense if you're totally eliminated, at least for the esports mode. So I guess Fireboy will need to wait for the following round. I wonder if he'll be swapped out, because he's that one player that has been swapping in and out of the lineup. But of course, that's for the coach to decide. And with the absence of Boom Esports inside of Sanhok, GEEK fam who rotated from Barry Pier made Sanhok their pit stop, hoping for the next circle to still be somewhat in Raw's up. Okay, here we go. Speaking about the circle, somewhat yes, so they can still kind of play it there for now.
We've seen this kind of circle before around the lake area of Yasna and Poliana. That might be the end, and we had that kind of circle, this sort of pattern, last season. So I assume that PEA's got that chicken with this kind of circle before. If they actually try to control over that lake, they might actually have another shot here, and RIQ will be the next contender. Great VIP, at least they have just 9. There's some buildings and some loot, and maybe they can try to give some pressure to the side of PEA across the other side of a lake. But the teams like Vampires, Roy and D Xavier, that's going to be a rowdy trio from the northwest side.
Well, so if EA has that record here, glad to know that they are still a full squad team and they are not playing like too far on the outside circle in, but the circle they shift towards that area, so that will put them in the circle still. So hopefully that will give them a good advantage with this kind of circle, current scenario, and also historical record as well. And for Sam9, well, they do have an NKT in front of them, but this compound that they have is pretty decent for now. It's not going to be that easy to crash in because if they come from the front, there's like this whole road protecting them. If any team were to come from the top, then it's a compound, so they have to get the advantage before able to come in. Now, nice long range shot by Bobo Fu to knock down Spider 10, but because it's a compound, so he can't finish it.
It's a very small window. You have to give respect on how Boo controls his recoil and spray that one out. It wasn't easy at all. Sam9 might actually spot a Pandum. Team Flash, Vampires at low, and probably a goodbye if they cannot fight back due to the blues and start to close. And Team Flash waiting at the other end. Vampires down to 3 players now. Team Flash, Kwang managed to secure that one elimination. I don't know which player of Vampires that they executed just now, but we don't see the rest of them passing by, so I assume that might be the last person to join in with the rest of the group of Vampires to get into the safe zone. Unfortunately, got caught at the back. MORPH, Roy, and also Zero having a go at Zero. Unfortunately, we didn't see him in action yet. Every single time he's going to be on his knees.
Yeah, and looking at these other teammates. Okay, they're on their way though. Looks like they might want to crash in. Okay, they want to follow up. Okay, here we go. They know they have the man advantage. But from the outside, Audrey from GEEK actually helping Roy indirectly.
Oh, no.
Oh man. But oh wow, look at how colorful the northern side is. But it's colorful inside this building as well as MORPH. Looks like they're winning this fight. Yul as well as Jaws will wipe out Roy. And they go out without any single point.
What a massive rotation it is. Everybody have the same idea. We want that compound on top of that hill just now where MORPH stays. And there's also another compound on the other side of the street. And everybody fighting for the same compounds there on top of these very small hills. And every single team that can actually see on the northern side of a mini-map seems to be moving in the same direction. They clash and collide. It's going to be 3 or 5 teams just to have that collision on top of that mini-map. But Vampires, they lost 1 man early on. Now they're probably going to have to sacrifice Schweppes. No for Tony. He's going to do the job to save his mate. Here comes the rescue mission. But NKT is waiting on the other side of the bridge. They're watching this right now.
Oh man, Vampire Esports now surrounded by 2 other teams. And Tony K in the water, nothing much he can do. But Stone, he does have the vehicle, so he can surprise Zeus. He surprised Batman as well. From the water vehicle, Tony K managed to hike up on the other side. And he could be the finisher. Okay, there's somebody in the water right now. Tony K, someone has an idea. And it's all about getting the information now.
Tony K. You didn't see Ghost actually sitting in the buggy. It's one of a trick that actually the players play. They can heal up in the vehicle as long as they have somewhere to sit inside of the water right now. Stone, I don't know how he does it. He does it anyway. He stands right on top of the buggy, inside of the water, right now shooting towards all the teams right on top of him on that bridge. Tony K on the other end gonna play it as the normal player, just tossing his hand grenades. It's down to 4 utilities right now, while Stone is actually breaking the water surface with his gunshot in there. How can they spot off Stone? Unfortunately for Stone, he didn't see Ghost right in front of him as well.
And the Stone right in front. Yeah, nobody can really see him. He's in the water. Okay, he's taking damage right now. Okay, finally Gosu gets him. Okay, that took a while.
The one that actually can pin him down is the one that actually also sharing the same spot as he does. Now Tony K will try to save, but unfortunately it's a bit too late. Tony K will toss the nade on Gosen. It's a Kobe without breaking any sweat. Another point for the side of Tony K. Despite they've broken the game just now, Vampires, they definitely will try to do it again later.
From the outside, here we go, Jaws. He will need to come in, but then again, all GEEK Fam needs to do is just turn their back and eliminate him. So MORPH is out at number 14.
Well, I'm looking forward for the next bridge fight, just to see another scene of standing on top of your buggy and still spraying the water. But yeah, that happened. I don't know if they will try to use it again, but a lot of swimmers seems to be drowning as well. These Xaviers, they try to swim in the blue, I assume. Crave VIP spotted out PEA. Despite they got himself in the center of the circle, unfortunately PEA, they don't have that much information regarding all the other teams rotating, so they'll be eliminated early. Next, Crave VIP, will they be back on the rise here?
Crit VIP so far still with a full score with the 2 eliminations and spot at the end of the edge of the circle away from the other team, so that could potentially happen. And on the other side of the circle, which
Tony
is the
K is
northern
doing
side,
the same thing.
yeah, no mercy. I don't think he'll be able to last long here. Yeah, there you go, Tony K.
You can actually do this.
Learn from the captain, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, they're probably gonna nerf this next. Oh, these guys, they just know how to work around the game and make it a new fun game mode for everybody else. Tony K and also coming up for Vampire Stone just now. What a brain, man. This guy has 2 million IQ to break the game like that. But these Avies, Levi's doing the same thing too. It's gonna be a water gun show all day long here.
Oh, here we go. Water gun show. Hopefully they don't shoot with water guns. That will be a bigger issue there. But on the other side, GEEK fam, the moment they crash into TALON, they got eliminated, but they take home 3 elimination points together with them. Okay, Boom Esports, they're done with the vehicle. Okay, they want to try to blow it out of the water, but the vehicle did not go the direction that they wanted to. At the same time, Tony K is the one to finish off Crazy, while they will focus on that vehicle.
I want to see how Tony K plays this one out by himself. Just underneath the bridge. He's gonna do it again. Can you actually shoot Tony K from above? That's what I want to know. Because just now the bullets don't have any sort of resistance when it flies through those water surface just now. Well, PUBG Mobile physics is a different level, guy. Infinity on the other end, trying to find those shots coming out inside of the river, but nobody can see Tony K.
Well, to answer the question is actually yes, but they need to like aim it really well. At this point, because they can't see Tony K unless he surfaces himself, and he has to surface at some point because of air, right? But all he needs to do is just take that one moment, praying that the Infinity or any other team is looking elsewhere and get back in. But the Infinity, they're now busy with TALON.
They don't have to go up. I think Tony K, as long as he sits in the buggy, he's gonna be fine. His HP is not going down any time now. He got that, I don't know what kind of oxygen they supply in that buggy, but he's definitely surviving just sitting in there. And he can even shoot from the buggy. He wants to get out from the water. In this case, no need to. But Infinity, they are at the shoreline, greeted by TALON on the other side. TALON, they're going to go for the rush. Here comes Gotani, probably splat down and double down at that. TALON going in for the rush.
And here we go, Yoru with the spray onto Logan, but Yoru traded back. Misery and Linux will need to follow up now, and it should be okay for them. Okay, they have the man advantage still, but it's still Tony K from the water raining the nades down.
This is so broken. This is just a broken spot right now for Tony K. Now he finally show himself, taking the fight against TALON. Another one drop. And it's a big one. Tony K is clutching this by himself. 7 eliminations by Tony K, and Stone just now 4 points at that. Double-digit eliminations. But Tony K is going back to the buggy. Oh no, he's one who wants to go to the safe spot. But the circle, will it move away from Tony K? Or can he still play with the buggy? I assume he's still going to play it for a bit much longer.
Well, okay, he has a moment to heal up. That is probably his one of his last few attempts with the vehicle now. No circle with it. And it's not like he can drive that vehicle past the water. If he could, he would have done that long ago. Oh, Alliance! Okay, they're in the game this time at the top 8, so they're starting to collect placement points. Leo could get his name. He sees the god in the sniper tower, but he's actually on the 2nd floor, not the 1st floor.
Trying to find around the window area. Lions trying to squeeze into the compound. Now going in for the rush. NKT, they're quite spread out from the god. And finally, Olio chip him down. That sniper watchtower will be taken by Alliance for now. Nobody else in there. The god already got out. Leon try to clear up all the corners. Possibly check things if there's anybody else inside. NKT, will they try to save the god or not?
Well, the god is on his knees out in the open. So it looks highly unlikely unless he can somehow eliminate the Alliance. The Alliance is holding the god hostage now. Joker can only just pray that his teammate is able to crawl in time. But looks like the answer is not. Leo will make sure that he will not reach his other teammates.
Yep, there's even walls down there. So it's pretty difficult for the god to be safe anyhow. Alliance, they're quite disciplined here, not overstaying themselves because a TALON start to fire towards the other side. So they have to reposition on the other side of the hill so be covered for a bit, but not to overexpose themselves to a side of NKT. But Tony K, Levi and Linux seems to be having a swim day down here beside the bridge. So Tony K is done leaving that vehicle, that broken strategy of vehicle just now, but Levi, he spotted out one player swimming alongside with them. Not sure if he actually can pull this through due to the rock in between. Quite difficult. He slides down and the other slides down as well. And Linux, he didn't spot out Levi yet. Couldn't spot him out inside. Tony K taking misery too. Tony K, his play is unusual here today. Yes, of course. I mean, I don't know if they even allowed to use that vehicle just now, just how they did. But he is pulling all the numbers up for Vampires. 11 eliminations, make it almost 12 now.
Well, whatever it takes, Tony K will take it. And he has been surviving for, the longest time alone. Man, this guy, he goes all the way to score the chicken dinner. It will be historic. But for Alliance, Jimmy will be eliminated by the name from Joker from NKT. Misery as well as Linux. Made it down by Tony K. Tony K is still going for it.
Probably 13 eliminations. Last time we saw him, he got 7 eliminations by himself. I assume he tried to hit the 10-point mark by an individual in one single round. It's going to be Tony K against the entire world of PUBG Mobile right now. The circle shrinks. Might be in between those three, but Lions Tony K again from the other side.
Knocking down Oleo. But not able to secure the elimination point just yet. Adelu will knock down Mr. Joe from NKT. Now Adelu is coming in. Mr. Joe is down. It's going to be Joker versus Adelu. Adelu will climb in. Oh, okay, there's a tease, but Joker is definitely not teasing with the snake.
Now, Alliance slowly losing their men. They are in shambles. Their boat seems to be broken and the water leaking. They are drowning in the blue probably in the next couple of seconds there. Crib VIP taking on Sam 9. Tony K being the troublemaker for every single team out there. Against TALON, against Alliance, against all the others too. He's taking 2-3 teams by himself right now. As NKT, they lost one man early on, which was the God. We have Mr. Joe and the God playing together here today. But unfortunately, things didn't fare well. Alliance trying to go for the pixel shot. He can see their toes coming out. But the problem is, even though their toes sticking out, he still couldn't secure those eliminations yet.
Oh, but look at this. Adelu will be saved. So Alliance will be back as a trio. Leons will try to stop the revive. Okay, but the revive has kicked in. Mr. Joe is back in action, but he needs time to kill up. At this moment, Leons is putting more pressure onto them. The circle is on their side though. So they have this time. Okay, one knockdown back onto Mr. Joe. Now it's down to Joker. 1v3 against Alliance here. Leons will be knocked down, but he's super duper low. He does have a DVS, so one of the best weapons to clutch him. But Leo will not allow the clutch to happen.
Almost got it by himself, a Joker, playing around the corners just now. Well done, but unfortunately, valiant effort. They still have to go down, outnumbered by Alliance. Here comes Great VIP. We do have still Tony K. He already got himself double-digit 9, almost double-digit 9 eliminations in his own pocket. 13 for Vampires. There's no stopping the crazy Tony K. He's on rampage.
Oh yeah, Tony K made it still. Oh my goodness. And he's still on the clear though on the other side, while Alliance is kind of busy right now with Grid VIP. Putra will finish off for Leo. Now Leons is still active. Leons will need to do it. Oh, Levi's. He sees Tony K. Levi's! Tony K! Tony K for the top! Tony K! Tony K didn't do it! Tony K! 10 eliminations!
Now, the record holder was RQ player, if I'm not mistaken. It was Nepeg, got 14 eliminations by a single player in one single map. Can he break the numbers there? Tony K, he survived solo-handedly all by himself with 11 eliminations or 10 right now. But there's 2 more to go. Crave VIP versus 1 Tony K. Can they do it? Tony K, his back right now is cracking. He's breaking his back, carrying his entire crew. But Crave VIP has been risen from the dead. They are back for week number 2 with their chicken dinner. But that highlight, there's so many Tony Ks.
Sorry, Crib VIP. I know you got the chicken dinner, but Tony K stole the show this round. Not gonna lie, I was half rooting for Tony K to just seal the deal and make this the chicken dinner of the season. I doubt anyone can overcome that chicken dinner, but we still got to celebrate. Good VIP coming up with a chicken dinner, man. I mean, they struggle in stand-up match, and now with this chicken dinner, this is a revival round for them. and they scored 11 eliminations in the process.
The same scores by one single player of Vampire Esports. But it's the whole crew, Great VIP, they are back here. We question where did they go? Their first week performance seems to be diminishing and dwindling down across the entire week 1, but they are back to close another chicken dinner here, having a great start in week number 2 with our MVP here today. Is going to be a boy, 638 damage with 3 eliminations. But we still cannot forget about what Tony K offered just now. Him and also Stone broke the game with that buggy.
Yeah, if the MVP award can be given to a non-ticket dinner team, definitely it's going to be Tony K, hands down there. But we're still going to see Vampire Esports up here behind Crit VIP as one of the top teams to watch, followed by Alliance, a much needed decent performance by them this time, as well as TALON joining the fray as well. And among all these teams, Vampire Esports survived the least with a full squad time of 13 minutes. But still, because of the brilliance of Tony K, they made it up to a second place finish. So great work by Vampire Esports. Tony K still on fire while we check out the highlight.
Thanks to Tony K, the Aquaman early on alongside with Stone. They scored themselves 14 eliminations for Vampire, only 1 point shy, despite Crave VIP also scored double-digit eliminations plus a chicken dinner at 21 points. Still take a bit of a lead then compared to Vampires at 1 point. Alliance going for those eliminations as well at 9 points. 20, double in the 20s on top of 2, which means might be a lot of zeros down there.
Yeah, I expect a couple of them because of those eliminations stolen by Tony K. Yeah, the highlight man, Tony K Esports. So we do have Roy, the Infinity, these two teams not getting a single point this round. But PEA, despite the circle is towards their area, but still they're not able to come up with a performance this round. So unfortunately, only managed to bring home 1 point.
Roy, Infinity, PA, I mean, they definitely tried to play center, but unfortunately they didn't try to play slightly aggressive and being caught in a crossfire But based on that last performance, yeah, Vampire shoot all the way up. Same goes for Crave VIP. They are at a tie. The only difference is going to be the chicken dinner for their tiebreaker right now, with TALON taking over the #1 spot. Quite a consistency here so far for TALON, but the others seems to be some swapping to do for all the other placements.
Yeah, and it's still game number 2, so expect major swaps to happen still until this chart takes form. Now, also to kind of have an idea, right, of the average number that it takes to move on to the following round. 90 points? Was it 80 or 90 points? It's almost slipped my mind. But what did not slip my mind right now is the Infinity. After 2 rounds, the only team to not score any points at all.
They had interview early before. There's definitely going to be a big question. 2 game back-to-back without any points. I mean, FaZe Clan did made it happen after they dropped 2 games with a 0 before, and then suddenly come back in the next one with quite a number of eliminations plus a chicken dinner. So maybe that's why Infinity, and seems to me that the Thai regions does that quite often, of the sudden rise. But despite Crave VIP actually do take that chicken dinner just now, and you have to give it. Tony K has been sublime here. He played out of our minds. What a high IQ play by Tony K, and he was super sneaky. 1,685 damage. That's 1,000 different compared to Axel, Aboy, and Hilton down there.
Yeah, it takes 3 of them combined damage to overcome Tony K's damage. So that just tells me, just looking by the stats, the story here of how brilliant Tony K's play was in that round. Super duper creative and able to come up with not only the damage but also converting them to eliminations, bringing Vampire Esports 14 eliminations this time.
I wish we can actually have that interview later with Tony K after our second half of the break there, to know what was the plan when they play Aquaman all day long inside of that bridge area and that water. But we're done for our first wrangle of the day. What a red day! Yeah, TALON, Crave VIP, all red logos flying despite different regions. Who's going to be the red team taking it away for the next one? Is it going to be NKT then?
Well, NKT will be interesting. At least it gives a regional mix in the chicken dinner chart here in our Erangel before our break. So one more Erangel for these teams to revisit again. So something for them to work out as well. Early fights inside the previous Erangel, not really. So at least everyone has an idea of like, okay, if we probably get the chance to play the same spot, we should be clear of other teams, at least from that super duper early fight. But that is Erangel number 1. So we'll be looking forward to Erangel number 2 next. Maybe Tony K again. I wouldn't mind one of those again.
Oh, it depends on the circle, really. I think it depends on the circle to see if any other teams will try to use the buggy / water tactic once more, because they can actually shoot, they can actually toss a nade, and a lot of teams cannot spot them out. What a great hiding spot to play peekaboo for the teams of Empire, just now utilizing what they can in the very last minute, despite they only survived with 2 players just now for a long time. Vampires, what a day.
Yeah, I mean, if you kind of think about it, right, Vampires have been doing very well when they're down to a duo. Like we had the Newsy Shrubs moment, right, and then you had the Tony K Stone moment. So it's like, okay, full squad, okay, they might lose a couple of players, but when when it goes down to like 2, whoever the 2 combination is so far, it's like, well, they can still do it. So Vampire Esports is one of those teams that even though they play as a duo, you cannot write them off just yet.
I think maybe this is going to be a new tactic coming from Vampires, right? Maybe they just should stick as a duo, go for different side of the map entirely and work things out. Maybe like they divide themselves into sub-teams down there as a duo, will work things better for Vampires. Maybe some other teams can try to pull that one off too.
Yeah, might as well just call it Vampire A, Vampire B, right? But then
the A duo and the B duo.
A duo, B duo, and everyone plays as a full squad, and then they have separate points, and then you combine the points later. Yeah, like, and then like 2 of them drop like on the left side of the map somewhere at Primos, the other 2 drops at Milta Power, and then they just do their own thing, and see you in the final circle sort of thing.
I think they should pull that one off. It's not impossible. I mean, like, we do know what they're capable of. For each of the players of Vampires, their survivability as an individual in the game, it's no question at all. Maybe that's what they should be doing, because Newsy without Tony K feels like he's the B duo. Tony K and Newsy and Schweppes actually work so well together too.
Yeah, Newsy Schweppes, one combination. The other combination is Tony K Stone. So now that I think about it, right, Tony K Stone is like handsome duo at one side, you know. Yeah.
What do you mean by that? The others are good looking too. I mean, like the other
didn't
duo
say-
is the pirate duo.
Yeah, the pirate duo, right? If you think about it, they are like the duo, right?
The
with
mascara,
mascara. Yeah.
Captain
So
Jack Newsy.
Captain Jack Newsy. So it's like you have that. That's why they have that like indirect combination, right? And
Yeah.
Schweppes also has that hair, and you just put like mascara on him. He'll be Captain Jack Schweppes too.
I don't think that actually works with Captain Jack,
I
but
try.
maybe his first mate. Maybe his first mate, or maybe the what's the octopus guy? The other one, I forgot his name. His rivals, you know. There's so many pirates in the Jack Sparrow story, so maybe he's gonna be one of those two. Who knows? The octopus guy, maybe that's gonna be Schweppes. But when it comes to Vampires, yes, I agree. Duo seems to be working out great for them. Maybe they should go for that one. But for the other teams, like Free VIP, we have to give spotlight for them. They scored the chicken dinner just now, Cloud.
Yeah, I know, right? It's just that, you know, Vampire just had to steal the limelight away from them. Although the actual spotlight was on them earlier on, but yeah. But yeah, Crit VIP, at least it's a good bounce back for them. Gotta give them credit for that as well. They started off poorly in Sanha. The moment they dropped, they lost their first upfront fight with Roy, and then, you know, they just didn't play the entire round. I mean, extra waiting time for them. But when they came back with a chicken dinner. And we all knew that they struggled except for day number 1 last week. So for them to be still able to pick themselves up with the chicken dinner, gotta give them credit for it.
Yeah, but that's the thing about Create VIP, right? They always perform when it comes to the first few days of every single week, but then it starts to dwindle down when it comes to the performance. They seem to be hitting a wall, or seems to be a stuck team when it comes to even Last Chance or even during the Super Sunday. I mean, like, they didn't get into the Super Sunday. That's why we call them out here right now, because these are the teams, like the teams in Group C. I think some of them actually didn't make it through the Super Sunday in week number 1. So this is definitely going to be a do or die for them week number 2. They have to make it through. It's a compulsory for them to go into week 2.
Yeah, no doubt. Because record-wise, a team that misses out on 2 Super Sundays will not see the grand final. So this is definitely a must sort of performance for Crit VIP, even bigger than Vampire's. But I think Vampire, they went to the first Super Sunday, but Crit VIP missed out on it. So with this chicken dinner, hopefully it gives a good boost. But also something for them to reflect as well is that they cannot be too happy with their current performance, because day 1 last week they were great, but when it came to day 2 they were non-existent and they lost the spot after that, even in the last chance qualifier. So they need to keep grounded now.
Yeah, speaking of grounded, don't forget about Pandum as well. There's so many teams. I love this season so much. Extremely excited about it because of how capable of every single team to turn the tide just like a flip of coin. We're talking about suddenly they're being possessed or something and they just go for those crazy runs.
Yeah, I know, right? This is how the world of PUBG Mobile Esports is. I mean, we can also get teams that suddenly have a good rise. Like Roy had a decent rise as well. So when they rise, someone else has to go down, right? So that's like the natural stop of things. But speaking about swaps, No Mercy swapped out with Snape just right before the break.
Yep. I personally do see RIQ when it comes to Snape. There's more variety of approach towards the fight. They're a bit more creative into engaging. But you know, Flyboy just now, I mean, we always assume Flyboy going to be back in Miramar, hopefully, because that's always going to be the case of Boom when they swap in and out with Frenzy. But for Vampires is back to game time mode. It's going to be their game phase once more, despite they had that celebration before with an outstanding performance by Tony K. Imagine Tony K and Rosemary in one team now. That's going to break another record, probably.
Oh, sorry, I'm distracted by Shrubs' hoodie. Looks pretty nice. You know, like it has like a kid drawings there. You know, it looks pretty unique. You don't get to see that all the time. Now I would like to see like not only Tony K interview, but Tony K and Shrubs together interview, just so that we can have a view of how Shrubs' hoodie looks like. But once we get an interview, it will be after the break later on. For now, let's enjoy San Irego number 2.
Back to Wrangle, it's going to be the left side flight path from South Hospital down to SMB. A lot of southern flight path since last week here, Cloud. It's so rare for us to see a bit of northern flight path, even in northern circle just now was the second time. So it's still going to be okay, I guess, but it's just a bit more to its south flight path all day long.
Yeah, we've seen this kind of flight path before, even before this, today that is. So there's going to be easy drops for Vampire to Primos, and then we're going to expect the 7-9 to be in Novo again, and with the absence of Team Secret, and also mid to the base will be shared by Team PANDUM. So that's going to be okay. Team PANDUM looks like they're not going to go there. All right, they did drop though, but they seem to be hovering up. No, okay, they're still going down south. So same place there, mid to the base. Now, hoping for a different kind of circle, not a centered one. It probably will be a good time for mid to the base before the extended break.
Maybe you might have a Rosshawk circle. Just know it was close enough around there somewhere. I'm waiting circle to pop to see any first contact made between the teams. So far it's been peaceful, but it's always before the storm. Quite a generous circle, so I assume this might be an outskirts Pachinki circle. Because the last time we had it, it's either school or nearby Pachinki or around the potato hills of Pachinki. So we'll keep an eye up to as the progress of the circle later on. But nobody coming up from starboard due to the flight path.
Yeah, so well, they could still like grab a vehicle in between and still go there, but not the direct drop, like what you said, right? So, but since it's going to be a centered circle, even though if they want to go back to like Stauber or they want to go to Saverni, it'll be absolutely fine. Coming back down shouldn't be too bad, but too bad for what a place for PEA and also Batman. That is, he literally got backstabbed with a knife.
PEA, due to the flight path, they're being forced to drop early on and take it a fight against Team Flash. A horse versus a fish. Let's go and see who will win this one out. PEA, they found themselves vehicles. They're just going to exit out or commit to the fight and try to save Rush. The horse is running away, but the fish is swimming behind. The fish seems like a Jaws. Well, that's going to be a shock.
Okay. 2 knockdowns onto PEA back to back. And Kwang is not stopping yet. He is together with Zeus. The guy who pulled off multiple big clutches inside of Sandhawk. And he seems to be on fire to chase down the other members. Oh, they know. They're confident right now. I mean, Frankie only has a pistol, so it's a good time to chase. But Zeus! Not by Kido, shotgun! But Kwang will punish Kido back. So right now it's going to be a 1v1. And Kwang against the pistol of Frankie.
It's going to be rifle versus the pistol.
Wait,
wins for the day! No way! What a pistol shot from Frank is just now reviving the rest of a teammate. That's going to be a trio, but licking their wounds. Here comes another. I don't see them coming out with a pistol this time. The nade's dropping in hot.
Oh, drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot now. And I doubt that the pistol can pull off a clutch again this time. I mean, there's a full arsenal here by Crit VIP. Our boy will open up by knocking down Frankie, and they will go up to the second floor looking for the other members of PEA. Iron Pro knows where they are right now. He has the information. They will rush in, and that prone shot gets one. Adam is going to be the last man standing, and PEA eliminated by Crit VIP, but they scored the 4 points out of Team Flash.
No brainer for Crit VIP to finish that one off cleanly without breaking too much of a sweat that time, but at least PEA, it's better than a 0. more progress than they're playing late, despite it being wiped out early and only having pistols to work things around. Still a well done job against Team Flash, who got quite a rifle to go against. But at least Team Flash not going as a 0 as well. They scored himself 1 elimination out of PA players, so there's no 0 yet, despite 2 teams eliminated in stage number 1.
Yeah, at least everyone got their points, right? So that's like the bare minimum for these teams. Yeah, but I'm sure they wish they would be continue on playing. But of course, look at the brighter side. It will be better than other teams that potentially might not get anything at all. So now they will have a even longer break because after this it will be break time for them. Yeah, the bright side is that they can take their time and have their meal.
Yep, early dinner for these guys, despite no chicken for their dinner. But Infinity is on the run, and the team that without any score yet today, 0 down there. And this is going to be rough. Definitely they need some morale boost when it comes to the performance today. Infinity should look up to PA. I mean, like, PA definitely played it very slow before. Since they changed, they need some adaptation to their lineup here for PA. They play the center, definitely a big change compared to last week, but at least they made progress, right? They scored themselves quite some time. I mean, like, still not hitting the double digit, close enough, 9 right now for the total points, but at least they scored points. Compared to Infinity, it feels like they always caught themselves in a crossfire when they are trying to transition themselves towards the next checkpoint.
Yeah, and 2 rounds, but yet 0 points. And they only have like what, 2 days to play before we decide on who will go to last chance qualifiers. 10 more games to go, and games will run really, really fast. And if they really don't start to gain points, and it will get even more difficult for them. So eyes will be on Infinity now, if you ask me.
Infinity. Also, GEEK fam, it seems like we don't see a lot of them yet today. Only 3 points across each map. That's going to be 1.5 points average for the 2 maps that we've done early before. Now, a lot of teams still not cracking that double digit up to 8th place. Maybe it's a bit too early for us to call it out, but TALON, when it comes to the teams on the rise, week number 2, they definitely do it so well here. Saying this for, I mean, like, Vampires after that newsy last week performance. This is how they broke the game for Tony K. We're just gonna rewatch the highlight, because this is something else entirely. Nobody can spot him inside of that water area. He's standing right on top of the buggy. That is, you know, something else entirely. A different meta of game here that actually just being deployed by Vampires. I assume we might actually have this if another bridge and water ratio inside of the game.
That's like tons of highlights that you need for Tony K. There you go. In case you somehow just join us, or maybe you just reach home after work, depending on the time zone that is. Yep, those are some of the best moments there, and it's worth a rewatch of the previous round just because to see Tony K's run there. But gotta give it to him. So he's number 1 right now with the most damage dealt, 1,685. I mean, beat that at this moment. Beat that.
Whew. He's breaking a record here. So far, when it comes to this season, a single map by an individual highest eliminations, I have to say it's Tony K. I think it was 11 by himself. So that's going to be the number to beat this season only. I think across all the seasons, I think 14 was the number. It's either by POCO or Rosemary, between these 2 players, that we need to recheck and fact check on that. But speaking of this season, we have so many aggressive plays this season compared to the last one, including NKT. Never underestimate the other teams that's been quiet all this while. You don't want to wake the sleeping dragon. And speaking of sleeping on, not the circle move all the way north. Yes, Naya is empty.
Man, this feels almost like the previous circle. What a deja vu. My goodness. Okay.
Buggy.
Almost like a round 2. Oh,
Buggy strike.
I mean, well, if they were to pull that one off again, you know,
let's go.
Something has to be done. Something has to be done.
They've broken the game, guys. But I think we're gonna see, maybe after this, you know, we talked about, oh, there's not enough land. They made their own land, this place, okay? They are their own person. They make themselves anything that they can work with in the game. And that's something else entirely. I love how independent the players are when it comes to working with the game meta and how the circle works. Speaking of how the circle works, it means a lot of teams start to transition themselves to RRQ. Will they gatekeep or will they start to have a move?
Yeah. So RRQ right now with this circle and this compound, I love to think that they would be here for quite a while. I don't think that it's worthwhile to like try to gatekeep the bridges because based on the first stage, because it's like a middle circle, like majority of teams would be in the middle. And now with stage 2, it wouldn't make sense if any teams were like, or many enough teams that is, would force themselves up to the shooting range area. So with the current position of RRQ, it'll be best for them to stay here. They're pretty okay now. They just play the defensive stance.
I'm waiting for Vampires to pull another Aquaman stun again. That's why every single one of them actually on top of Buggy. Probably just gonna park it at the just at the edge inside of that river just now. That's how it actually works. There's certain angle for those shots to work, for them to able to be stand on top of their Buggy as well. But for the other teams, seems like nobody happened to be colliding with a different team, except for Alliance, of course. I think the Scouter might bump into a couple of teams trying to mark their perimeters. And KT, we haven't seen the best of them yet. And was Mr. J swapped with Triple F just now, by the way?
No indication. So I would presume that they still maintain the same lineup. And if we look at specifically for NKT, 6 points, not the worst of scenarios, but not the best as well. But because it's like only 2 rounds, so they just need one good round and things will swap significantly. And NKT is a team that is capable of doing that, so it's still okay-ish for NKT, I guess.
I'm looking at the numbers here right now. Halfway through, that's going to be around 2 points across, 3 points across each of the map with the teams that score themselves 6 points. But the circle, it's very close, like the last one indeed. So bridge fight, here we go again. But this time Vampires came in a bit later, so I don't know if they can actually pull the same stunt here. MORPH on the northern side, Roy and PANDUM sharing 3 teams on the north. The rest is going to be a bit of thinning crowd around the south area, sifting through all the gatekeepers, including RRQ, Boom, D, Xaviers, Cree VIP on the other end. They want to have a different route entirely, going into Yasna Poliana first. They may be coming up towards the northern side as well.
Yeah, so Crit VIP, if they were to do that, it's not a bad idea, I would say, since it's still 50-50 here, and this circle is actually really, really hard. It's really like a deja vu of the previous circle, right? Okay, it's either you pick the north side or you pick the south side, and then you kind of roll the dice, and then after that, it's like more of like praying that you don't need to swim across. If you have to, then you do whatever like Tony K did, but if everyone's going to do the same, then that plan wouldn't be working. So I don't know about that, but I wouldn't, not gonna lie though, I would love to see that again for the second time around. If that happens, then it's like a whole new record altogether.
Oh yeah, please do. Let's replay that scene again. Just like a broken record, we get to see that once more. I wouldn't mind at all. But RRQ, we haven't seen the best of them yet, and I'm looking forward for the throws from the god. We didn't get to see those golden nades again. I was hoping to see it here today, especially with Mr. Joe alongside with the god. Maybe you get to see something new. But NKT, they have been playing with this sort of tactic for the entire day so far, spreading out between themselves, not working as a cluster or not even pairing up as a duo. So everybody for themselves here, just marking their own safe territory.
Yeah, so I guess it's also very situational, right, for the god to be able to pull that one off. I mean, if he's able to pull it off again and again and again and again, then all of a sudden it's like, that thing isn't so special. So maybe that's like, okay, that one nade moment could be framed up to be like, okay, you don't get this thing all the time, so that's kind of special there. You know, it's just like if you have many special ones, then it's not special anymore. That's why you have the one. Sure, like Mr. Manager would understand that.
I mean, these days there's always the 2, the 3, the 4.
Oh,
So
wow.
many things going on, yeah. I mean, it's not about the one anymore. There's so many ones out there that combined, it's becoming a different number these days. This is so deep and it's so sad about this conversation. Let's shift over regarding our record breaking. Okay, just to keep you guys updated, I have to stand correct myself. 10 eliminations was by Tony K, the highest by an individual across this season. 22 elimination by a team, but the circle will not favor the reverse side anymore. So Vampires, they cannot make the broken meta again, because it's going to be a lot of land this time.
This is such a scammy circle, okay? It looked nice at the start, but when it's revealed its final form, the circle went all the way up north. So now teams will be like, no! Earlier it was like we have to go from up to down. Now we have to go from down to up. What are you doing to us? I know it's not a military base, but not like this.
The bridge campers will have to leave too and spot out some of the rotators out there. Misery with a mini 40 and 8 times scope at that. Spotted out the res of MORPH. And TALON, they're going in a rush. They speeding up their way just to catch up to a side of MORPH and KT. At least they have some revival going on. Crate VIP is just next to them. I don't know where are the rest of Crate VIP. I think that's going to be last member. Maybe the trio is still there somewhere. But TALON going against Sam9. I thought they're chasing the trails and crumbles from MORPH before, but I was wrong. They're going for a different team now. Sam9 fought back.
Oh, here we go. Sam9 on fire. Managed to take out Yoru. And now they'll be playing the defensive stance. They do have the time to reset. But for the other teams, okay, still circling around. As we can see, the elimination feed rolling as well with the Xavier losing players against Boom Esports, Lamborghini. He's going to be the last man standing. And even next to him, it's like MORPH. There's like so many teams. Oh no, Lamborghini shot at.
Oh, going in zigzag. Sam9 next. Lamborghini, there's not enough land. It was a flat plane as well. Open space. Ingots for TALON. The Alliance. Been shooting them from afar. Now, Axel tried to hide himself behind a boat. I don't think that will last that long. But Lamborghini, you need to explode that vehicle by yourself to be a best barricade. But at least it's not smoke up still, so you can exit out with that vehicle. But he's been surrounded left, right, center. Where to run? It's such an open, flat plane out there. Nothing to cover himself.
Well, you asked for a little bit of a vehicle water action. Looks like NKT might be the one to do it. But let's see if it will bring them the results that they would have wanted. NKT, at least they got one elimination in the bag. Porsche gets Mika from GEEK Fam, and Car will secure that point. But looks like GEEK Fam, they're managing actually two teams now. Aizen down on his knees, and Junos will come to say thank you for the point.
GEEK Fam, broken information, a bit splitted about. The other two remaining members still around the bridge area, gatekeeping towards the side of the other teams that make an entry on the south. We're gonna have to wait and see. Will circle just slightly shift towards the south or not afterwards? But the right bridge is a bit too overcrowded right now. 4 teams are gatekeeping. Make it 6, including RRQ and Boom as well. Watching around the corner, but RRQ and Boom do have those elevations. The other side of a river, of course, and Boom do have some slight advantage. Yeah, Infinity, unfortunately, 3 maps in a row, 0 progress for their Poison today.
Okay. 0 in 3 maps. Okay, that is getting depressing for the Infinity. Circle is also very depressing for teams. Not at the main peninsula at all. And there's still Alliance together with NKT on the right side of the circle, on the outside of it. But Boom Esports, wow, okay. 1 jump in, 1 rush, and they eliminate RRQ.
And Boom definitely had the higher grounds before for the side of RRQ due to the rock just now. Did cover them for a tiny bit, but no structures in between. Kind of an open space for Boom to take them out. They played along so well for Boom taking those elevations to work. But when it comes to the next circle, he shifted away from this guys. Mr. Joe swimming and crying for help. Unfortunately, none of his team members are free enough to actually help him to be backed up, unless by the time they decided, you know what, Mr. Joe, I'll try to reach out for you. But I think Mr. Joe will have to hold on a bit much longer, because Alliance seems to be busy against Boom and NKT at the same time, perhaps.
Yeah, oh, 1 knockdown earlier on, and now Alliance, Yeah, they need to face up against Boom, like what you said. Without Leon's, because he's currently down. And Boom Esports, they have the terrain advantage against them. They have the circle as well. I mean, it's a perfect scenario now for Boom up against Alliance. Boom, they're going to take the proactive approach. They're not going to let Alliance lick their wounds and try to counter back.
50 meters throw of a range from Reezy just now with that explosion. Now this is difficult because of the hill kind of have a bit of a curve in the center of all the other teams, so they cannot visualize on the other end. And there's also a middle ground and a high ground and a low ground. Yeah, for Alliance, they are at the worst position with the Blues and hitting them as well. If they want to hike up, they have to go slightly to the north. I don't know how vacant they are if they go slightly to the north, but Crate VIP, at least they go down with 3 eliminations. We're down to 10 teams. They're not going empty-handed here. Arctic look from Alliance. They are fighting around the bridge still. There's still going to be a prolonged bridge fight. Without the circle, they will have some problems now.
Oh yeah, the Blue will be on top of them. Olio tries to fire back. Managed to get the knockdown to Razy from afar. Bomb been knocked by Jaws from MORPH. Oh man, Boom actually is managing a couple of teams at the same time, but now Alliance rushing on to NKT, and NKT is out at number 9 with 1 elimination. Alliance already got 5 of them.
Now Alliance slowly hiking up, but the curve of the geography making it not easy for them to pick out. Boom! Got caught by Olio just now. What a flank opening on the side of Alliance to push themselves into the safe zone. But the Blues are hit them pretty hard in stage number 5. 30 seconds to go. They don't have first aids anymore. They need to find some resources that laying inside of death boxes around. But Yummy May surrounded by so many nades. One might hit here. And Yummy may just navigate himself inside within the smoke, avoiding all this explosion as much as he can, but how much longer?
Well, at least this looks like the comeback moment for Alliance. But to answer your question, how much longer? Now we will know the answer with the Blue just right beside them. Leon's just right in front of Yummy. The smoke is covering Yummy though. Yummy is still in the game. He's cooking up his own nade. He'll toss it onto Alliance, but an overshot there. Oh, Leo will lead the charge right now. Leon's on the higher ground, but they have still yet to find where Yummy is. And finally, they see him, and Yummy goes down to Alliance. This is Alliance coming back from the lower ground.
Overnumbered by the Alliance as a full squad, but Yummy stands so long against 1v4 of Alliance just now. But Alliance, they have to wrap things up, reset quickly. 7 eliminations across the board, highest so far. And Boom eliminated early just now. They scored themselves 6 eliminations by explosion around Damroot. Damroot trying to reposition himself, knowing the fact that he's been discovered. It's not great for him to just keep staying at the same spot, but Pandum also in action. Eliminate the last player of MORPH just now. Pandum still have a 4. There's so many full squads going on, 5 of them, except for that one particular player of GEEK fam. Damroot have to clutch this by himself, but I think Roy knows where he's at just now, so they keep him at bay. Left side, there's gonna be Roy. Right side is gonna be Vampires. Damroot, where to go?
And Damroot, no circle. The Blue will force him to move very, very soon. It's gonna be a hard one for Damroot right now. But we check out the elimination feed. Looks like Tony K is knocked down. Okay, still not taken out just yet, while we observe what Damroot is going to do. We'll come back to Damroot in a little bit more, as now we check out Tony K's current situation. His teammates are a little bit far from him, and he's been held hostage by Alliance.
You only have that one small shack for Vampires, but if they work with the structures in between them, which could be the vegetations, they can still open up the angle, but unfortunately they clustered up together here right now. Alliance giving some pressure, but lucky for Vampires, Alliance also busy to deal with Pandum at the same time. If they're not aware of their backs, there's going to be trouble brewing up for Alliance. They might be backstabbed by Pandums here right now. The Watchtower overtaken by Vampires, but they need to spread out to open and take control of the map. But there's too many teams on the south. It's a bit too crowded for too many teams to share the same land within 200 meters of a square foot right now.
Yeah. Very, very little space, especially on the southern side, I must say. That could be the highlight place. And we have it on screen. And Nuzi's just right in front of Alliance. Olio comes in on the other side, gets a knockdown on 1. And he'll get another one. Alliance, they are coming back, but okay, O'Leal knocked out. The follow-up is happening right now. Now it's all down to Nuzi for Vampire Esports. He's inside the sniper tower, and he goes out to Alliance. Alliance wins another fight, and they have 11 eliminations already. This is the rise of Alliance.
They need to reset now. Damroot definitely spot them, and Pandum already make their way towards the back line of that watchtower too. Alliance, they were being pressured by Pandum just now to push into the sniper tower. If not, they might be in their doom and deathbed as well. If they don't do the call to go for the rush against Vampires, is make do or take a big risk for the side of Alliance. It paid them so well. But Sam9, Blues start to pressure as well, and the nade hit by Carr was an opening for Roy to push forward. Sam9, they are in shambles, but he avoided that crash just now. GEEK with a DBS makes such a play for Roy, and Sam9, they might lose their entire chicken dinner here.
Oh man. And now Sam9 only Bubuku left. And he still doesn't have the circle, and he has a Team Pandum coming up against him. Cooking those nades. Boboho tries to nade back the members of Team Pandum, but it's going to be Dimsy at the end of the day to eliminate Boboho, and Sam9 out. But they got 9 eliminations.
Pandum full squad still taking their control of the circle in the center. They got the flat plane on top of everybody else. Those elevations will actually give them such a big advantage, including the compound right in the center of the circle too. The only compound that actually available inside of this circle right now, taken by Pandum. All they need to do is just wait it out for the teams to engage, especially Roy and Alliance. They're sharing the same slope of hill.
Yeah, so the southern side, because of that share, is going to be interesting now. And Akahi sees Alliance, but if he pulls the trigger, he's on the lower ground. So he's probably waiting for Team Pandum and Alliance to distract each other, but Alliance not really distracted. Now Kai is forced to shoot because the blue is right behind him, and now he exposed himself to Alliance. Timmy OP not receiving the end of the bullet from Kai at all.
Kai is being the bait for GEEK, but never mind. GEEK also start to open fire. So GEEK will try to give the support cover fire from the back. But this smoke up vehicle definitely won't last as long as he hoped it would be. So he will try to explode this by himself. Pop the smoke right now and just explode the vehicle to barricade himself. But now the formation of Roy a bit spreading out. It's going to be 2v3, v4, Pandum. They waited all this while for Alliance to fight against Roy first and being the third party to clean it up and take the chicken dinner away. But Alliance, can they still have a shot for their chicken dinner here? Or will Roy with a duo against the odds to surprise us by the end of this match?
Ooh. Duo chicken dinner, that'll be super duper interesting. But let's see what their chances, right? Based on the next stage of the circle, it's about 5 more seconds. So far, Team Pandum, absolute control. Full team on the high ground. They have everything on their side. GEEK knocked down by Dimsy. Beautiful nade toss. And now they want to pick up those points. At that point, at least. Kai is going to be the final member for Roy. And the circle is famous. Pandum, I mean, it's now down to them.
Alliance managed to steal that point of GEEK away from Pandum's hand. Now, they definitely are not happy about this. Might be approaching to the side of Alliance more aggressively, despite they have a different side of the slope of the hill. But Carr managed to knock down on Alliance. Leon's on the ground bleeding out, leaving only 2 players of Alliance this side. And Roy just got finished off by Pandum possibly. Now, Pandum as a full squad, they know exactly the position of Alliance. All they need to do is split into 2 formation and start to fish out and bait out their positions of Alliance here right now. Adit Luke reposition, got that last smoke for himself. And for the other side of Alliance, they couldn't pick up their fallen members due to Jamie only have 1 rock to take cover. Leon still bleeding out, but how to save him?
Yeah, I mean, time won't be on their side because they do not have the blue. They do not have the circle. Oh, but wait a second. Are they look? Yes, Achu. That could be the opening. Jimmy OP is going to move forward, but the volley is still active. And Jimmy OP moves to the left. Oh, Jimmy OP! They get around and look! Take down 2 members of Team Pandum just like that! Alliance! They are not going to go down without a fight!
Jimmy, he opened up so much opportunity despite it was a 4 for PANDUM just now. It's down to 2v1, 1v1. Can Jimmy do it again? Maxis with a rifle, 103 in his reserve, reloading himself to full magazines again. And Jimmy, if he actually pick up another look right now, it's going to be a bigger opportunity for them to close that chicken dinner. But if it's a bit second too late, then it's going to be a bit of a problem for Alliance to score the chicken. Jimmy still didn't pick up a look. Now he exploited himself there. And it's down to back to PANDUM to score that chicken dinner. Oh my god, Jimmy, he didn't pick up Adik. Look, he got himself 5 seconds to do that just now. But PANDUM, what a play to wait it out.
Ooh, I mean, it was a split-second decision for Jimmy OP whether to do that or whether to put focus on the final member of Team PANDUM. But a great move by Team PANDUM. They put on the pressure, not allowing Jimmy OP to make that decision, and they punished Jimmy OP for it. And the Team PANDUM with the chicken dinner, but still Alliance. It was a great run by them.
Jimmy, he changed so much at the last minute, making it possible for Alliance to score that chicken. If he didn't open up the frag with those shots early on, they definitely were lost earlier. Then they actually managed to give up the fight just now. What a play by Alliance, but still for PANDUM, they are back on the rise here with 8 eliminations in total, mostly by Dimsy. This guy is on the rise. I mean, Maxis and Dimsy has been playing so well last week as well when it comes to those crazy amount of eliminations.
Wow. It almost feels like these two players definitely are the only players in this round. But anyway, it is teamwork because the other players do come up with some form of damage. It's not an absolute zero. But chicken dinner is chicken dinner, and the team gets it. And of course, we have to award the MVP to Dimsy. 5 eliminations, 678 damage, 232 damage received with a 39% team contribution, and a maximum survival time of 26 minutes and 37 seconds. So this is the man of the hour that took out Jimmy OP at the very end.
For PANDUM, they learned from the mistake to have a last minute push. This time they push it a bit early on. Hopefully they can actually make it through this Super Sunday when it comes to week number 2. But here comes our top 4 teams for recap. Alliance close enough to get that chicken. Unfortunately, in one split second of deciding, very decisive moment for the side of Alliance to make such a great change. But Roy and Sam 9, I'm surprised Geek Fam's not even up here despite they got himself the top 4 because damn it lasts so long. But still, congratulations for their performance. But how much the scores will tally up to change the overall rankings? Let's rewatch the highlight by PANDUM Chicken Dinner.
Well, to make things even more interesting, Team Panda started in mid to the base. They made that long rotation up north to score the chicken dinner. But because Alliance came out with 16 eliminations and that second place finish, they scored the highest points of all in this round. 22 points collected by them. Other than Team Pandum's 18, we also have Roy as well as Sam9 with 12. So a lot of points at the top. That means on the second page, it will be thin.
Maybe one or two teams with a 0, including Infinity. We remember they ended up with a 0 just now. But 16 eliminations, that's a high frag number again. What's going on when it comes to week number 2? It seems like our streak with double-digit elimination in every single map is still ongoing since last week and yesterday.
Yeah, not going to be complaining. I mean, it's a lot of action that we saw. A lot of good quality action as well from all these teams. So great work. I mean, week 2 is really the week that they have been warming up. But wow, 1, 2, 3, 4. D, Xavier, Infinity, RQ, and TALON casualties.
Heavy casualty. Infinity, no point at all the entire day. And these Xaviers, they were the one that actually taking the podium spot early on in week number 1. What had happened to the mighty? They have fallen. Including TALON just now early on today, they are still at number 1 after this round. I don't know where they do actually stand because of how many teams keep on having those double-digit eliminations. At least for Vampires, they still consistently getting themselves points after their last round. But for TALON, definitely being pushed down by the end of the day.
Yeah, definitely, without a doubt. And also the Infinity. We'll look at the overalls again later on in case you just join us. But with that chicken dinner, or not chicken dinner actually, Alliance is at number 1 right now. No chicken, no problem for them. Great work by Alliance with the amount of eliminations that they got in that round. And other than that, Vampire Esports is also up in the top 3, and they're the only team in the top 3 or even top 4 that has a single-digit placement point. So a bit more focus on the eliminations for them. But here's the confirmation. Infinity still without a single point.
Oh my god. This is hard to watch, really. 0. I never seen, like, usually the worst case scenario we had before. Maybe single digit, 3 points at least by now. Like, the worst we had was 0.5 each map. So it was around 1 to 2 points across the board by every day. There's never we had half day start at a 0 still. And when it comes to our top 4 gunslingers based on the last map just now, congratulations with that 16 eliminations. Of course, they're one of the highest damage all around. 3,226 for Lions, 79,803, while Roy and Vampires place themselves 3rd and 4th. But look at the gap between 3rd and 4th place. There's still quite a number down there.
Yeah, even that, it's like what, about 400 or close to 400 damage difference. So those are the numbers there, ladies and gentlemen. As of now, looking good for Alliance. And let's not forget Alliance, oh, those teams actually miss out on week 1's Super Sunday. So this week is another week that they cannot miss out at all. At least they're showing that, hey, you know what, you will not miss us on this Super Sunday with this sort of performance.
Yeah, redemption time for the teams that will make it through when it comes to week 1 Super Sunday. As long as they keep the momentum up, I think it's okay. As long as they didn't drop any balls. There's another question here. But for Infinity, I mean, they definitely have to go back to the drawing board. If I'm the coaching staff right now, probably be crying around the backstage here.
Well, crying will not help. They will need to find a solution. 20 minutes break for them to decide what to do, because we'll be taking it right now, ladies and gentlemen. So we'll be back after a break for the second half of day number 1, week number 2.
Welcome back everyone after the break, and back again with me Windy, and now joining me on stage we have Jimmy from Alliance. Hi Jimmy.
Hello.
Hi. So first of all, congratulations on your outstanding performance, especially from the last match, and are you satisfied with the result Jimmy?
Okey, betul sekali tahniah atas persembahan yang terbaik di match yang terakhir tadi. Adakah Jimmy rasa puas dengan persembahan yang ditunjukkan oleh pasukan Alliance?
Pada 3 map yang pertama saya amat memuaskan, tapi mungkin kita orang akan dapat lebih lagi untuk fix lagi apa yang perlu, and kita orang akan buat yang lebih baik.
Yeah, of course, for the first 3 match, we feel satisfied with the result. But then for the remaining 3 match, we still gonna fix some changes, and then we're gonna try our best to get a lot of points.
Yeah, no need to worry because you have like 3 more matches for today, so good luck on that Jimmy. And I'm sorry for mention this because last week you guys doesn't qualify to Super Sunday, and I wanna know what happened. Can you tell us Jimmy?
Okay, minggu lepas korang tak lepas ke Super Sunday. Boleh ceritakan sikit tak apa yang terjadi?
Mungkin pada minggu lepas kita orang tak lepas Super Sunday. Mungkin kita orang kehilangan basic kita orang. Kita orang hilang untuk lebih fokus dan tidak lebih kepada objektif lah.
So for the last week, I think all of us like forget about our basic and foundation, and we especially in terms of focus, we lose our focus. And that's an unfortunate event for us.
Yeah, I hope you guys can overcome those difficulties so you guys can perform better. But from what I've seen, you guys started perform well for today, so congrats. Do you feel that with your performance for today, you will much better this week? And what changes are you trying to improve?
Okay, untuk minggu ni apa yang cuba diterapkan oleh pasukan Alliance? Apa benda-benda yang korang nak ubah and cuba terapkan dalam game?
Kita orang hanya memperbetulkan basic balik, and then itu sahaja. Untuk skill mapping apa semua kita orang still sama lagi.
I think we just gonna focus on our foundation. I think we just gonna fix that for this week, and just play as normal.
Yeah, it was already good. Doesn't need to be changed, right, Jimmy? And next, do you think the Malaysian teams can lift the PMSL trophy this time? Because you guys were so close to winning it last time.
Okay, menurut Jimmy sendiri, apakah tim Malaysia ini berkemampuan untuk mengangkat trofi PMSL? Sebab kalau kita tengok Alliance ada beberapa kali lah sempat untuk menjadi juara tapi gagal.
Bagi saya percaya dengan tim saya, and saya yakin yang kita orang boleh menjuarai PMSL kali ini.
For me, myself, I believe in my team. I think Malaysia team, especially Alliance, can lift the trophy. And yes, I just gonna keep believing that. Yep.
And also believe that your expectation can achieve a good result. So good luck, Jimmy. And thank you so much for this amazing interview. And now let's dive into the highlights.
Yep, not too flashy, keep it simple and make it back to basics. Definitely going to be a textbook performance, and despite of it being a textbook performance, it's still scored, and that's what really matters. And when it comes to the other Malaysian teams as well, Crave VIP 7-9 on the other end. 7-9, we don't see a lot of them here today, but Crave VIP definitely striving to get the numbers up here when we have a highlight. I assume we're going to have Crate VIP as well as Alliance players for head-to-head later on. But also when it comes to talking about the points later, we have to also look at the very bottom too.
Oh, yes. Apologies there. Now I am back. Yes, I've been missing. I know you miss me as much as I miss you guys. But yeah, I wanted to highlight that Alliance, with their very good run in the previous round, they got the chance to use a lot of smokes.
TALON, Creed, VIP, PANDUM, who else got the last Erangel here for the day? Now we gotta have to wait and see, because we're waiting for the Thai region and the Vietnam region, despite we don't see them having a chicken here today for Vampires or even Team Flash or Roy. They still actually scored quite okay in the top 8, so we're gonna have to wait and see, can they finally close the game up with a chicken at least? Oh, it's a no chicken, no problem day for them.
Well, I'm sure the teams would take the points that the chicken can come as a bonus round, if that is the way that they need to take, right? Just like how Vampire did, no chicken, but they score a lot of points. Alliance did that as well, so there's like that occurrence happening like 2 rounds in a row. And we're going to come back onto Erangel after this, and so far Erangels have been very exciting in terms of the circle, in terms of the gameplay, a lot of highlight moments. So this final Erangel for today, if it can come out as something similar, it'll be perfect.
The broken meta of the buggy in the water, why not? We had quite a similar circle earlier today when it comes to the Erangel map prior to this one, which is going to be around Rozhok area twice in a row right now. Will that be the charm here for the other teams again? If we do have similar amount of circles here today, we're going to see a lot of teams will try to take their positions earlier than they had before. Now, speaking of the very bottom as well, right, like we mentioned this towards PA last week. PA, they're playing it late, they work out for them. Now they're playing in the center, do have some progress, at least despite they're not cracking that double-digit code. It's still a better result than having nothing at all. If you compare with Infinity, oh, what do they need to do? I don't know, man.
Well, if you want to make a comparison, then PA on the brighter side, they have not had a 0-point round. At least every round they've been collecting points. So they still sort of like keep themselves afloat there. As for the Infinity, yeah, the only team right now to still not gain a single point. It's been 3 rounds already. I mean, maybe they could pick something out of Alliance's handbook, is that coming back to basics.
If you guys want to talk about Mela and Nuzi back in video, that's not gonna happen, guys. That's definitely not gonna happen. That's gonna be their prime days back in the days. Yes, of course, it's like the Infinity that everybody knows where they're from. But this version of Infinity, it's, I don't know what need to go back towards the basics at this point. Every single player can actually shoot. Yeah, when it comes to the player, we do know about the lineup here. They're definitely one of the veterans as well, but it seems like everything went wrong for them. Like, we do know Touch sometimes do have some highlights. Tiger acts on that, and we don't see a lot from him. Tony K definitely plays some flashy plays, but every single time they engage in fight, the problem is they couldn't secure that engagement. Even though they initiated it first, things didn't work out well for them. I think communication-wise, probably the first and foremost, they need to work things out as a team.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to tell. Number one, if we don't get that many, we don't get much of them on screen, so that's number one. Number two, obviously it's difficult to tell without knowing exactly what the conversation is, right? Inside the game as well. So we're just coming up with theories and things that we could come up as an assumption based on what as much as we can see of the Infinity, which honestly isn't much as well. And there were times that they were eliminated off screen. So it was probably like, if they were eliminated off screen, my assumption is that while they were rotating, they got caught by other teams and then they got taken out. So if that's the case, then I think quite apparent that they need to go back to the drawing board on the rotation. The circle didn't really help the situation if you think about it, because it was a hard 2 Erangel circles and Sanok is always iffy. But then again, if everyone else is able to collect points, why can't Infinity, right?
Now this is gonna be my take after this shift happened. Like, there's gonna be a lot of seasons we're talking about. Infinity, after they have the shuffle of the players here when Mela and Nuzi left. I think because of how the old players like Logan, Gotani, Touch, Tiger Axe used to play with Mela and Nuzi so much, it's a habit for them. It's sort of a muscle memory built in for them to play by centralizing these two players. Now these two players, their pillar's gone. I mean, like, it's not that they cannot beat a pillar, they can, but they have to work things around again. They have to find a different angle to work things out, because those two players will not be back in the Infinity anymore. That's never gonna happen now. So they need to find a different perspective to approach the fight, like even try to play around one player at a time. We do have Touch swap with Gotani, and things has not been changed yet, despite how no matter who they rotate in and out. So my best bet right now, Turney K seems the one that is a bit more hyper reliable for the Infinity, so maybe they can play around him instead.
Well, speaking about reliability, NKT is making a reliable swap as well. Triple F coming in for Mr. Joe this time. So to finish off this Erangel. Now, whether they'll make the change back to Mr. Joe later on in Mirama, it's well, we don't really know till then. Morph also making that change. Tuyo out, and Hazel will be in the lineup as well, making his debut for today for Morph. So we had at least 3 changes so far, and with this camera work, it just indicates that we're going to see another change. 4th team to change. Team Pandum, Billboard out, and Jobranki in.
I'm surprised by the swap from Pandum. It wasn't a broken formation just now, but maybe they need to up another gear of play here with Jobranki coming in, because we do know Jobranki, he's pretty good when it comes to close quarter combat. So maybe that's the aim here, to go for the rush and to go for the flush of compounds. Maybe that's the case for Pandum, to go aggressive. When Jobranki plays, it's always going to be mid to short range fights here. But for the rest of the other teams, no more swaps, I assume. And if that's going to be funny, right? Like just now we saw Triple F swap with Mr. Cho, and then do they swap again for another map afterwards? Now that's going to be only one map for Triple F. I think maybe Triple F will stay for the entire day here for now.
Yeah, that's a possibility, unless a disaster happens here for NKT. But based on their own performance, it doesn't look like NKT is heading towards a disaster. So looking so far so good. But spiraling down to a disaster, it does look like it's the Infinity. So we're going to be observing the Infinity in this round for sure. I believe that all eyes will be on the Infinity too, especially from the Thai fans, or rooting for their teams from their own country. The team management themselves will be banking on for the Infinity to bounce back here, because we're already at the second half of day 1.
Never we've seen entire day there's zero progress, 0 points. I mean, like, at least one also is already good news for them. Not the best, but at least there's some progress, right? We've never seen a team without any point at all. Half day through, we're already down to only 3 maps left, and this is gonna be the last Erangel.
Yep, for the record, in recent time, the lowest that we've seen is 5 points in a day. That was Alliance in PMGC. So we don't want that kind of record. Let's go! Erangel number 3.
I thought this season we're gonna go for, you know, record-breaking eliminations, not about getting the least amount of points across the entire day. That's gonna be the worst record to hold on to for Infinity. Come on, Infinity, you guys need to wake up. I'm rooting for them here right now because they really need to work things out. But another southern flight path here, Cloud. So can we assume probably gonna be a Rozhok Circle again?
Well, only the Circle Gods can answer that, and normally they don't speak. They only do. They only show. But what we are sure is that with this flight path, Sem9 will move back onto Novo with the absence of Team Secret, and Team Panda will be on main to the base, so that will be the regular drops. But I'm also keeping my eye on Lipovka. We do have PEA, who probably has the idea of traveling to Stalber Kameshki And they might tussle for vehicles with Team Flash. So even like if you see on screen, we got PA as the highlight here. So looking at the current state, looks like they will avoid the Team Flash, and Team Flash will drop into Lipovka itself.
They definitely be shouting, right, let's not fight too much. We didn't score too much here today for PA. Usually it's going to be Creep Vibe that engaging in the first few rounds or first few minutes into the game. But this time a lot of Team Flash for week number 2. But it's going to be Northern Circle where we pick Stalber. Hopefully the honor of Stalber, which is going to be PA, who dropped himself around Stalber Kamishke every single time, can get there. But Joss been hunted down by Paragin right now with the figure going a ring around the Rosie. Paragin's not giving up yet. Good luck. There's going to be a bit of a dance between these two players.
And sooner or later, if it doesn't end, his other teammates will come join him. So, oh, he got the buggy. Okay, he managed to get into the buggy. Okay, now it's about riding into the sunset. The Paragin will get Jaws at the end of the day. So, first blood already scored in stage 1.
Yeah, MORPH starting as a trio. That's something unavoidable sometimes about the scouts are trying to find vehicles. Always going to be vehicle fight when it comes to stage number 1. And scout is always going to be the highest risk player in stage 1 and 2. So they know what they're walking into for the scouters. Unfortunately, that's going to be the end for the scouter of MORPH with only 3 set of eyes to work with. Hopefully, it's going to be enough for them to survive much longer. And KT, Spider 10, the GOT Triple F. Now, this is going to be something that we're looking forward for. When it comes to Joker, I can see that Joker start to rise up and getting his gears up when it comes to his gameplay. He's pretty good at hugging the walls and corners and playing around it as well for the past few maps.
Yeah, one of the latest signings of NKT, who came from Hale Esports before this. So far, not too bad for Joker and NKT as a whole as well. They've been doing pretty decent. But we're going to check out some of the highlights from the previous match where Alliance had a very, very strong run just to be stopped by Team PANDUM. And in fact, they almost got Team PANDUM. It just went down to the wire that Jimmy OP had to go in with a 1v1 against Maxis. And if I would look at that highlight, Maxius, he also had only about like 10% health before taking out Jimmy OP.
Yeah, but it was a second calculation, you know, a second split decision whether to bring his teammate back up or not. If he actually get the revive, probably going to be a reverse. But, you know, it's a roll of a dice really for Jimmy. But he did so much work before that. He's the one that actually breaking the silence for Alliance, who got stuck with the different 2 teams in a crossfire before. Without him taking the courage to push forward, they couldn't even possibly be in the top 2 till the end. But we do have Panda Machul, his stats here right now. But we do know MVP-wise, it's been Dimsy along. But we do know the rest of the teams to actually play a lot of cover fire too. Mini 14 and M416 for Achul. PANDUM is on the rise here today. I love the fact they're not taking this too last minute like last week.
Yeah, so far so good for PANDUM, but they have to keep it up for 2 days, at least for the group stages. And I also want to point out that, again, another player that doesn't have the favorite weapon as a DBS. So it just shows that the DBS is starting to move away from the meta as well. We do see a glimpse of DBSs here and there, but at least it's starting to balance out.
The moment you said it's no more being used, it keep on popping on the screen here. Another DBS on Asa. Let's look on NKT if they have any DBS on them. Oh, hey, look, another DBS, guys. Hey, welcome back.
Thanks.
Oh man, right in the face too. My god, the game. Hey, another DBS. Look around.
I'm waiting for the one that doesn't have the DBS now. Okay, just
I'm
wait. just
waiting
wait.
that as well, buddy. But nobody did not have DBS now.
Okay, you just wait. Okay. All right. I'll remain now, silently waiting. Snape, come on, Snape, come on. Snape, okay. Asa. At least we see one weapon. We don't know the other ones. Okay. Never mind. But we've seen the PECO. To be fair, to be fair, we've seen the POCO. Unless the observers are trolling us now, okay? Or maybe trolling me, okay? Come on, observer, come on.
this one.
Come on,
Asa,
okay.
Asa.
Ah,
Asa is the guy.
I'll buy you tea, Asa. Thanks for saving me.
Oh, at least he's got back to M416. Okay.
Thanks,
this one
Linux.
was
Yep.
yeah,
There you
X okay, it's gonna be okay now. Now we're back to no DBS, guys. After such a long wait. Axel as well. So a lot of talent don't really go for those DBS, and SLR for his secondary weapon as well. I miss SLRs. But when it comes to having a hold, I assume that a lot of players thinking that it might be sort of a very similar circle like the last few ones. So that's why they're waiting around the lake of Yasnaya. We do know it's going to be a circling of Yasnaya. And the last few circle and the last few wrangles has been on top of around Rosehawk. So it's okay for them to wait it out up there. But if it happened to be on top of Pick Stalbert again, these guys have to rotate that fast.
Huh? So maybe that's why we see on screen like everyone's on their wheels now, including Booby Esports. They wanted to pass by. They felt the bullets from RRQ. RRQ seems to be interested to pursue. Interesting. But Asa is on the other end of the lake just above Yasnaya Polyana. So hard pursued by RRQ. They are monitoring the situation still.
Oh, Frenzy is too close. I don't think the Pega knows, but he got a glimpse. There will be somebody here, but the moment the smoke pops, yes, it will provide cover for Frenzy, but the problem is he's giving away his positions too. All RQ members seems to be popping the smokes right now to confuse Boom and try to bait out the position as well from the hiding spot. Razy jumped out, sprays a bit, and go back to reunite with the team. That's definitely high value information on our RQ side and Boom at the same time. So the question is, will we have a third party passing through as well? If that's the case, then these two teams, they have a new contender. I'm waiting for the next circle still, just to see is it going to be all the way Stalber or not.
Well, you get your answer in a little bit more if that's still going to be there's still going to be a chance, but the chance is 0 now. Goes all the way down to the area of school.
Yep, and some of them still hog around Yasnaya Polyana's lake, because that might be a chance we might end up there as well. A lot of close by circles here today. 79 coming in super late compared to the center. D Xavier's getting the center. RQ, this is going to be their forte. So they should know around the areas of school. We remember Vampire actually won that big chicken dinner with Newsy Place here. This sort of circle. So RQ, they don't want to stay inside of the wall till the very late time. If not, they were caught in the same trap like how they botched that chicken dinner as well.
Yep. Vampire, they do have a fond memory going to school. They love their childhood. But for teams like RRQ, and I remember BTR as well was involved with that, they clearly didn't like their memories at schools. So if the circle so happen to be there, and if they have the chance, of course, and not forced in that situation, I guess playing that wall behind the school itself is not a good idea, since that hill just right behind is it's a good clear view shot for whoever who takes that area.
So next to stage 3 to see if it's still on top of school, then somebody will want to be there. So it's going to be the museum for Crit VIP for now. It's just going to be Helton. The rest of Crit VIP possibly try to mark their perimeters to make sure everything is a clear coast for them to just start taking positions. We talked about Vampires. Newsy is here, just at the edge of the circle, just around at our screen right now. Chul, the one of the player that actually have their stats across our monitors and screens just now, don't seem to be having any support from the rest of Pandum. I think everybody's just scouting over the area. They're taking the potato heels of Pachinki for Vampires, hoping some teams will pass by early on. Maybe they predict the circle will ping pong all the way down here. That's a possibility as well.
Since they travel from Primos, heading there is one of the interesting spots. Normally they will stop at the Pachinki Hill, But since the circle is too far away, I guess that would be their next stop. So it works for them either way. And so far, it is working for them. The fact that they have not been truly challenged by other teams. And I think that's also because of the trend that a lot of teams, they want to focus on to getting to the middle of the circle. PEA definitely not one of them. So they fall back to playing by the side of the map and also coming in later.
And we're probably going to have these bunkers, the other side of the bunker, to actually taken by another team too. We had that circle before, and last time we saw it was Boom around the area in the last Erangel map, I mean yesterday or the day before. But it's going to be Medusa intersection here inside of the next stage, and Lions actually already start themselves hiking all the way up the hill around the Medusa intersection area. Crit VIP as well, trying to take those high grounds. And it's not going to be score. RQ will probably want to leave, but they can gatekeep while waiting as well, because Boom, Roy might pass through around square, even Infinity. Sam now already get out from the blue zone, PANDUM coming up from south. The one actually taking the center want to get into the highest ground as fast as they can. Hopefully they have enough utilities to hold themselves up there.
Yeah, so with such an open space, utilities will definitely be important, especially the smokes. And if the circle like ends up like in the open area, flat ground, especially smokes will be very, very important. So these teams better be well stocked up. So far from some of the players that we have glanced through, they have a decent amount of smokes. I saw like at least 8 in one player, but now we have Boom Esports. Okay, they're coming in as well. Okay, got a decent spot, but because I guess they kind of know their timing as well, so they can't go for compounds. It's pretty difficult, so they have to create somewhat of their own bunker here.
Yeah, they want to get the bunker around where Crate VIP is, around this area, around this compound. Definitely want to contest for it. But at least the hill will cover them for a bit much longer, and nobody can actually cross the road without them realizing they're cutting across Boom. But for Crate VIP, this is going to be a very small compound with a very flat fill right across. If they want to get out from here, this is going to be difficult for them. But for them to last a bit longer in the circle, it is possible. But if there's 2 teams charging at a time, then there's no way exit out for them. There's no structures or whatever the moment they jump out from this compound.
Well, at least they have the circle still, so I guess there's something to worry later. And this area is somewhat in the middle of the circle, so they'll probably last them a couple of stages. By that time, they probably have a bit more space. Right now, space is definitely not an option, since we have 63 players still in the game, so it's pretty a lot. But we're going to get that number down right now with Team PANDUM taking this fight. The Infinity gets the first knockdown, but a counterfire came by Acho to take down Turney K.
Tiger X probably want to rescue on Turney K. Both having a bit of one-to-one trade-off here. Jabranki and Turney K down. It's going to be 3v3 fight between PANDUM and Infinity. Coming in touch first. But he managed to split down on 2. I mean, no weapon, no problem. It's going to be all about the buggy to make the call and make the shot. And touch circling around. The rest of PANDUM will be cleaning up by Infinity. And finally, they are getting some points here by Infinity. But it's not a done deal. GEEK fam popping their hats just across the other side of the hill here. They need to leave now as the Blizzards start to hit. And the rescue mission is underway. But do they have the cover fire from Logan? Where is Logan?
Logan needs to come in, while a Tiger will going for the save for his teammates. And they should have the space now. Okay, GEEK fam, they're no longer interested in the potato hill, so looks like they will have the space to revive each other, while the circle move towards the northern side. Okay, so Boom Esports, D-Xavier pretty much in the middle, D-Xavier with an airdrop on top of them. But on screen right now, okay, we have PEA, so they're busy with teams around them, but looks like teams are not really interested. Focus on to getting into the middle instead.
Yep, including NKT and Crate VIP, because they're super busy amongst each other. And there's going to be an opportunity for Kido to take it away, but they might stealing the points. And that's going to be PEA. Still, Kido managed to secure his eliminations after putting so much work by himself just now. But for PEA, this crate will actually save them for a tiny bit. There's a bit of a dip in the ground right now. That's kind of covered their visualization. But unfortunately for RRQ, is that the last player? And it was. RRQ, despite we thought they tried to gatekeep on the northern side just now, Roy just easily take them down.
Yeah, so unfortunately for RRQ, early elimination, we can't think about it. RRQ is not even 10 points yet. Nuzi from Vampire was knocked and eliminated by 30k from Infinity. Okay, looks like the break did do good for Infinity as they secured their 5th elimination and they're dominating now.
And this is what I mentioned. If they can play around 10k, he's the one that just take a bit of a pick. He's the one actually open up the fight every single time for Infinity to break the silence, and he's the one who making the move first. So if they can actually play centralizing towards 10k, I think they can have better progress for Infinity. And I love the follow up so far. Things are doing great, but for how much longer we're gonna have to wait and see, because they're fighting against Vampire, still have 3 players up, and they haven't fought back yet. So we don't see any kill fit coming up anytime soon. But for PEA, they're waiting for the teams to transition themselves, send them to be across the other side of a hill. I'm surprised no team tried to take them down here, despite there's so many teams around them. And finally, we got some hits.
Yeah, maybe that's the answer. Too many teams around. Like, who do you shoot first? Yeah, but the answer is that Alliance will shoot onto Frenzy first. So, boom, Esports, 1 knock. But no big moves yet by Alliance. So, probably a long-range nick there. With the 2 members of Alliance making their rotation, at least they have the information that, okay, that compound or that area is taken. So, let's try to find somewhere else. And they're doing the scouting work now.
Going away out from the war zone. Lions reposition himself, but unfortunately he has an open space. The moment he got himself in the middle of a street just now. Lions, I think that's going to be only 1 player out. Leo are trying to give information for the team. At least the rest of the team knows, hey, you know what, there's too many teams around us, so we have to be extra careful now. But I hope that information will put into play here. They rush into the compound of Great VIP, force his way down, chip quite a damage for Leon, and the rest of Great VIP already prepared, have their guard up with a nade prep as well. Great VIP, they are standby. They are already prepared for this fight anyhow. And Alliance, I feel like it was a bit forced initiation just now, because of how they did not expect there's too many teams firing towards their side the moment they start to move.
Oh, well, the story is not over yet for Alliance. Ade Luki tried to fight back. Great VIP Helton on the outside, separated from his teammates. He needs to go and back his teammates up. But looks like the Alliance story is out after that. Oh well. At least they still score a decent amount of points as of now. But for Crit VIP, they will be looking for more. Dep gets eliminated. Was it a steal away? Okay, our boy is the one that gets it. Helton gets the knock. And now he's been knocked back down by Damn Rude from afar with the Mini 14.
Trying a battle for Crate VIP here. That was a fast reset after they done deal with the Lions just now, and dealing with 7-9 is going to be their priority, as Putra just run down Boo Boo, not taking any chances to pull over. But the problem is his punctured tire making it so difficult to drive around. And be careful, just now we saw GEEK Fam butting into this business, and there's also Boom around the corner, and also NKT right on top of them as well. GEEK Fam taking long fights, and now making it CQC. Rushing in, eyes in from the back. Stones bleeding out. Shrubs and Stone bleeding out. Well, Tony K have to deal this by himself. Swap over to DBS, but it's Tony K that we are talking about. This man can play like an entire squad by himself.
Man, absolutely not stopping yet. Man, what does it take to stop Tony K? Okay, I guess the answer is the blue. The blue is on the Tony K right now. He has to abandon his teammates. Unfortunately, Stone will go out as well. But Tony K, pressured by the blue. And where did the nade come from? Was it the nade? Was it the blue? Okay, it's Damn Rude that landed the final blow. So the point was not denied.
Yep, with the help of the blue zone at stage number 5. So definitely more than 1 HP per second right now being taken away for the teams. Around 1.6 HP per second. And Crate VIP have to face NKT alongside. It's going to be a bit of a messy ride here, including Bomb and Tame Flash. They want a bit of Crit VIP as well. Crit VIP being sandwiched on 2 sides. NKT start to close the distance. They force themselves to drive through Boom, but Ray's already prepared for that. It's going to be a bit of a spray and it's a done deal, but can Yami May do the work as well? NKT climbing up. They will clean up the mess between these 2 teams. If one's winning here, it's going to be NKT.
Yeah, oh, yeah, NKT. Oh, but look at this. Razy is the next one to fall. The God eliminates a pawn bit, so that's a point for NKT. Yummy will be able to save Razy, but our boy is coming in. Okay, our boy on the Frenzy first. Okay, he's going to drive past by Frenzy. He knows that he needs to finish out the remaining 2 members of POCO Esports. Rushes in, and the moment he arrives, Yummy will take him out.
Now the GOT taken one by one. We still have Yummy, yes, but Yummy to deal with the whole NKT squad within that smoke. I don't think it will last that long. And Spider-10 just still to deal with the golden nade to finish off Yummy May. NKT on the rise with 6 elimination, and all of a sudden we have only 7 teams at stage number 5, and NKT will be pressured by the blue team Flash, waiting for them to cross path here.
Wow, yeah. All of a sudden, it's like a couple of blinks, and now we only have 7 teams left. 25 players, that is. 7-9, they're stuck in the shack, and this shack is in the circle. So DZaver definitely wants to take this one over. And they tried to land that one nade onto the shack. If they can enter that nade through the rooftop, it will be perfect for them. That one nade to rule the entire SEM9, which is the 2 players.
Lamborghini. SEM9 in the center of attention here right now. They're pressuring to his side. The Xaviers do have the compound, but unfortunately it's at the rim of the circle. But DX Lamborghini with BARUZ eliminated SEM9 without any points for SEM9. That's a shame, but 6 teams to go with DX also going for the eliminations here. A lot of 6 and 5 across the board. At least Infinity now still alive, but they're taking their chances. But unfortunately it's a straight line.
And Infinity, they fall to at least 2 different teams at number 6 with 5 eliminations. But significant improvement for Infinity, so still gotta give it to them this round. At least they're able to bounce back from a 3-0 round game that they had. NKT now, on to Team Flash. Here we go, 2 different angles. Triple is going to take the right side, while the other 2 members are going in on the left. Spider-10 will go down to Zeus. So the defense is kicking in now for Team Flash.
NKT, they're trying to go and obliterate Team Flash right now, forcing the fight out of them. BARUZ taking on 1. There's going to be Zeus, one of the best CQC players we've seen here today. He's already down on his knees. Next is going to be Batman. NKT taking on Zeus and finish it off straight away. NKT, they're bleeding out as well. Only Spider-10 is on the ground. Triple F trying to make a comeback for the team, opening up on the corners, but unfortunately he's being knocked down as well. Kwang on the other end, 79 and 61 reserve right now after he reloads. And NKT, at least the backline can have a bit of reset, but the ones actually on the front, not so much. They have to lose 1 player, like it or not. There's going to be some trade-off here.
Oh, man. That was a rush in there, but a necessary rush in, if you ask me. They had to do it. But the next rush in has to come from Team Flash this time, so it looks like they're going to trade roles, as Team Flash is the one on the outer side of the circle. Okay, here we go. It's going to be 2v2. The God Aspires have to defend this against Gosu and Kwang. Gosu is going to lead the charge while Kwang still playing the support role behind, and he can still kind of stay there, but no. Now, you wish it would have come in. At least there would have been a trade back.
8 eliminations for NKT. The GOT got 5. Spider-10 just did a clutch by himself. Down to only Kwang here for Team Flash. Going in solo-handedly with 49 reserve. Let's go for Kwang. Do now or do nothing. And Kwang, he's trying to fight 2 different angles. Yeah, the swing's going to be huge. It's going to be hard. It's still NKT. Spider-10 finished it off with an S12K. But we're down to only 14. We have our top 4. But the circle will be in the center. Whoever favors any of this team, it's going to be these Xaviers and NKT circle.
Man, and it's bad for Roy and Talon right now. Not only because they have to go in the circle, but they're locked in with each other, so somebody will not come out alive. Okay, here we go. Roy popping up that smoke. Focus onto the circle. Try to take a Talon. Is there enough time? 25 seconds. Man, so many decisions for Roy to make.
But at least they have a full squad, so it's not all bad down there. And Talon, they have been quiet all day long. They had themselves in 3 eliminations. Yuri and Misery been getting a lot of eliminations by themselves. Axel and Linux on the other end try to open up the angle. It's all about information here. That's going to be the key for the teams to get themselves the chicken here. GEEK, the player that always clutch for Roy, can he open up a flank? But unfortunately, the flank pretty much been capitalized by Linux, and Talon's definitely got so much information regarding Roy's position here right now the moment they pop the smoke. But for these Xaviers, will they sit quietly? They're waiting for these two teams to be done with their deal. But access spotted out GEEK is a bit far for the rest of Roy to reach out to him.
Yeah, at this point, he'll definitely be eliminated. And for the other members of TALON, they know they have the advantage. They have moved into the circle, waiting for the other two to follow up through. Misery on the outside with the airdrop, and Linux will finish off GEEK. Linux now on his way with the buggy. They will zoom in the circle now.
TALON, they have been quiet all this while. It's all about the chicken for them. The Xaviers also striving for the chicken. Spotted out Roy, two-way war for them against TALON and against these Xaviers. But TALON right now, one of them being knocked down. I don't know how, but I think Roy did it somehow from that distance with the Blues and pressuring their back. TALON, like it or not, they have to make the move and close their distance. But unfortunately, there's a road in between. They're so flat, so open. If you try to cross it, unless you have abundance of smoke, then it's difficult for them to cross the other side.
Oh, absolutely. That's why it's hazy right now on the battleground. And I'm looking over at the utilities. Sunos, no smokes. The blue just right behind him. He managed to get by the rim of the circle. But bad news for Roy. They don't have the circle at all. At least for TALON, they still have the circle up north.
Nate's been tossed. Quite a short one. Nate's galore on the other side with NKT and TALON. TALON have to deal with two angles. Very big different angle, by the way. Roy Posh spot out Lennox. It's not a go time since the rest of Roy down to only two players. They have to take their own time slowly to just closing the gap of distance between them. Lennox will be safe. There's going to be a rescue mission coming up. But these Xaviers have been quiet all day long. Now finally start to make another go. The moment these three teams are a bit busy, these Xaviers want to be part of it too. And they got themselves 10 eliminations already.
Well. And look at that spread. They have multiple angles. They could potentially collect more eliminations. And Yoru finishes off Junos. That's Roy at number 4 with 4 eliminations. Now NKT is still in the game though. And NKT, they might need to cross the road, but they'll need to take it slow because we're at stage 8 now. And Spider Tan now on his belly, trying to get as close as possible in the circle, but TALON won't make it easy for Spider Tan. Ooh, Spider Tan managed to kill her just in time before Yoru's bullets landed, but finally still fall.
This is probably going to be the Xavier's chicken here. The way Paragen repositioned himself, I'm loving it. Now, despite NKT being eliminated, at least they still score a double digit down there. But for these Xaviers, they open up the angle, try to put Paragen far flank to the backside of TALON. But unfortunately, they're only down to 3 men. If anything were to happen to Paragen, nobody can actually try to save it. We're going in triangle mode with one player in the front, the other two going for the far flank. TALON, on the other hand, they cover mostly on the northern side. But it's going to be the street that will divide these two teams into two sides here. Like it or not, it's going to be mano to mano fight by the end of the day. They have to man up and just face, and confrontation will happen anytime now.
Well, here we go. You asked for the confrontation. TALON is making their move, but that road is just annoying for TALON. Oh, but he got 180. Okay, this could be it. One angle off. Now they need to deal with Levi's as well as Paragen, and Linux tries to bait out those bullets from Paragen.
Well, Levi's taking so much by himself and baiting out all the hand grenades and those mollies. Paragen and Nate is down. Levi's is here for himself, but it's going to be TALON's chicken. They're rushing in straight to it. One nade! But Levi, what a turn of events there. 2v1. Levi can actually catch this one out, but unfortunately, despite what a golden nade to change the tide, it's not enough. It's still going to be TALON securing this chicken dinner away.
Well, great attempt, not going to lie there. Great attempt. It could have been a great chicken dinner if he was able to wrap things up, but the numbers was just against him. TALON scores this chicken dinner, and they bring it back home. This 10 place on points for themselves, and it was a great run by TALON. They had to manage Roy, they had to manage the Xavier after that. I mean, they were so busy by this, and they were pushed to the corner as well. And at some point you pointed out that it's going to be the Xavier, but TALON perseverance brought them the chicken dinner.
But I love how it was a risky move from Paragin to open up the angles, but unfortunately they are down to 3v4, and it was a 1v4 when things happened to be in the last minute of a change here. It's gonna be 10 elimination, a lot of 10s across the board here right now, Cloud. I think it's 3 teams with double digits, so it's gonna be a lot of zeros down there, but at least it's good news for us that it's not infinity.
Yeah, finally Infinity broke the egg. Yoru is our MVP this time. 6 eliminations, 834 damage, 220 damage received, and a 37% team contribution. 28 minutes, 11 seconds survival time. And Yoru is back here as the MVP. So there's also a signal to his coach that, hey, stop subbing me, okay? I want to play.
Maybe they should just let him stay for a bit much longer. With 40 smokes just now, thanks to the open field of those three till the very end, making it so difficult for TALON to finish things up and to wrap things over. But these Avis and NKT, they score themselves even double digit, and I love the rise of the Vietnam and the Thai regions here right now. But let's live the moment of the chicken dinner by TALON.
The road less taken, they say. TALON did not join the party in the middle. Instead, they played from the side, and it scored them the chicken dinner with 20 points here. D Xavier coming in second with 16 points, and we got NKT with a good performance with 15 points. So we got 3 teams at the top there with the same amount of eliminations, and that's 10.
Yep, and I'm loving the 20, 16, and 15 points at the top 3, but Roy balanced it out with a 4 points, total points of 8. And we have Infinity with 7. Hey, congratulations, but we have a couple of zeros down there, and this time it's going to be Alliance. And despite PANDUM had a great run with the chicken earlier on today, unfortunately, after the break, something did happen.
Yeah, and not happening well to some of the teams. So Alliance as well, after having a good run, 0 points this time, they lost that fight with Crit VIP, I believe at the time, and got eliminated fairly early with 0 points. So yeah, I guess some of the teams will be done with Erangel for now. But we check out the overall rankings after TALON scored their chicken dinner. They are now at number 1 with 49 points.
Double chicken in a day, and the only team with a 2 at the back. We're breaking the binary code with 0s and 1s before. And the Xavier's no chicken, no problem, taking at number 2 spot. Seems like they're back to their usual momentum of last week group stage. Alliance, despite they didn't score any, but at least they're still in the top 3. But Infinity, at least we have some progress here now. No more 0s, and they finally cracked that egg before. It's down to 7, just 2 points shy from RRQ. But RRQ, oh my.
Unusual spot to see RRQ down there with only 9 points. Yeah, still single digit. I mean, yeah, GEEK Fam is at page 2. They did well last week, but at least they have 15 points, right? But we're gonna compare the head-to-head between Yoru and the God. Ooh, both of them have the same amount of eliminations, but Yoru has a little bit more damage by 3 and 1 assist more than the God. But the God have 57% team contribution as compared to Yoru's 37%.
Yeah, but I think they mostly got out of the grenades, and Yoru loved the spray, so it's a very different play between two very different position of players as well. But when it comes to numbers, they don't lie. But when it comes to our top fraggers, there's gonna be a lot of 10s this time based on our last Erangel map of the day, with these Avias, TALON and NKT score each 10 respectively. It's gonna be a very red day today here, Cloud, because Crave VIP also come up from the red logo team, who scored himself 5 eliminations.
Yeah, joining them as well. Although they're like the little brother, it's like, okay, yeah, we're 5. We come here to play too. Yeah, they're 10-year-old kids. Hello, I'm 5 years old this year. Can I join you and play?
But speaking of playing, TALON definitely played well. First match of the day and first match after the break, they scored both chicken dinner. I guess every time after they need some calm before they start their big run here for TALON. After it's like the calm is over, they moving to the next. It's like they're everybody's warm up again here, so they don't want to be right on top. Probably that's going to be the case. But on the side of the other teams, you don't see too much of the tie reaches. I mean, like Roy definitely playing up better when it comes to the first half, second half of the day. We can see they're on the rise. But the ties, like, well, the Infinity, at least they do have some progress too, right?
Yeah, well, we also had a good run with NKT and also Vampire Esports. So a pretty balanced run there. So I guess it really boils down to like individual team performances right now. So the Infinity still looking at you guys, okay? I know you start scoring points, but let's not let that drop yet, because at the end of the day, it's all about the top 8. And if you remember, based on the stats last week, we did talk about like the potential golden number here. So far, it's still consistent that it has to be 80 points and above from this stage straight to Super Sunday.
I think that the bar is still going to be the same. Yeah, I agree. 85 will be the best, safest point by the end of this entire group stage when it comes to our Friday, of course, to avoid entirely for last chance stage for the teams that didn't make it through the Super Sunday week 1. This is going to be their go time to push the numbers up, because we're only down to 2 more maps to go before we're heading into tomorrow's map, which reintroduction of Group B. But I think today Group B, they're definitely reviewing about the drop spots here, because we do know the reshuffle will change some of their drop spots. So it's actually, like I mentioned before, it's always a big advantage to be in Group B.
Yeah, you get to check out what's happening today, a fresh new batch, and then you get to play like 2 days back to back, in which you have control of the final game that you'll be playing. So being in Group B is definitely the best case scenario. And if we look at some of the big boys at Group B, Alter Ego, VTR, yeah, these are the highlight big boys as of now. Other than that, the historical big boys, I would say FAZE Clan is there too. So yeah, it's not as heavy as like week 1's Group B for sure. That's a that's a definite outlier there. But this time, this group it's pretty balanced, I would say.
Yeah, I think I pretty much love this reshuffle. Last week, Group B was all the heavy hitters, and half of the Group B already into the Super Sunday straight away. So it's a lot of A versus C, but due to the redistribution of the group, definitely balance out, even change the dynamic of the game. Because we don't see a lot of boom esports yet today, despite they being in the back-to-back champions. I don't know, are they saving it for later? Like when it comes to the Super Sunday, that's where they really try to push all their numbers up. Because when it comes to the group stage, the most important objective for them right now, it's not about just the points, just getting into the Super Sunday. If their best performance is going to be over work here, probably they cannot save it for the Super Sunday. It's just do it enough to just get into Super Sunday first.
Well, they can come up with that excuse if they already got like SmackDown 3-4 chicken dinners. But if it's at this stage that saving it, it's okay. I don't know what they'll be saying. Saving. They will be saving their money for more holidays if they continue to save like this, if that's the case.
I mean, okay, what's the best margin here when you talked about getting done with first day? Like 50s, being in the 50s is always going to be the safest because only like 30 more each points to go for your second day of group stage, because there's going to be only 2 group stage day for each of the teams here. We do have A, B and C 3 groups, so there's going to be rotations in between. So I think the best bet for the teams that want to be 100% secure regarding their Super Sunday run for this week number 2, at least they have to finish off around the 50s for day number 1.
Yeah, well, if I were to use logic to answer the question, right? So let's say if the golden number is 80, right? The best margin to finish off a first half is more than 50%. And if it's like, to answer the question, if it's like 41 and above, you're already above average. So if any team were to end up with that number by day 1, by their first day of the campaign, then I think they pretty much did a good job.
Yep. And we do have a bit of a swap here again. Okay, I get to see No Mercy again, but I do love Nepeko, but maybe just because I'm fangirling over him. But No Mercy is also, like I mentioned before, no matter how they swap, it's a good sign that no matter who they swap, the dynamics still not going to be changed so much. But just now we had Tuyul just swap out, but we're going to have a bit of a change as well. Jaws is out and Yul is back in.
Yes, and are we going to see any more swaps? Okay, no. So far,
Flyboy.
Okay, yeah. Sometimes I forgot, right? Because like Flyboy is like, he can swap 2 times in a day. So it's like, has he played? Has he not played? You know, like sometimes I felt like, okay, I've already seen it in the previous, like, oh no, he actually didn't play. So Flyboy is like this guy that's like being the ball that's like being bounced around. It's like at some point he gets swapped, at some point he doesn't. It's like but he gotta be consistent. He have to have this consistent spot for himself at some point.
But usually Sunhawk and Murama, you always see Flyboy. And I love actually the fact that we have more Flyboy play compared to last season. Last season we had him like in a week, maybe only once or twice. We get to see his face or his plays, and not so much. I assume that this season they want to make him a bit more familiar when it comes to the rotation and the roster. So it's a good sign that he's being swapped in and out. It means that he's a high valuable player as well, that he can adapt himself towards the change of dynamics in an instant.
Yeah, so that's great, right? And when he plays, of course it's not all perfect, rosy and whatever, but there will be moments that you put him in and then he can put up a performance as well, just like the other day inside of Mirama when he won it against GEEK Fam. So let's see if we can bring that sort of momentum here into our first Mirama match of week number 2.
On the stage beam on yellow light is definitely going to be our last map rotation of the day. 2 more maps to go, including this one. Our last Mirama run for Group A versus C, and starting off with the first one of the 2. Coming up from Puerto Paraíso up to the south of Valparaiso, or a bit more towards west of Monte Nuevo. There's going to be another southern flight path. I don't know why. Today, it's going to be south flight path the entire day. So does it mean that we have a northern circle, including a Mirama here as well?
Yeah, the flight path just likes to get down today. Get down. Well, teams will need to get down from the flight path too. Geek Fam should be going to Impala, and Impala Puerto Priso is a familiar spot for Geek Fam. It used to be like their regular spot per se, so they would be happy with this sort of flight path since it's just right on top of them. They will have a quick drop there. I'll be looking at Patona too. PEA seems to be heading that direction, a team that likes to play by the edge of the circle. Patona will be perfect for them since it's a city. Should be enough loot there for the team.
It's a bit too far in the north here for their usual drop spot, so they have to resort to whatever the flight path give to them. That's going to be PA, drop himself in Patona, but we do... Oh no. Los Leones again. I feel like it's going to be an urban warfare. I hate to break the news. I'm more than happy if I'm wrong this time, but if it's going to be Los Leones urban warfare again, we just wait for stage 9 to say something then.
Well, not to be doom and gloom, but some of our viewers probably like urban warfare, so I'm sure there's something for everyone out there. But of course, at the end of the day, it has to go there, right? As long as the circle, that area is still in the circle, there's always that percentage that whatever area it is will be the final circle. So it may be Los Leones. It does look like it. We have seen this kind of like, oh, it's going to be in the middle of the map, like in one of the Irango matches, but it pulled all the way to almost shooting range. So maybe it could be the case again, like scammy circle all the way.
I wish I'm wrong. I really wish I'm wrong right now. And for you guys who love those urban warfare, sorry, we can't be friends. I don't want to be your friend. Something's wrong with you guys who love urban warfare. There will be no actions to go, and also a lot of teams will be quite confused to find around the maze. We've seen the maze before. There's going to be a crane tower in the middle of Los Leones. Now, if we happen to be shrinking into Los Leones, a lot of teams will try to go and fight for the high grounds and high buildings first, because those high-raised buildings will make such a difference, like how Gemforce did BTR last time, when nobody tried to take those high buildings on top. If one team decides to do that, then it's going to be their game all day long, because they can gatekeep so many teams in so many places. Yes, it's going to be indoors and urban warfare, but the problem with Los Leones buildings, a lot of them have only partial roof, not entire roof, and from high grounds you can see all through those windows too. So it's great to have those high grounds if we ended up there.
Yeah, it's like this half-baked city, right? Like some areas are still in development, and yeah, some of the buildings are pretty bare. But like not having like full four walls sometimes gives you the advantage. That's why like going like at that crane area that you pointed out is great, because it gives a vantage point around that area. So that's why like the other day like we saw like BTR took that spot, and they are able to like block out a lot of teams like trying to navigate around Los Leones to move from one building to another. So being up there is definitely going to be a priority, as long as the circle is there, of course.
Yeah, that case took them quite a while to finally realize, hey, we actually can go up the rooftop and find a crane area and just shoot people down. Nobody else actually tried to think that, because of how busy things can get within the maze of those buildings. So Lions, I mean, they're probably going to love the urban warfare. But so far, due to the circle itself, and due to the circle right on top of those flight paths and in that last flight path, so definitely a lot of teams get entry in any way they want to and not have to travel so far. But the God, I mean, like, we don't see Flyboy, even though he was a pilot before, he's not flying any. I want Flyboy to fly those gliders for once, just to see how well he can actually play in the game, you know?
Okay. I would say that is a that's an interesting wish. I would now be curious to see how well he will glide with one of the gliders. Hopefully in one of the Rango matches we'll be able to get to see him use that. So far, to the best of my memory, we have yet to see Flyboy himself using the glider in Irango. So for the benefit of everyone else, Flyboy is an actual pilot. So it'll be fun to see him using his skills in game, and whether it's relevant or not, I have no idea. I'm not a pilot, and we'll just leave that to the professional that is Flyboy.
Yep, pretty much like running a simulator, but a different version of it, because you don't have the engines, the jet engines. You just have to work with your physics. I mean, like PUBG Mobile physics is so weird. I don't know if it's actually applicable for a pilot to do that. If you guys don't know, pilot actually do have their simulator to train themselves. So if they can actually do it in game, it'll be super cool too. Just curious. But we have across our stats and across our screen here, talent Yoru, 1.4 average elimination per map. I think the average damage is more to like a cover fire or support player, because the highest we've seen across is always going to be Rosemary, of course, 500 over. So that's going to be the gold standard. If they have less, it's okay. It seems like the average amount of players do have around where Yoru is actually standing, but at least we don't see DBS like you mentioned.
Yeah, not yet. Now I've learned my lesson, right? I've learned my lesson. Okay, not yet. Okay, observer don't do this. Okay, they're probably looking for it right now. Okay, I'll show you. Wait and see.
It's a Miramar. Probably we have more Mini 14s than DBS. Hopefully that's the case. Yeah, Mini 14. Thank you so much. Observer love me more, and they straight away showing to its side of Mini 14 and Achul, and also Mini 14 on Maxis. There you go. Thank you, observers. You have been kind today.
This is in Malay language we call choose hair. Pilih bulu.
Huh?
Choose hair.
Caught me off guard there.
Pilih bulu. Okay.
Oh, choose hair.
Looks like I'm more Malay now.
You know, if you pronounce it wrong, my name that sounds similar, so it sounds.
Sounds like what? Like what? Like what? Tell me. I have absolutely no idea.
I don't even want to go there. We keep it PG, guys. I don't want to get cancelled later on. But it wasn't me that said that word, okay? It's not from me. So if anything, it's going to be on cloud.
Yeah, choose hair, ladies and gentlemen. You guys can look that up. But you have to translate it before looking it up. If not, it won't make sense. Why is it choose hair? Don't ask me. I have absolutely no idea. I'm not the one that created it.
Pick hair, you know.
Pick hair.
Pick a hair.
Okay. That sounds more
appropriate.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, my name is Choo Choo, so yeah, live with it.
Chew hair. Okay. Oh, okay. I'm starting to see
Oh,
it.
now you got the point. And finally, welcome back, brother.
Okay. I shall repronounce it. Choose hair. Okay, I'll go with pick hair then. Pick hair sounds more like it.
Now you get me. Lost learners, let's go. Oh, okay, thank you so much, Circle. It's going to be Picado. It's been a while. We actually do have this Circle. It's going to be the uneven ground of Picado. And some places they can actually take over on Power Grid. A bit of a low ground, but at least they got compound. But the higher ground around San Martin, that would be valuable enough if Araki want to play the higher ground like how they used to in Miramar.
So hard shift circle is the theme this time. And you mentioned about the high grounds. Cool. I'm looking at Team Flash closest with the Power Grid high ground. So potentially they might take that. And it is one of the top spots if any other team were to be able to get that kind of high ground. But if they were to rotate in late, then they might want to avoid that, because we saw that yesterday, 7-9 got locked out by RRQ because of that high ground. RRQ stood there blocking out 7-9. 7-9 stood no chance against RRQ to come into the circle at all.
Especially Asa, I think he's playing here as well. Asa do love those high grounds, but this time it's not working with Napeko. It's going to be No Mercy, so I do want to see the duo, because I always know Napeko and also Asa go for the high grounds and try to gatekeep all the other teams from above. So this time it's going to be a different dynamic from RIQ with No Mercy in Miramar. I do want to see how they will actually play this one out. But Blue Zone contenders, only PA, they're back to their OG, which going to be the default play from PA, always coming in late. MORPH greeting NKT with a very warm welcome of spray.
And the god's kind of low, praying. Oh, not only low, his vehicle smoking up too. Oof. Okay, so the god tries to get away. And is he going to clear just yet? At least he got some cover fire from a Spider Tan. So far still alive, but he is off his vehicle. He's cooking up that nade, so I guess he had no choice but to try to fight.
And the rest of MORPH, how do they respond to this? Hazer tried to deal this by himself. They reposition now to their left side. So they have to open up the angles, NKT, if they want to deal with MORPH entirely. Yul just swap in for this map again. Hazel and the God still having a go. A bit of a tug of war. Joker will give him the extra lift. So they're going back to reunite with the rest of the team because their place and their position is not the best. It was a nice save, but they need to get out first. And lucky enough for the God, he actually being saved. If not, he'll be doomed because of how MORPH actually aggressively approaching to his side.
Yeah, so he lived to fight another day. But that means we're now approaching stage 3. Okay, this is arguably the longest round we had without a single elimination yet. And if it reaches stage 3, I believe for sure. Yeah, there you go. We'll reach stage 3 soon, and I'm pretty sure this is the longest now. There you go. Circle moved away from the power grid high ground, and it goes down. So now the power grid high ground is no longer valuable.
What a hot share from the circle. I don't know how they did it, but PANDUM called it out and they got himself around the high grounds there. These Xavier's getting themselves the compound. RQ on the other hand is going to be interesting. On top of Graveyard, they try to gatekeep onto the side of Infinity and Boom. Assume they got themselves quite an high ground, of course. They love those high grounds to work. MORPH and PA coming in the latest. Now, I would say usually we're going to see one direction of the circle crowded, but right now north and south pretty much even out when it comes to the teams coming in.
Oh. And we're definitely going to see action here. I mean, we're talking about 64 players still in the game, so if it's not now or soon, then I don't know when. So now, with the blue forcing teams to move, such as the Infinity, they might be forced into a fight. Okay, speaking of forced into a fight, there you go. Boom and RRQ.
Yep, they won the church here right now. Top of Graveyard, Boom and RIQ sharing the same building is never going to be the most ideal for them, so they need to deal with it as soon as possible. One nade to drop them. It's going to be Yummy Maze Molotov. They're actually burning out Snakes alive. No unless they arrive a bit later. Or Sam9 busy with more. We're looking at RRQ versus none other than Boom, and we have a new contender coming in. Hello, hello, and it's gonna be them wiping off RQ and Boom's faces. Yeah, I think that's Infinity.
Oh, I mean, we are starting to see a lot of fights happening as well based on the elimination feed. But hey, RRQ now Fnatic on this rooftop, still trying to defend his ground against Boom Esports. He does have a no mercy together with him, but Fnatic, that was a close one, forced to move out his first aid.
Still licking their wounds there. A bit of a trade-off between these two teams. Boom and RIQ having a go. All Infinity need right now is just walk in and finish off the job. And there goes. Easily executed. Tiger stole away all those effort that been put into Boom just now. But RIQ, they don't have time to reset. Here comes Touch.
Here we go. 3-touch. Jump and 3-touch. Score. Just like that. Beautiful Russian at the right timing.
No.
And RRQ is out.
We're not done yet. We have one more team to go. It's going to be PA coming into next. But lucky enough for Infinity, they managed to reset on TODAK. And I love how now they're centralizing over TODAK to play the game. Every single time TODAK go in for a push, the follow-up always follows for the side of Infinity. But PA, knowing that they're a bit late, now they're going to leave the compound. Sam9, they were fighting against MORPH before, if I'm not mistaken. Next is going to be TALON here.
Well. Look at the circle as well. This will force even more fights up north around the church area. And Sam9, okay, they have this own compound with TALON next to them. TALON cooking up nades, so Sam9 has to be extra careful. And Sam9, yes, they're aware of the presence of TALON, so they're preparing their own nades as well.
Just exchanging blows between Sam9 and TALON right now. Waiting for the right opportunity to just open fire. It's gonna be three-way war here. There's also NKT from behind. Stone and Vampires greeted by GEEK fam. They're moving as 2-2. Izane and Damru at the back. A bit of clashing between these two players, the IGL and Izane. But they might collide with PEA instead, despite they trying to navigate themselves away from Vampire, caught themselves in another team, and they always work around these valleys for GEEK fam. It's great to have those valleys, but problem is not much cover. Sam9 on the other hand, still trading blows with TALON. Dap repositioned all the way towards the flank side to see indoors, hoping to get an off angle, but TALON, they are quite solid inside of this building.
Yeah, so far so good, and even Misery will be saved. So, okay for them. They'll be back as a trio, but Stage 5 is going to come soon. So, Sam9, they know that they don't want to wait for Stage 5. They want to finish up the job. But we move on to Crit VIP now against the Infinity. Now, 3 touches to follow up. Comes in to secure the next elimination point. And the other members of Crit VIP. Okay, passing by, they will crash in. Oh, will they crash? No, they will try to get away. Okay, that is going to be Iron Pro. He'll try to leave this area for the circle.
Oh, but the terrains make it so difficult for him to drive away peacefully. It's going to be a rough ride for him, but we're not done with Sam9. He has been going for quite some time. Fearing with a jump shot, unfortunately, he will not fare well against the S12K, but that's going to be a full team revive, but do they have time to reset? Here comes NKT prepping the nade over to a side of Sam9.
Here we go, Spider Tan. Lobs the first nade, but will not finish up Yuhai. Triple F in the building. Another nade, he sees Yuhai, but that nade did not connect. So Yuhai can still be revived. But before that, Sam9 will need to eliminate the members of NKT. They're going to start it off by taking out Viren. Yuhai will be eliminated by Triple F. And now Sam9, only one left. It's going to be Bobo Ho in this building, and he is down.
And this is the more reason why Triple F always got swapped into NKT's Mirama plays. Double nade down just now by Spider 10 and Triple F. Golden nade by him to open up the angles to a side of Sam9. Now it's going to be one corner to clear. The moment he open the door, unfortunately, they still got clipped down and damaged. Spider 10 need to go for the backside just to reset himself, and Dap, what a blow! Triple F and NKT, they're having difficulty to deal with the last member of Sam9. That fought back.
Wow, okay. Dap holding his ground still as the final member of Sam9 on the second floor right now with the Molly just to stop Spider 10 from coming in. But he only has one Molly left. No other utilities, and he will utilize that Molly just to buy time because probably... but the zone is still not really moving yet. Okay. Anyway, by that time, the Molly will be out. But Spider-Tan, what sort of angle does he has?
Oh, Lions is here as well. You know Spider 10 is still there. I know you're there, but you don't try to lean over that side of the wall. But for Spider 10, another trouble brewing up, and that surprised him from below. What a turn of event. He clutched that by himself against the entire crew of NKT. But unfortunately for Dap, there's going to be another contender coming in. No rest time at all. The X and the Line squeezing in the last member of Sam9 here. He got himself a Mini 40 and the rifles in his hand. The M416, how much will it actually do? But the nade be straight in his face. He's been cornered down from the back. Alliance too. What a play by Deb, but unfortunately he has to go down.
Yeah, Lions was monitoring the situation for the longest time, and finally they landed the final blow. Vampire Esports, Tony K on his knees. They just finished the fight with GEEK fam and they won it, but they have to make it quick because PEA is just right behind them from the outside circle. Then they will surely try to get something out of this.
Tony K, that K should be changed to C. He's carrying the team again with 7 eliminations, 6 by himself, if I'm not mistaken here. Tony K got revived 6 eliminations, 8 overall. And it's going to be Tony K always do the work. And the rest of the team will centralize over his place too. So I think the entire crew of Vampires do have values when it comes to playing around with Tony K. But these Xaviers, Roy, it's going to be taking that compound. They will gatekeep to a side of these Xaviers. Lamborghini just now was quite far away from the rest of the team. They will reunite once more and try to move as a unit. But they don't think twice. They just crash into Roy.
Yeah. And speaking about crashing in, PEA, I wonder if they'll crash in because 2 of their players still on the outside. Okay, the other 2, Kido as well as Frankie, is in front of Vampire Esports. Now, the final 2 members are moving in. But speaking about moving as well, DZ, moving on to Roy.
Porsche, Roy, They should be prepared for it. They should see this one coming. The warehouse will be breached by these Xaviers. Already got in. Sure knows. He needs to hold the angles. He needs to make sure there's no room of entry by the side of these Xaviers. He swapped in with his rifles. He got burned off as well by that Molotov. GEEK trying to save the day and now making a second follow-up to side of Xavier. He got another one. A bit of trade-off. 1-1 for DX and Roy right now, but Prodigy trying to save his mate. He gives away his position to Car. Next is going to be also PANDUM coming into this fight too from afar. And Roy unfortunately couldn't make it through, but DX then there's no rest time for them. PANDUM is hitting their heads here.
Oh man, can't even breathe right now. Lamborghini now needs to save Paragen, who's on the other building. Wow, we move over to Vampire Esports versus PEA. This fight is still ongoing, but the circle will shift in about 15 more seconds, and it might go away from them. So they have to make the most out of this fight right now.
Oh, they need to make sure they still stays in the center of the circle. Circle might getting away. We'll wait and see. Will it be MORPH? Definitely going to be MORPH. MORPH in the center. Yeah, and they got himself. Even though it is low ground, but they got the best compound to work with for MORPH. But on the side of Vampires and PEA, I mean, none of this team, including Team Flash down there, they're definitely not inside of a circle. They need to wrap things up quickly or it's going to be a blue day for them.
Yeah, the 3 teams at least up north there. PEA. Squished between Team Flash and also Vampire Esports. Vampire? Okay, just look at the minimap. Saw the players on wheels now. So it looks like they're not interested anymore. They want to focus on getting into the circle before these 2 teams. And they can play the gatekeeping from the inside if they're able to get in. Oh,
PEA taking advantage. Despite they have to deal with 2 different teams and swings 180 degrees just to deal with 2 teams at the same time, but they can manage it through due to the space in between. They still have some land, but Kiddo, it's super important for him to get some slight elevation to see through Team Flash, so they can only deal with 1 team at a time here. They resort to Team Flash first, despite they had some knockdowns against Vampires, but Team Flash is quite close to the blue zone. They're taking advantage of the circumstances. Frankie coming in, but unfortunately the follow-up is a bit late. And Frankie, he has to reload and things go in shambles. The slight amount of time, the second split that makes such a change for Team Flash. Here comes the CQC Master Zeus.
Oh, here we go. Zeus versus Rush. Rush on the other side. And Zeus, like what you said, the CQC Master Zeus will win it just like that. And do they have enough time? Okay, the Blues right on top of them. Team Flash ready to go. Oh, but Kiddo is still there. Kiddo could backstab them.
Nope, I think PEA definitely not gonna have another chance to have a go. Kiddo, like it or not, lucky enough is not being discovered by Team Flash, but that split second of just late follow-up by Frankie. Frankie, he was hoping for the support fire, but he wasn't there. That split second changed so much for PA, but it's an opportunity that never can be missed by Team Flash. And speaking of Team Flash, PANDUM hit them next, unfortunately. They didn't make it through, but at least they got some placement points, plus their elimination points as well. But PANDUM, taking advantage of the elevations, did not spot out the Xaviers closing in.
The best part is that Adam survived a little bit longer than Team Flash, but still, he went out at number 6 with 2 elimination points. Now we're down to the top 5 teams, and on the left side, we still have 3 colors at least, just next to each other, including Team PANDUM, but at least they have some cover. One of them is going to be the Xavier, and the other is going to be Alliance. And speaking about Alliance now, Tony K knocks down Jimmy OB.
Leo and the rest of Alliance will give him backup for the rescue mission here, but Jimmy's a bit too up front, but it's going to be Tony K only to deal with this by himself. Where are the rest of Empires? They're scattered about. Shrap's next down. Alliance, they are surprised by the scattered position of Empires, but Tony K is on the ground. Where is Stone? Where is the cover fire from above? It seems like it will not happen anytime soon. A bit later for Stone to follow up. He was inside of the compound just now. Unfortunately, that split second changed so much again, and Alliance was saved by the blue zone as well, but we're not done. It's going to be 2v3v3 and v1 against Alliance, unless they can revive the entire squad. Then they have a higher chance to get this chicken.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on the stats on top there, ladies and gentlemen. So far, 1 is up, 2 more to go, and they probably still have the time because it's 30 more seconds, so they should be back up as a full squad. And if they're able to do so, then Alliance coming back from the dead, basically they will be the only team with a full team by then.
PUBG having a close eye to the side of Alliance, so I don't know how much health utilities they actually do have in their reserve. Hopefully it's going to be enough for them to reset. Problem is, Bluzo will start to close on their and FAZE, so the moment they try to leave, the smoke's not going to be enough to cover entirely, but enough to just give them some covers. Just some bit of it. There's some loopholes here and there, but at least they managed to get away from it. But somebody might get caught at the back line here as well. But these Avies, they need to push forward. I think MORPH might have a greater chance to get the chicken, but they are in the center, so all eyes set to is a MORPH the moment they start to open fire.
Oh. Yeah, so MORPH right now, they'll stay out of everything. They'll let each team cancel each other. It'll be interesting to see if Xavier really will go in. Okay, if they go down, open space, probably needs to use their vehicle as a barricade. But for the other teams, okay, they're on the inside of the circle. Pretty much that is. But the team that might find it the most difficult to get in is going to be Xavier. Any more forward, it's going to be open space.
It's a bit of a great zone here, like I mentioned earlier on. It's a low ground, but at least they have the only compound in the circle here, and MORPH booked it way early than the rest of the other teams. As long as they don't open fire. The moment we mention it now, everybody will actually target on the side of MORPH, but at least MORPH, they have a lot of angles to take covers with. But these Avies, they're playing alongside with the terrain. Lamborghini lucky enough, but not too much, even though he bounced back, but mid-explosion enough to knock down Lamborghini, pretty much low himself just now.
Lamborghini could still crawl to power gen though, but they're on the outside circle. The circle really hates these Xavier now. But MORPH, they know that they're there, and do they have enough utilities? Okay, probably not. Probably they're out of nades now. Only they have enough nades, they can lob it over. But it still doesn't make it any easier for the Xavier now that the circle will close in about 25 seconds.
PANDUM, they have to make a move next. Same goes, I mean, the worst case scenario probably going to be Alliance here right now. The moment they trying to jump down from those uneven terrain, there will be some covers. There are a couple of vegetations in between, but the rock not entirely will cover them when they start to hike down. So the vehicle's definitely going to be in play here. They already start to push forward, going straight to his MORPH compound, taking the risk and just taking the chances as well. Lucky enough for them, there's one compound that's quite empty. MORPH spreading out, sharing one building, and the other player will go for the off-angle small house. But for Alliance, here comes a push. Can they make it through?
Oh, here we go. MORPH in the middle. They'll need to defend. And this is something that they would have expected from before. If you're a team in the middle of the compound, teams will want to take over this area. And nade by Lamborghini! Knock it out Tuyo! Indirectly helping out Jimmy from Alliance.
Being sandwiched now, MORPH, like I mentioned before, the moment they open fire, it's going to be all eyes set onto them, and Jimmy will have to deal with Aza 1v1, and that S12K did play a big part in that, wonderfully well done, but it's not going to be done and dusted yet. MORPH, despite they got themselves the compound the longest, unfortunately, they gave away the position way too early just now, but next is going to be DX and the line sharing the same compound, is sharing the same building, while PANDUM a bit low themselves at the edge of the blue, and Purgeon knows exactly what to do. Straight away climbing those rooftop, knowing the fact the rest of the other teams might actually just be in around the outskirts of this house.
Oh man, Alliance now has the middle, but the Xavier has entered as well. Oh, Jimmy OP naded out by Lamborghini. Okay, they managed to even up the numbers. So 2v2 inside this building, while the final member of Team PANDUM, they're all pretty low. They're not healing up, so I guess they're out of healing utilities now. Man, it will be interesting if they came up with a chicken dinner with that level of health and utilities.
That's basically less than 5% now. Literally just 5%. Every single one of them. Question is, can they survive even the blue zone? Because it might actually close out their end first, and the moment they jump out from the hiding spot, there's slightly a bit of a bomb in between them. It's quite a clear view, but lucky for them at least, Alliance a bit too busy, occupied with the Xaviers indoors. So even if they have to leave the hiding spot, nobody will notice yet.
Well, okay, here we go at it. Look, a knockdown by Paragen. And now Alliance, one more to go. It's going to be Olio in the house. Lamborghini keeping an eye on to Pandum. Now he has a clue that Pandum is somewhere on the outside. Parajin locking him out. Okay, Leo out. Pandum survived to a second place at least. But this is definitely it. D Xavier can wrap things up. That one nade. Okay. Anyway. Okay, but there could be a chance though because D Xavier need to show themselves.
Pandum do have the numbers, but the Xaviers have their health. But not
there you
so
go,
much
there you
now
go,
as
there
they
you go.
scored themselves. The
Oh.
first one, Lamborghini is down to only Parajin to make the call. And it's going to be 8 eliminations so far. But Pandum, despite they only have 5% of HP, but it wouldn't be enough. Lamborghini did so much work, scored themselves probably double digit just now at 10 elimination. He himself finished off with 7. Just by him solo-handedly going in just now. But what a close game. But Pandum, if only they have the first 8, so many things can change in that very moment.
Yeah, absolutely agree. If both of them at least have that one first hit to heal up to 80% of health again, then the storyline might be different here. But because the health is just too low, then it became a very straightforward 1v1 early on. But I gotta give it to D Xavier, very persistent in this round. Lamborghinis came up with 7 eliminations and they scored a total of 10 eliminations in our first Miramar of week 2.
Undisputed for the next MVP for this map. It is definitely going to be a Lamborghini at 704, 7 eliminations, 30 throws. I don't know how many pockets he does have, but he's definitely wearing some outstanding pens to have all those nades stored up in his pockets.
Yes.
30.
Yeah, sorry Nuzi, your pants are no longer famous enough. It's Lamborghini's pants now, alright? 7 eliminations, 704 damage, 478 damage received. That is a lot of tanking there. 50% team contribution and 28 minutes 47 seconds survival time. Other than D Xavier, Alliance, they seem to be still back with Vampire as well as Team Pandum as some of our top teams.
I'm waiting for the scores later on to tally up the eliminations because I feel like that was quite a run. It's so unfortunate for MORPH. They had those compounds, but they opened up their fires too soon. But let's rewatch the highlight. DX finally scored it again.
Well, when it was just Lambo and Parajin, it became the deadly duo to score this chicken dinner. 20 points for D Xavier. Alliance came up with 14 points, Vampire Esports 11, and Team Pandum with 10 and Sem 9. Page 1, welcome. No place on points, no problem for them as they score 7 elimination points.
It's gonna be a default setting for 7-9, so is them with the eliminations. Who cares about the chicken? They don't need it anyways. But for the rise of, I want to say Infinity, but they're not up here, never mind that. But Pandum, they definitely have better performance than last week. Because if you compare with their day one, they definitely were a bit quiet compared to their last day. Of course, everything just shoots up. But we do have TALON with 0 this time. Slowly, they're pushed down here. I don't know what happened in the second half of the day, but TALON, they had a rise here early on today. Seems to be diminishing when it comes to their performance.
Yeah, and Boom Esports as well, only 2. I mean, a team like this, a lot of fans will be expecting them to come up big. But anyway, it's only that one round, right? So they still have rounds more to go. GEEK Fam seems to be having a rough day as well, now only scoring 1 point at this time. But it'll be interesting to see the overalls after this. And if we were to think about a golden number of 80, or at least if we can end day 1 with 41 and above, they'll be great. And we'll definitely already have a few teams who have achieved that so far. And here are the numbers.
Oh, the Xavier seems like they did another round like how they did in their day 1. If they're in their 50s, definitely they are super comfortable. And also Lions Talon as well, probably going to be in the comfort zone. As long as they can finish the day within their 50s, that's going to be the most comfortable of them all. Because there's only like, what, 30-ish more points to go for their second day. But for Vampires, Tony K did so much work. I'm not going to lie. Tony K did really carry the entire crew. I mean, like Vampires, the follow-up, just a slight delay, that's it.
Yeah, but on page 2, I was kind of hoping that the Infinity would actually bounce out. But they are still at number 16. At least not with a single digit. They are at 11 points right now. For the other movers here, no movers at the really end. But on the first half of page 2, we have a couple of movers there. But anyway, let's check out some of the smoke specialists here. Ooh, D Xavier, 25 smokes used, Alliance 20, Vampire and PA both sharing 15 each.
I think the smokes did not even manage to pop down on time because of how the terrain just now was multiple level terrain. But these Xaviers, I think thanks to none other than Lamborghini. And now I want to see, wait, we're going to finish the stat first. Alliance at 9, Vampires at 8, 7, 9, 7 eliminations. I think it's a very good run for all these teams. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I love those descending numbers. I feel like if we can actually put Lamborghini, Tony K in the same lineup, who else would you put up another 2 players that's really super crazy good?
Really super crazy good. Wow. Really super crazy good. Ooh. That is interesting now. Who else is like super duper consistent now?
Rosemary.
Rosemary? Yeah, Rosemary, yeah. I probably at this stage. Okay, if you asked me yesterday, I'll probably say Damroot. Today, GEEK Fam have been missing, so I'm starting to be not sure. If I were to put one nice underdog in there, right, I probably might want to put Fearon still. Yeah, a nice underdog.
I love the fact also it's represent each of region into one superstar team. And for me, I would put Damroot over the others because I feel like Damroot can be the IGL in that state, or even Boo-Boo-Hoo in between. But Boo-Boo-Hoo is not going to be that region anymore. But yeah, I'm probably going to put Damroot instead because yeah, I do love Fearon. But if you put all 4 fraggers, top fraggers on top of a team, and then nobody wants to call out for the IGL, right? It's going to be difficult. I feel like if you put Rosemary, Tony K, and also of course Lamborghini in there, there's probably going to be super firepower in there, but I don't know about the communication though.
Well, yeah, I was about to get there though. Like if whoever IGL if you put in, right, it's like, okay, how do we all talk now? It's like there, where?
Imagine Lamborghini. Now we do know that the easiest slang to get stuck with a person, for me personally, because I talk multiple language, right? For me personally, the most easiest slang to actually get stuck on a person, probably gonna be Indonesian. And then it's not that it's an easy language to learn as well. Pretty straightforward language. And imagine Lamborghini and Tony K speak Indonesian.
You know, fun fact, there's a thing called AI nowadays for that. Yeah, you can actually pump their maybe an interview. You pump it into an AI, and then they can speak any language they want. So maybe we can make our imaginations come true.
Imagine an interview with Tony K or Lamborghini. Suddenly they speak Indonesian, man, and it's a damn good like slang as well, like super 100% Indonesian slang. That would be so fun to watch.
Well, that could be an idea. I mean, that is doable with current technology. So maybe one of these days, you know, maybe as we progress with technology, maybe in our interviews we won't need an interpreter anymore. Like, it will be automatically translated through AI. Yeah, that's possible.
Young's gonna lose his job then.
Well, I'm sure he can do a lot of other things. Yeah, he's a very talented man.
I agree. I mean, he used to be a coach for the sort of VTR and a lot of teams as well. But when it comes to the chicken dinner, the Xavier scored themselves just now. In case you guys missed that one, you have to rewatch the VODs because we're not going to live that moment anymore. The next Wrangle map, can we see the sudden rise of a certain team? So Infinity, at least, we can see their rise, but I wish they really push all out for this last map.
Yeah, so the Infinity joining the double digit, but still at number 16. And if we were to benchmark against like 80 points, it's still quite far-fetched. So they need to do a lot of work. If not, even if they don't make it and they still need to play the last chance qualifiers, you don't want to start off with that low of a power point. So yeah, so whatever it is, the Infinity need to work something out. But their neighbors are not too different, like RRQ, like GEEK Fam. The margin is probably it's definitely less than 5 points per league. So the teams down there, they all need to work out something. So to make things interesting, if the final chicken dinner is given to one of the teams down there, that will at least make a good story.
Yeah, true. I mean, the turn of time, we're definitely going to be a bit comeback because it's still day one, so they have another day to go for the teams at the very bottom. But like how you mentioned, it's going to be a lot of work to do for them to come back on second day. So at least if you finish around the 40s or 30s or even 20s, it's going to be still a-okay for now. But to be in a single digit after day number one, that's going to be tough for their second day. And speaking of which, it's unusual to see especially RRQ to be at the very bottom as well.
Yeah, I know, right? And they have been making swaps, they've been making changes, hoping for a different result, but still not able to see it. So it's very interesting. Probably like the Alliance bug like kind of jumped into RRQ, and maybe if they would go back to the drawing board, like taking something out of Alliance's playbook of going back to basics might be the necessary case.
What's necessary for them? That's the bigger question. How to solve this equation that's quite still a mystery for the teams at the very bottom. Sometimes they're consistent, sometimes they happen to be at the very bottom, and sometimes there's no point at all across 3 maps in a day. My god, what is happening on week number 2, and even it's our first day? I mean, we can see a very different Group A versus C last week with this Group A and C this week. It feels like a very different margin of very high contenders up there with their 50s, top 3 teams, the bottom 3 teams, or even the bottom 4 teams barely hitting a double digit. That's extreme difference there.
Yeah, a lot of points taken up there, right? Yeah, that's one of the factors also because of the double chicken dinner, and a lot of other elimination points went up. Fnatic is going to take a break for the final round, and we're going to reintroduce POCO, arguably one of the players who is very difficult for RRQ to sub out. So glad to see him back here, and RRQ, one of those teams that is at the end of the overall charts that needs a big charge in the final round.
I feel like Asa and Nepeka, when it comes to Mirama, these two will have to actually be put in no matter whatever the consequences or whatever the situation is, because I feel like Nepeka do play best with Asa and Mirama. They cannot afford to just give it away the points here for RRQ. Maybe they want to give even exposure for each of the players to adapt themselves in Mirama every single time they have the chance to do so, but at quite a cost here.
Yeah, I know, right? I actually have thought of an idea, right, of what kind of narrative will make a storyline, but yeah, with 12 more seconds, I'll explain that later. But for now, we will transit into our final Mirama match. Let's go.
It's the last map for week number 2, day 1 here for Group A versus C. Now, tomorrow we're going to have a different group entirely. If I'm not mistaken, it's going to be B versus C. So Group A will have a bit of a pause. So when it comes to Group A, it's going to be TALON, Esports, Boom, Esports, 79, PEA, Team NKT, D Saviors, Team Flash, and Alliance. This is going to be the Group A team that will have a bit of a pause and a rest tomorrow. But when it comes to narration, and we finally have our Northern Flight Path for once. What did you want to say just now, Cloud?
Oh yeah, so I had this sudden thought, right? Let's say if we move to the the final week, Super Sunday, right? Imagine this. So week 1, we already have this set of teams that did not make it through, right? So week 2, we have a totally new set of teams that did not make it through to Super Sunday. And then the final Super Sunday, or that final week, it will be very, very spicy because you have like a whole bunch of teams who will be scrambling for the slot to the grand finals, rather than like, oh, you have like, for example, the other extreme is like, oh, the same 16 teams goes to every Super Sunday, and then you kind of know that, the Super Sunday, yeah, who's going to the grand finals. But you have the other extreme instead. I think that'll be pretty interesting.
But the thing is, it means also there's going to be another 8 teams that's pretty much going to get into the second week Super Sunday, if that's going to be the case, because there are only 8 teams that didn't make it to the first Super Sunday. So that's going to be one of the teams that are going to have every high chance having every Super Sunday. The Xaviers, Vampires, and TALON here. And maybe Alliance missed the first one. So yeah, this is going to be the top 3 teams we're talking about.
Yeah. I haven't done the math, obviously. I just thought about it like 10 seconds ago. So it's like we maximize like the teams that only went to Super Sunday once. Yeah, I guess that's the baseline of it. And then it makes things more interesting in the final Super Sunday. It's like, oh, so many slots to the grand finals that is wide open.
That's possible but still it's going to be only 8 teams having a different rotation. That's possible if the 8 teams that going twice in the Super Sunday is the teams at the very bottom of the first Super Sunday. That's including O2, BTR, Boom, MORPH, Roy, Team Secret, and NKT, even FaZe Clan. So the top 8, if they miss this Super Sunday, that might be the case here, yes.
Okay, I mean, of course, that's like wishful thinking, right? Just to maximize like the storyline, just to make it more dramatic, you know. Just like what we're looking at the Mirama average eliminations here. Okay, the top teams: NKT, the Xavier, MORPH, and Alliance. Out of all these teams, NKT is the lowest one out of them all, right? So NKT will be banking on these stats to hopefully do well in Mirama, because they could use a boost from the 25 points that they've collected now.
And for MORPH, that one run that scored at 22 eliminations was the week 1 last Mirama match. They had their run, so that contributed so much. That's actually into that stat just now. So I assume when it comes to the stats, a lot of Indonesian teams don't really love this map as much as the Thai regions here compared to Erangel, because Erangel definitely they will dominate over that map here just now. We saw it earlier today as well, but maybe things will change here. Who knows, right? Because when it comes to region specialized map, so far it's been years. I'm talking about even PMCO days. years now, like 7 years across PUBG Mobile that I've been with them right now. Thank you so much, PUBG Mobile, for having me for 7 years. It's always going to be, so far, Thai teams prefer this bigger map than the others.
That's an interesting point there. So, are you saying that Infinity is not Thai? Ooh.
I did mention Thai, so they're definitely one of the teams, and they definitely have more points compared to the Wrangle map. That's pretty much straightforward proof.
Okay. That's fair enough. That's fair enough. Okay. That's fair enough. Well, I'm sure they will be calling for that to come to them again this round, because you cannot end the day with like 11, maybe like the range of 12, 15. The next 6 rounds will be very, very important. Or if not, they need to start canceling their Bali trip again.
For me, like, I'm already grateful for the fact they got themselves double-digit scores by end of today. When you compare with the first half of the day, it was a 0, man. Not even a single digit in that. That was a 0. First 3 maps in a row for Infinity. This is definitely huge progress compared to the first half of the day. I mean, this is definitely them coming back slowly, but at least there's something in the score.
Yeah. And did not break the PMGC record, just saying, right? So if anyone follow, it remembers the PMGC, I believe it was like 2 years ago or something like that. The last 2 PMGCs, if I recall correctly, Alliance ended one day with 5 points, and even that 5 points came in the last game. So like fans were so nervous, like up to game 5, that they scored zeros, and the final game is like, they got 5, okay. But obviously they were at number 16. But at least it's like, you don't end like a 0, and like that's probably like a worldwide record.
Yeah, for you to actually have a 0 in Battle Royale for the entirety of the day, there's something that they need to go back to the drawing board. Definitely something is super wrong in there. But speaking of wrong or not, it's going to be NKT opening fire to a lot of these Xaviers, despite these Xaviers taking the number 1 spot. I mean, like, it's okay for them to drop 1 ball here. These Xaviers, they definitely have super comfortable zone. And if you are in your 50s, if they can hit up to the 80s, there's going to be 100% for them to get into the Super Sunday if they can clutch this last run with a crazy amount of eliminations. Almost 100% into the Super Sunday straight away. But DX, we do know this is going to be one of the most disciplined team. Despite their winning, they never celebrate until they lift the trophy, which it has been years that we actually saw them lifting that trophy though.
Yeah, the last time was PMPRC. It wasn't even called PMSL yet. But that was like what? 3 years ago?
2-3 years, yeah.
2? Yeah, 3? Yeah, starting to lose count now. And I remember that one. That was like an amazing run by them. There was like first game, they were at number 1. Got a chicken dinner. And then they maintained that number 1 for 3 days until the last game. That was crazy. It became like the undisputed champion that time. Like nobody took over their throne. But NKT might want to take this one over them. As a Spider Tan will attempt to Levi, he will get it.
Despite he drove himself in a zigzag manner, it doesn't mean they will actually can run away with a straight line on top of this bridge. It's going to be another one for these Xaviers while they're transitioning into the second checkpoint, caught off guard. It's left with only Nate and Parjin. Lamborghini, unfortunately, he has to have a bit of a rest right now. Caught by Triple F and KT. Triple F is such a great player in Miramar, by the way.
Oh yeah, I guess that's the strategy for NKT, right? It's like, okay, if it's Miramar, you're playing my man. And so far, he has been paying dividends to NKT. Now, NKT obviously will be looking for more points since they are now at 27. But as long as they have a full team, they already scored 2 points in stage 1. So at least they're doing pretty decent now. If they can end their campaign here with 35 points or so, they're pretty close to the middle mark of our predicted golden number. But we're going to get not a lost learner circle. Ooh, we dodged that one twice. It goes all the way left now.
Yeah, I feel like it's going to be the same spot we had before. Just on that small bump around the fork, where slightly on the south side, around the coastline, we have those uneven terrain, very high mountains and very deep valleys. There might be the last few circle where TALON is at, nearby that, and GEEK fam. A lot of teams moving that side too, including RRQ. They know this sort of circle. We've seen it before, almost entirely. Very same here. So a lot of teams will rush towards the side of the South Jumasera high grounds and valleys. Vampires, they come in a bit later than the others. So we're going to have to wait and see who will greet them later on. Speaking of a first team out, nobody else been taken out yet. 16 teams still intact in stage number 2. But it's going to be a rowdy, wild high ground fight later on.
Oh yeah. Who gets the high ground first in the circle will have a very good advantage. So expect teams to try to rush it, especially if you're already close by around the area of Chupacera, then that is going to be the best scenario for you. Now, we can see that the Infinity, they're also navigating around this high ground while scouting for the possibility of taking a spot for themselves. And they found an empty compound. So far okay. But since it's by the edge, so they need to be prepared for stage 3 to move.
There'll be a couple of teams around the coastline here because, as we assume, there are a lot of teams playing around the terrain in open space instead of playing inside of a compound. That's going to be the best bet and have more ground to cover in that sense. Sam 9 Boo-Boo-Hoo, there's a very slippery slope. I don't know what Pombit is thinking. It was trying to change vehicles or climb up, but definitely you should know when they open fire, you should not pull over with this high mountain next to it. It means that there will be somebody on top of it and you have to just keep on driving and hoping it will kind of cover by those mountains. Unfortunately, Pombit cannot be saved anytime now.
Probably out of gas, not too sure. But what we're sure is that he's out. So, yep. Bobo wants to make sure that he not only gets the points, but he also gets the loot. So might as well just go in. Stage 2 still. You can tank it. It's fine. And Bobo will put Pombit in his pocket. As for the other members of Boom, they're still spending time in the blue now. Looking over at the elimination feed, Stone gets knocked by a boy from Crypt VIP.
A lot of teams are banking towards the south side, like I mentioned before, around the coastline where GEEK Fam and RRQ already stay themselves there. But for TALON, they switch over, knowing the fact there's going to be a lot of teams coming up from south. They're going to be a lot of teams will be thinning each other out. The crowd at the very bottom and southern side seems to be a bit too colorful. We have PEA. I mean, PEA is just playing their own game against Blue Zone right now. But for Minas de Val, we have Roy. Team Flash still on the low grounds of Chumacera. I don't know about the next circle. Hopefully it will bounce back there. But Sam9 taking a majority of the left side that we saw before. But Vampires might bump and collide into the Xaviers. The Xaviers, they have to just run right now. With 2 players left, this is going to be difficult, man.
Oh yeah. I mean, very early eliminations for the Xavier this time. The first 2, in fact. And one of them currently low. So we'll be a bit worried. Okay, he's healing up with bandages, slowly healing up, that is. I wonder what's the situation now with the Xavier. Would be nice to have a look. Okay, this is MORPH. So they'll be fine on the outside circle, rotating in. It's just that if they wish to get one of the high grounds at this stage, it'll probably be difficult since it is mostly occupied by teams now.
I have to wait for the next stage to commence in less than 1 minute and 30 seconds. One more. Oh, they're walking straight into the lines. But lucky enough for them, there are some bumps here. So they can actually pull over and just play with the terrain and get some information before they open fire. The problem with MORPH we saw earlier on today, despite they have very good compounds and grounds, the trigger discipline is always going to be the questionable moment for them. They don't really wait it out and gain some information and going straight for the crasher. You're down to 1% of HP, make it 5% there. You've been greeted by a lot of nades of Alliance. I mean, they should have scouted where the players of Alliance first, right, before they crash into this.
Well, at least they got that 1 knock, so that's going to be a start for them as well. Leon's still not being picked up yet, but Flippy will go down to Oleo's nades. And Adeluk will be up there. Okay, Oleo went down. They are mostly in the building right now. Tuyo comes in. Might go in for the pickup, but before that, he wants to make sure all the corners are checked.
Oh, PANDUM is here as well. Make it a three-way war. And PANDUM, if they rush in now, it's going to be the perfect time. If only you can shout over, PANDUM, drive over. Probably going to be knowing that the fact they're still licking their own wounds for MORPH and Alliance is down to 2v1. Jimmy, can he do it again? He did such a well-played clutch before. But the Blues, they're going to be hit by the Blues at any time. Now the second way string will be RRQ side. Or is it going to be centralizing where TALON stand? And this time we have a bit difference. It's slightly on the north. And Team Flash, they still stay at 2 months. That's a lot to gamble, but they made it how?
Well, I'm now interested to see what's going to happen on the teams down south there. Lots of teams there. But on screen, we do have Alliance. They're still in this fight. And MORPH, they're taking over this area. Leon's trying to defend his ground. But Leon's! No clutch there. Unfortunately, I thought that it was a clutch. It looked close. Wait a second. It was a clutch! Leon's came out with a clutch! Oh, man! I wish we had the big screen earlier on.
It was a nice save just now by Leons. But fortunate enough for them, PANDUM didn't actually commit to those fights. And they have to reset right now because the Blues start to touch their bumps there. But Infinity now giving a bit of a pressure on PA. There's also Vampires, and if I'm not mistaken, the other side on the high grounds, you have GEEK fam watching as well. So this can be tough terrain for them and really rough one for them to just see through in between those bumps and those rock structures in between.
Well, this is where this area, and that's the reason why this area is so hard to play, right? Because of how rough the terrain is. And now 3-touch will finish off Putra. Wait a second, 3-touch? After he got Putra, got knocked by Helton? From where? Man.
Behind him.
Oh, okay. He missed that.
It's going to be a long shot coming up from Creep VIP. Now they have to deal with the Lions. Down 2 players, but Blue Zone is here to take their life away. Oh, Alliance with one more player to go. It's going to be Leon's, if I'm not mistaken. Jimmy also being finished off. Leon, at least he got himself some high grounds. Problem is, he got a lot of trails be followed by the others at the back too. And boom, spotted out. There's going to be a lot of Blue Zone tanking here after all.
Oh, yeah. Expect more to come. Now that the circle move up to the higher grounds, then we already have some teams that are guarding it. And 7-9, one of the teams that needs to go up, but looks like they will decide to gatekeep Boom Esports. Now, Boom Esports making their way. Okay, they're navigating down, and they try to get away from 7-9 with a minivan. They get into the circle, but they're not in the clear just yet. 2 players on the minivan being focused down by Yuhai, but Boboho punished by Flyboy.
7-9. They charged to his side of Boom before, and this is going to be revenge time. Despite Boom lost one man Pombet due to 7-9 Boo just now, they got their sweet revenge again. And it's going to be round 2 for Boom versus 7-9, but with the third party coming in, which is going to be TALON from those high grounds, taking advantage as well. So 7-9, how to deal with the circumstances. They caught themselves in a crossfire, trapped, while TALON is on their highs, and they are definitely taking advantage of this case.
Nuzi knock somewhere else for Vampire Esports. Yuhai takes some damage. And the love affair between Boom Esports and 7-9 is not over yet. Okay, Firen, nobody's up there. Boom Esports is down. He needs the information though. Yuhai, right in front. Okay, that's a smoke. I wonder if does he have any nades. Okay, he does have a molly though, but he's going in with his trusty M4 instead, waiting for the smoke to subside to get a good clear shot to members of Boom.
Team Flash, they made it through to Chamasera, but here comes the nade, dropping it big. But lucky enough, they have this small shack to cover themselves a bit more longer for Boom. Frenzy will be saved by the end of the day, thanks to Flyboy for now. But Roy keeping their eye tight towards the side of Boom, and not just them. We're talking about 3 teams trying to take out Boom. 7-9, make it 4. Probably NKT too. There's also TALON on top, and TALON got the most sweet spot amongst them all, getting themselves the highest mountains up there with a vantage view. But 7-9 does put it out. Oh, Boom. Again, it's round 3 now.
Here comes Dab. He gets one more to go. But the smoke is really buying time for them. Okay, UI. Oh, wait a second. Flyboy Stop you right from coming forward, but fly ball from the back. Roy, you had to do that.
Oh, Roy. Sweet, sweet Roy is always sneaking from behind. What a shot. It's around 200, over 200 meters shot from that rooftop. Roy managed to secure just now. Vampires, unfortunately, got finished off by Playzone Plus, another team just now. Next, Sam9 have to deal with NKT. NKT, the moment they showed themselves around the corner of those hills, straight away they can visualize on Sam9, but Talon is on the other end. Sam9, they where to run. Does Talon Linux can definitely see him now, and that's a clear shot.
Yep. And he came for Linux. There you go. 7-9 eliminated number 12 with 2 elimination points after all that work against Boom Esports. Man. But now, in the inner side of the circle, okay, we start to see a lot of teams here, including Roy on the lower ground against Talon. Talon, they're going fishing, but Parajin behind, sneaking up on the car.
But hey, Stacks. Now, Talon did so much work for Roy. I'm waiting for Parajin to steal it away. That last play of these Avis can change so much for the team when it comes to the numbers. GEEK fam fighting across RRQ, but Talon is just stopping every single team. They got themselves the best view up there, and there's no stopping them as well. Unless GEEK fam, never mind. Once GEEK fam is down, nobody can stop Talon. They keep pushing it, and Crave VIP taking on GEEK fam as well. 2-3 teams at the same time. I mean, like, that's a big swing for GEEK fam if they want to win this over. Next, RRQ versus Crave VIP, but hey, it's gonna be Talon taking over all the points later on today. Hey, never mind.
Well, wait, what? What happened to Talon? How? It's NKT. NKT. What? I demand a replay there. Talon had one of the best grounds to play, and all of a sudden NKT just wiped them out.
NKT was on the opposite side of another mountain just now, so they can actually see Talon, but it's just a bit of a long shot, but it was a clear view for them the moment Talon a bit occupied and distracted against RRQ. So next we have, is it going to be Team Flash Circle? We're going to have to wait and see, because Team Flash keep on getting themselves just like at the edge of a circle, and they still got it anyhow. Next, Crave VIP Alliance. Alliance last player, he managed to flee just now, but can he run away again?
Oh man, I'm still baffled by the talent thing. But our boy evaded a nade. Leon's near down Iron Pro, leaving our boy alone. Quick VIP so far 7 elimination points for them. Doing not bad, I must say. 7 points so far. Make that 31 with the placement point that they have collected now. Halton will pick up Iron Pro, but they have to do it quick. Look at the minimap. Looks like they might be approached by another team.
Reset now. Pandum again suddenly pops in their hats after they've been quiet. They always surprise us, but Roy... Oh, I just hope they have enough smokes to get out from where they at. It's gonna be NKT hunting people down from the high ground. 7 elimination across the board. Same goes for Crave VIP. As long as you got the high grounds there, it means no problem for you, except for another high ground you have to deal with, which is gonna be another team. Pandum slowly creeping in from behind, but they will enter towards those high grounds. Problem is, Crave VIP can see them if they try to slowly push up.
We're back onto RRQ now on the lower ground against Crit VIP. He managed to get one. There's going to be Snape fighting for his life. One last stick of health left, and Snape will still fall to Iron Pro, but Iron Pro knocked out by Napeko from an off angle. Now we are back to our boy being the sole member of Crit VIP now, trying to get Leon's. Almost got Leon's. So close, but hey! Team C stole away the elimination from a boy!
Oh my god, and a boy just now, he should know that he's been stolen. It's been stolen away, means somebody can get a clear view. He walks straight into where Iron Pro been finished off as well. Leon's been finished off just now. And he's digging his own grave. But for Crave VIP, they're left with only one last player here. RRQ as well. Speaking of high ground fights and a very steep slope, this is going to be one of the most toughest visualization for the players out there. Crave VIP, your boy, now slowly trying to get those boxes around, but for Parajin, I mean, he's playing it very patient. And GX and Roy, all they need to do is just wait it out.
He's been there since the dinosaurs roamed the earth, and that is like the longest time. Okay, the NKT now. they were the ones who take out TALON, and now they have TALON's spot, which is arguably one of the best so far in this circle. And they have a full team. Okay. They need to make this position work, at least for this stage.
The only one that been keeping quiet is going to be Team Flash, but PANDUM, their eyes are sharp like a hawk. They can see all the pops smoke just now. They know exactly how many teams are there around them, but the one that they did not notice is going to be NKT. Like we mentioned before, NKT have a shot at winning the chicken dinner with 8 eliminations across the board already, and nobody tried to challenge them from the high grounds. As long as they can defend the high ground, it's going to be okay. They even got himself compound now. Even RRQ will try to give them, you know, their space, because it's so difficult to take them out from the hiding spot, and the circle still favors NKT.
Man, they still got it. Okay. This stage, they could probably block out RRQ. But RRQ is going to block Roy. So this looks like a back-to-back sort of thingy. So how long more are they going to wait for Roy? Okay, they're by the same level of blue, but maybe RRQ has a slight... okay, RRQ actually has significant advantage against Roy. Looking away at NKT though, I know this Joker got 1 out of PANDUM. So PANDUM should be like across them. That should be a long range knock. No elimination follow-up.
It's a chain reaction here. If you look at this particular angle, NKT, they can see RRQ. RRQ can see Roy. So if RRQ try to overpick on Roy, then NKT will punish them. So it's going to be a chain reaction. If nobody try to deal with NKT, then RRQ cannot deal with Roy. So Roy is pretty much safe as long as they are in the circle. As long as NKT alive, of course. But PANDUM, they try to deal with Flash first. Flash, the only team that being isolated from the rest of the crossfire just now. Unfortunately, Roy still got finished off anyhow. But PANDUM, Team Flash, they might be caught by surprise if NKT heard those gunshots early on and decide to just move forward.
Yeah, Roy got taken out by the blue, so not giving away the point to RRQ. They wish they would have gotten that, but obviously Roy wouldn't give it to them. And now we do have Team Flash here. Okay, Zeus to save Batman. Oh, wait a second. Achu has something to say about that. Oh, that was a hostage. That was PANDUM leaving the bait for the other members of Team Flash to come.
Oh, pop the smoke, try to go for rescue mission. PANDUM, they try to save every single member as much as they can, knowing the fact it's going to be tough for them to have lesser men with this kind of angles and this kind of terrain to work with. RRQ down to only 2 players, but despite of that, POCO managed to escape his death from those flying nades across his side and direction. Now RRQ can snake give some support fire from the back. And for Kwang, Team Flash last player, they have to deal with the entire crew of PANDUM is here, but RRQ and POCO can also give some fire to the side of PANDUM here as well.
Well, now Nepeko, he wants to claim his dues there from directly, indirectly helping out, but he's moving away. Okay, he wants to have that circle advantage, and he wants to take care of his back as well because NKT is there. But I doubt NKT will come out of their comfort zone for now. So it's probably going to be RRQ and Team PANDUM to try to cancel each other while NKT just observe from the circle.
And they're keeping their eyes tight towards the side of RRQ. They don't have visualization to the side of PANDUM due to the terrain. But for RRQ, for RRQ, definitely NKT will not let them pass by easily. And the way they fan out slowly and move into triangle mode right now for NKT just shows that they are on their guts right now against RRQ. But question is, did they spot out PANDUM? I think one of them they actually did. Joker open up the flank all the way, but Achul is going to be the poison for NKT. If Achul can find an opening at the other side, then it's going to be NKT finish off, and RRQ might actually have a shot at the chicken as well.
Spider Tan almost knocked by Achul, but he managed to prone just in time to hide away from the bullets of Achul. So we are going to stage 9 about 20 seconds. Okay, so if we go to stage 9, it is RRQ and potentially NKT that will feel the blue first. So if that is the case, then Team PANDUM, they have a slight marginal advantage.
A big advantage there with full man squad as well, and because of how close RRQ and NKT is right now. when the Blues start to hit, they will just pop their heads out, and these two teams will have a go against each other, and PANDUM will clean it up from the sidelines. That's pretty much a straightforward chicken here, if that's the best case scenario for PANDUM. If one of the players of NKT decide to move just slightly off the radar for a bit, then it's going to be difficult for PANDUM, because Achul, now there are eyes of NKT towards Achul. The nades greeted them warmly towards the flank side. Nepeko start to give pressure as well to the side of NKT, so Spider 10 and Joker have to be extra careful. Triple F the only one they're holding the slight elevation by himself.
Yeah, while beating out the utilities. And here might be forced to move forward. Okay. Blue is just right behind Triple F. Alright, here we go. Triple F making his move. He popped that smoke and Triple F gets a knockdown to Nepeko while he was running in. Man, that was brilliant by Triple F.
PANDUM, they're gonna make a move now. These two teams busy against each other due to the distance between them. Now Snape on the other hand have to reach out to Nepeko. There's gonna be only duo, but they spotted out by PANDUM first. And KT, they are aiming on RQ. Two set of teams setting off to a side of RQ, and it's PANDUM versus NKT. Slight elevations on the side of NKT. There's some covers for them, but the Blues are not helping as well. It's gonna be a 2v1, make it a 1v2 between PANDUM, and PANDUM scored it today, and they are starting strong when it comes to week 2.
Oh man, another chicken dinner for Team PANDUM. And the joy on their faces. They'll definitely sleep smiling tonight. Team PANDUM, what a day it has been for them. Representing Group C. So they will be taking a break. They will be playing again tomorrow. So if this momentum continues, then, well, they'll be happy to carry this sort of momentum forward.
I love this. PANDUM learned their lesson from their last week performance, not pushing it too late and too last minute with 10 eliminations across the board here. PANDUM playing it patiently just now, waiting for the right timing for NKT fight against RRQ FAZE. This two team was too close just now, and PANDUM, they almost lost it at 2v1, but they still scored it anyhow, and that's what really matters for them in the end of the day. A bit of a roller coaster ride, PANDUM. They had their highs with their chicken, and in the next one they're gone cold quite early, but at least they finished their day strong with another chicken. Two chickens in a day for another team.
And we have to celebrate our MVP Maxius with 5 eliminations, 976 damage, 308 damage received, 39% team contribution, and a maximum survival time of 20 minutes 51 seconds. Our MVP this round. Other than Team PANDUM, NKT, who have one of the best positions in the circle. So they come up here as one of the teams to watch. And also RRQ, who did a lot of work, managing a lot of teams around at the same time. And it's nice to see Crit VIP up here as well as some of the top teams in this round, with the fact that they only play a full squad time of 15 minutes 36 seconds but still able to be up here. It is commendable for Crit VIP. So great work for all these teams for a final round inside of Miramar, and we will check out the highlights here by Team PANDUM's Chicken Dinner.
I'm loving the fact every single day that we finish off with our last Miramar map, so many things can change for our overall rankings later on. PANDUM with 20 total points and with 10 eliminations. A lot of 10s here today, Cloud, including even this last map. Even NKT scored another 10 down there.
Yeah, 10 placement points PANDUM, 10 elimination points PANDUM, 10 and elimination points NKT. Okay. That's the 10. That's the 10 club there. But NKT, they did really well in this round, 16 points. And the last we saw them, they were somewhere in the middle. So this will boost them up fairly significantly, probably on the first half of page 1. But on the second page of this match rankings, PEA, the only team without points. So even the Infinity, they scored 2. But 2 won't be enough to budge them out of 16. So I believe that Infinity should be still at number 16.
I think PEA, they are recalibrating their lineup here with how they play, because they try to get into the center as fast. Very different, way more effective than last week. But these Avians, they're going to start off their day number 2 quite comfortably at 57 points. A lot of 50s up to Alliance. They definitely can get it through for Super Sunday. As long as their second day, they have 30-ish plus points. It's going to be more than enough. But on the second page, we have 2 teams in the 40s, which are going to be NKT and Boys. Crave VIP at 7th place. I mean, it's doable, still close enough to the 40s. And Roy as well. Roy with Juna didn't miss that week 1 Super Sunday, but they are the one that we talked about, that they need to be in every single Super Sunday.
And I'm looking at page 2, because page 2 is a danger zone, right? Page 1 is like, okay, as of now. Page 2 is a danger zone, and we have some significant movements here. But the best is here. The best team here is RRQ. They rose up with a decent performance in the previous round, but that also means that some of the teams are being pushed down. So we have to see Boom Esports and also GEEK Fam there. And our MVP for day 1 of week 2. Wow, Tony K. No doubt. The irregular performance speaks for itself.
I personally want to see when it comes to head-to-head between Tony K and Rosemary for a comparison, because these 2 players playing out of their minds there for, as an individual in a team. They did so much work, and I do want to see when it comes to top 2. Definitely this is going to be the top 2 that we have here right now.
Yeah, no doubt. Quite clear runners if you ask me. But let's check out our interview now.
Hello everyone, welcome to our final interview for today. And standing beside to me, we have the coach himself from TALON, Coach Sinyo, and also an IGL from TALON, Miss Sari. Hi guys. So for the first questions, I'm going to ask Coach Sinyo first. So coach, we know Luxy was a former player for your old teams. And since Luxy isn't playing in PMSL now, do you have any plans to bring him to TALON?
Oke, jadi coach, pertanyaannya adalah ya seperti semua orang tahu, Luxy itu adalah mantan anak TALON dan sekarang juga Luxy nggak ikut bermain di PMSL kali ini. Apakah Coach Sinyo punya rencana buat membawa kembali seorang Luxy?
Pertanyaan yang sulit. Cuman mungkin kalau bisa jawab buat sekarang, harusnya kita nggak bakal ada penambahan atau pengurangan roster karena kita lagi dalam proses buat achieve sesuatu atau achieve target kita. Cuman kita nggak tahu ntar ke depannya gimana karena kan kita nggak ada yang tahu masa depan.
Okay, so basically it's a tough question, but then to answer the question, I think we don't have any changes. We don't have any changes of our roster. I mean, like, yeah, we're not gonna kick someone out. We're not gonna bring someone new because we still have our own target that we need to achieve. But then again, we don't know what's gonna happen in future.
Well, we're gonna wait and see. Miss Ari, you have anything to say?
There are always a chance.
Ooh, wow, and probably he's doing a watch party right now. Do you have anything to say to Luxy?
Jadi ada yang mau disampaikan ke Luxy nggak?
Until next time.
Ya, sampai ketemu. Sorry, until next time.
Alright, let's go into the second question. Cosinyo, as we know, your teammates always perform well in this PMSL for TALON, but you often come close to winning the championship. can you share with us like what you tell to your players to keep the fire in their hearts and in yours?
Oke, jadi ya kita tahu lah performa Talon itu sangat-sangat bagus di beberapa penggal ke belakang, tapi tidak cukup untuk mendapatkan gelar juara itu tadi. Jadi apa yang sering dilakukan oleh Coach Sinyo untuk memberitahu kepada anak-anak supaya apinya nggak hilang gitu?
Sebenarnya kita nggak melakukan sesuatu yang spesial karena balik lagi dari awal kita pembentukan tim, aku juga udah share ke anak-anak kayak kurang lebih tim ini tujuannya dibentuk untuk apa, visi misi kita apa dan lain sebagainya, dan bisa dibilang selama 6 bulan terakhir kan kita juga masih belum dapat sesuatu, jadi nggak ada alasan buat kita menurunkan api atau spirit kita.
So basically, I think we don't really have a special treatment because before the team was start, I mean I already told the players what we are trying to achieve, what is our vision and mission. But then even we take a look back on a 6 month before, I mean we haven't achieved any single like major tournament. But then there's no reason for them to giving up.
But one more thing, I want to know, is there any special activities or treatment that you guys do to keep the teams united?
Jadi ada nggak apa-apa yang mungkin bisa dibilang special aktivitas lah buat mereka nyatu gitu?
Ya, ada sih paling ngebully Yoru aja kita.
So basically we don't really have a special treatment to keep us united. I think the only thing that we always do is like we always bully Yoru.
Well, I didn't expect it that to be that answer, Coach Sinyo, so thank you. And now let's move on to Misery. So Misery, we know in TALON there are Red Phase and also Yoru, and both are fraggers. And I want to know what are the differences in gameplay when Red Phase is playing compared to Yoru, especially since we rarely see them playing together.
Oke, jadi Misery pertanyaannya adalah ya seperti semua orang tahu yang Red Phase sama Yoru itu bisa dibilang fragger lah. Dan apa perbedaan dari segi Red Phase dan juga Yoru? Karena kita itu kita nggak sering lihat mereka itu bermain bareng.
Kalau spesifik perbedaannya nggak ada sih, sama aja menurut gua. Paling bedanya dari yang kita butuhin di match itu paling. Jadi menurut gua ya sama aja sih, playstyle kita bisa cocok sama dua-duanya.
We don't really have a specific difference between Yoru and Red Phase is because of I think both of them have their own playstyle. Still, they are our rusher, but then it really depends on what we need inside the game. So yeah.
Also agree that whether it's Yoru or Red Phase playing, TALON will always playing well. So congratulations, and first congratulations for your today's performance because your team doing well today. Misery, do you think the main factor behind your team consistency and how will you carry this momentum into day 3?
Ya, apakah faktor utama yang membuatkan tim TALON itu perform dan bagaimanakah kamu bakal membawa momentum ini ke hari ketiga nanti?
Faktornya nggak ada juga sih, kita main kayak biasanya, cuman kebetulan beberapa game di hari ini zonanya nggak begitu susah ya, jadi kita bisa maksimalin. Kalau yang kita bawa buat hari ketiga paling ya tetap main kayak biasa aja, tetap TALON yang biasanya aja.
I think the biggest factor that I think we just play normal for this 6 game, but then the circle is not really hard for us to play, so we play our normal thing, what we always do, and yeah, if you ask me how are we gonna bring our momentum to day number 3, I think we're just gonna play a normal TALON would do. So yeah.
So good luck on day 3, TALON. So thank you so much for this interview, Coach Sinyo, Misery. And now let's hear our casters' final thoughts to close out the day. And I'll see you again tomorrow. Bye.
I wanna ask Sinyo why you don't let Red Phase play more. I'm a fan, man.
Yeah, that could have been the question. But I agree. I want to know that as well. Obviously, now we won't know until the next interview, maybe, if it's even asked.
Hopefully, but tomorrow we never get the interview from Zero yet for MORPH after that crazy run of 22 elimination. I hope we get that too. I mean, like, they owe so much interview here, guys. But we're done for our first day of week number 2. When it comes to 3 teams, I think it's going to be the same team that have themselves in the overall rankings of each Super Sunday at the top. So, I mean, your storyline for the rotating 8 teams, oh man, it seems like it's going down the drain now, Cloud.
Well, I mean, realistically, it probably won't happen. I'm just putting out there as like, okay, it looks cool if it does, but yeah, we know it won't happen. But what will definitely happen is the introduction of Group B tomorrow. So some of your favorite teams are there from Group B. Looking at Alter Ego, BIGETRON obviously have a lot of fans, so teams will be or fans will be looking forward to them. O2, TODAK, FAZE Clan, XERXIA, Team Secret, and VOIN Donkey will be back here with Group C.
Yep, when it comes to Group B this time, is it still going to be the group of death like last week? We do have the reshuffle going on. Will it be majority of Group B going to Super Sunday Sprite? We have even distribution after we're done for our rotation of A, C, B, C, and then we have to wait for A, B for our last day.
Yeah, so A will take a break tomorrow. So that will be the storyline tomorrow. A break, B play, C the final 6 games. And look, guess who's in C? The Infinity. Just saying, right? So tomorrow will be big for teams like the Infinity, especially teams like at the end. But for tonight, we're gonna wrap up the show. Tomorrow will be same time, same channel. Make sure you guys subscribe and follow PUBG Mobile Esports so you don't miss out on the action. My name is XERXIA together with the amazing Choo Choo. We'll see you again tomorrow. Dadah!